to your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you, holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world.
Today's matchup. SK Telecom T1. Samsung. Rocks Tigers. Africa Freaks. Lotte Kokalkon League of Legends Champions Korea Spring 2016 Round 2.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Champion Spring. We're here with day 4 of week 12. I'm Achilles. That's Monte Cristo. We're here to bring you some awesome sets today. Right out the gate, SKT versus Samsung, followed up by Rocks versus Africa Freaks.
And all of these matches, as we close out the season in the next week, are so incredibly important to the playoff race. If Samsung can actually upset SK Telecom today, they will have a much better chance of actually securing that 5th seed. They have 2 matches left against SKT and Kongdu. If they can win them both, they'd be pretty much guaranteed a playoff seed. SKT, though, they need to keep climbing those standings. Every rank they climb means one fewer best of 5 that they have to play in the playoffs.
Yeah, and right now sitting in that 3rd place spot just under KT, who inched ahead yesterday ahead of them. But SKT looking really, really strong lately. Blank has been going off in his games recently. And it seems like unless we get a major meta change, we might not be seeing Benki again because Blank is starting to come into his own.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking a look at our second set, too, more playoff implications. Obviously not for the Rocks Tigers, who are locked in first place, but Africa still have 3 best of 3s left, including today. Yep. And really the magic number is about 10 wins for them, so they need to win 2 out of their last 3. As a reminder, guys, these are our playoffs. They will be on April 13th, 15th, and 16th. The wild card, which is between the 4th and 5th place teams, is just a best of 3. The other ones are all going to be best of 5s, and it's a gauntlet. So you have to keep winning to keep progressing in the playoffs, but you might have to play, several best of 5s in a span of about 4 days.
Well, if Cloud9 taught us anything, it is possible to go from the bottom and make it all the way through and onward, but not Worlds this time around. Still have another split to go, but these guys definitely want to get those higher seeds and get up there. SKT, like we said, looking really insanely strong, but going up against Samsung, first team to take down the Rocks Tigers, but also the team to lose 2-0 to Longzhu.
Yeah,
and we saw Longzhu yesterday, and it wasn't pretty, so it's really, you just don't know what's going on right there.
No, you don't. Teams. And, of course, our finals will be on April 23rd, so you guys can look forward to that. We will be in an as-yet unannounced large venue. Of course, it will have all the normal pomp that Korean finals has, so it should be a good time for you guys to tune in and see some epic intros, huge stadiums.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited.
My first time in a different stadium. It'll be wonderful. Well, actually, no, it won't be because we go to Jeonju next week.
That's right. That's
so
another,
we'll actually be in a different location next week.
Yeah, it's another factor for you guys. Some of the matches next week will be played in Jeonju, which is a different city in Korea. So we'll have a new venue there to close out the regular season. So we're kind of moving all over the place. But it'll be fun to have a little bit of a change of scenery prior to the playoffs.
Not just a change of scenery, but from what I understand, Jeonju is also like the food capital of
I know,
Seoul.
I'm excited.
So everybody's been telling us, Castor June was telling us yesterday, and this is a guy who owns a restaurant, that Jeonju has the best food in Korea. So if there's somebody whose opinion I'm going to trust, it's his. So I'm really looking forward to that and what we will be able to find down in that area. So it'll be a nice little adventure to the southern part of Korea. We'll see how that one goes. But of course, the matches down there are going to be really insanely important. And it's not just the sets, it's also just individual games. We were talking about it yesterday how Longju really wanting to get that 2-0, unable to win the set, got completely shut out. Just coming down to each individual game, it impacts your playoff placement so heavily.
And Longju is not technically out of the playoffs yet, but they would have to basically hope that Samsung loses to both SKT and Kongdu, which seems extremely unlikely. And they're effectively done, let's say that, barring some sort of miracle upset by Kongdu over Samsung.
I mean, it is possible. We've seen some really strange occurrences lately, but taking a look at the standings after yesterday, KT Rolster, of course, inching just barely above SKT, who could look to tie this today, if not move past them.
Well, they'll tie it.
Well, yeah, it would be tied. Sorry, the +2 would come in.
Actually, if they win 2-0, they will actually move into second place because currently they own the head-to-head record over KT.
Ah, you're right.
But they have to play each other next week, so that could, in fact, even that out, too, if KT were to win. That's going to be an incredibly important match.
That would be a really fun set if they're completely tied up and it comes down to that last little set. Would be quite fun to see. But, of course, we have to go through today's games. SKT versus Samsung. Sure to be a slobber knocker. Get Blank versus Ambition early on in the jungle. This will be a fun matchup to take a look at.
I'm really looking forward to this second match of Rocks versus Africa because these teams are the strongest early game teams in Korea. They have they're the two highest when it comes to first blood rate, so it should be bloody and fun early.
Yeah, absolutely. And Africa been playing upset here. Rocks don't seem like the kind of team that are just going to screw around, pick random things. They're still going to play fairly seriously, but Africa's been looking really, really strong lately, and I'd love to see them at least take a game off Rocks, if not take the set. It'd be really interesting for the playoffs if they do that.
Yeah, especially with how hot they are right now. But taking a look at SKT's standard lineup for these guys, to Blank, Faker, Bang, and Wolf right now, still maintaining their incredibly high DPMs and damage percentages for Faker and Bang, at number 1 and number 3 in those categories. And it's just been a great season so far from Faker. He's leading or in the top 3 in essentially every statistical category in this league.
Yeah, and that's just what we've come to expect from Faker. When Faker has a bad season, something's going terribly wrong. The team was having a bad season. Faker's stats were still looking pretty good. Now the whole team is catching up to him, and they're looking really solid as they vie for that second place spot yet again tonight. But of course, on the other side of the arena, it is Samsung with Kuve starting in the top lane, Ambition at jungle, Crown in the mid lane, Core JJ coming in for AD carry, and then Wraith on support.
Yeah, this is the lineup. They used to switch out Stitch and Core JJ, but they seem to have settled on Core as their primary AD carry for the time being, at least. And it's been hit or miss. Sometimes they beat Janair and Rocks Tigers. Other times they get O2'd by Longju and get styled on by Coco's Jace. So, interesting matchup here. I'm really excited about the mid lane matchup because both Faker and Crown are in the top 4 players in terms of percent of their team's damage. So these are like the big carries on this team. Should be exciting to watch. And Ambition also versus Blank. These are both guys who like to farm the jungle and to do a lot of damage in the team fight. Ambition currently the highest DPM and percentage damage of his team as a jungler. So he's been the biggest jungle carry in the league, basically.
It's a good stat to have. We can see SKT looking pretty solid in their recent match history since the little loss to Rocks Tigers, which was a bit of a stomp, but Samsung here looking a little bit more hit or miss. We see able to take that game off of Rocks, but then losing to Africa in a
Everybody's been losing to Africa.
1-2. That's very true. But inching above Jin Air, knocking them off of their throne of second place, where they were sitting for the majority of the second round. You can see some fairly even KDAs here compared to what we were seeing yesterday from Spenu. But still, Bang, of course, inching out ahead of Core JJ by a pretty significant margin.
There is Duke, of course, in the top lane, and we'll see what he does today. A lot of tanks recently from SK Telecom. They have been preferring basically the same style of compositions as they have all season. Faker playing some sort of zone control mid laner like Lissandra, Lulu, or Azir. Occasionally plays Corki, and they run double AD carry compositions with a lot of frontline and protection for either a jungle AD carry or Corki in the mid lane.
Yep.
They haven't been very strategically diverse.
Yep. Well, I'm interested to see what's going to happen with these junglers coming into this one. Both of them do like to get their hands on those more aggressive jungle champions. The Kindred, the Graves, going to be in contention for both of these guys. Kindred especially for Blank, something that he's found a good amount of success on. But we'll have to see what happens now with the pick and ban, because we saw first pick Rise yesterday from Spenu, and Sawson went off on that
was
champion.
Hilarious. The Silver Lulu.
I genuinely lost my mind when he TP'd in and just came sprinting down the river. I got so excited. It caught me off guard because I wasn't expecting him to move that quickly. So I'd love to see that picked up again, maybe in the hands of Duke or Kuvai, or even Faker in the mid lane, picking up Rise.
Yeah, definitely see him return to that champion. Meanwhile, a little bit of pocket bans going on here with Crown's Varus and Faker's Azir now taken out of the pool. So Sivir also, these are very SK Telecom specific bans.
Yeah.
They really love running that Sivir and the Azir these days.
And so much easy damage on your backline.
Yes, exactly.
And Poppy, of course, banned out. Don't get to see her too much these days. She's been getting banned quite frequently.
You know, one of the most interesting things about Samsung's loss to Longzhu for me is that they were playing Victor Varus, things like Lissandra top. These are big comfort picks for Samsung. These are some of their most successful champions, and they still got 0-2'd by Longzhu. A little bit odd in that game. Of course, SK Telecom will be going with the Nidalee first pick as the Corki is banned. So we could see the Rise and the Lulu taken away immediately. This would be a very heavy targeting of Faker's champion pool for this season.
Yep.
I don't know if targeting Faker's champion pool in pick and ban has ever been something that actually works in Helios.
Not really. It's more when you bait his champion pool where it works out for you.
Yes,
the famed win, BDG at MSI, baiting him into picking that LeBlanc.
That was great.
That was a really good mind game, and then I don't know what China happened. Like he just went on a downward slope from there. But Italy does make it through, so that will be snatched up for Blank. Not something that we see a whole lot of. We did see it yesterday, but it will be Rise and Lulu grabbed up here.
Interesting.
Could be the top Lulu. That's what we saw yesterday, run by Spenu, but it could just as easily be the top Rise.
I actually really like this. So Faker, they took away Faker's 3 most played champions in Lulu, Corki, and Azir this season. His next most played are Lissandra and Zed, each with 3 games. So I really like that they're doing this because I want to see what SKT does now. I'm really curious what their plan is going to be.
Yeah, it always seems like they've gotten at least one of those champions for Faker. But this time around, taking away the top 3, how are they going to adapt? What are they going to go for? Right now, a long hover over this Graves. Going to flip, though, because it would likely have to be a top lane Graves or mid lane Graves. I don't know if they want to go for that, but they're still checking out some of these other jungle champions.
No,
but no. Okay.
Yeah. They're just going to go for
are we going to see a lane Nidalee? I haven't seen that in forever.
More likely to be the laning Graves. But yeah, Maokai, they're just going to stick with some power picks right now. Take away the Braum also to eliminate some of that possible poke damage that could be coming in.
Well, you want to take that one away because you have that Nidalee, so it enables your poke even more because you deny that unbreakable from the other side. So good snatch up.
What are they going to do here? Core JJ.
Locks the Lucian.
Locking in the Lucian. Big comfort pick for him, and of course Ambition will be on his best champion probably this season in that Graves, although he is an excellent Kindred player as well. And could we just see a full-bore poke composition coming through right now? Wolf with a Jace hover.
Oh, it's going to be locked in for Faker,
And
actually.
Ezreal, yeah.
Yeah, so big poke comp coming out here with the Ezreal as well for Bang. So Faker going to try his hand at this Jace. We saw Coco absolutely devastate Samsung with it.
Has Jace buffs, really helping out with some of his close-range burst damage. Able to really 1v1 people very well, even better than he did before. This looks like he's going to be taking exhaust on the Jace in the mid lane just to help deal with that Ryze should the Ryze get in too close. Try and win that duel. Looking at the Bard right now. Bard is an excellent pick against poke compositions because you are able to snag that back line, offers you another form of engage. And that's what Samsung really needs right now because barring just having that Lulu run up, or the Ryze run up with a Whimsy, and getting some sort of root down with the Ryze, you're not really going to have that many options for engage, so the Bard is going to be the selection. But man, Wraith is going to have to be really on point with the Bard ults if they are actually going to be able to catch SK Telecom out in these fights, because they have very limited opportunities to get onto that back line. They're going to have also some trouble possibly flanking here as long as the wards are good. SKT, I think, has a big advantage coming out of this draft.
Yeah, there is some opportunity for CC layering. Even if you just get the root first with the Ryze, you can follow up with the Cosmic Binding, but I do have to agree. Liking this composition coming out from SK Telecom.
I think it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to reliably close the gap and stop SK Telecom from poking them. They could try and take a big win here in the laning phase. SKT, I assume, is going to try to initiate a lane swap, which would kind of get them over the hump. But with Ryze, he's great as a follow-up or a secondary engage. He can't really do much all by himself, even as fast as he's going to be with a Whimsy on him. It's up to Cuvée to get those good TP flanks in, but fortunately, Cuvée is actually a very good teleport player, so he's got to make it count in this game, that's for sure.
Well, if he can play it anything like Sassen did, it might just work out for him. Let's get onto the rift here. SKT versus Samsung. All right, very full crowd here today as everyone comes out to watch these teams. Just stacked games overall today. Big fan teams.
And for good reason. We're going to have some great matches. And also, just as a note, you might see some people in these crowd shots holding signs on the Samsung side. It is Ambition, or on April 11th, I should say. No, so not quite yet, but on April 11th, it will be Ambition's 4-year anniversary as a pro player, starting way back in April, as we can see right now. Yeah. Way back in April of 2012. And Ambition here. Always been a legend in the scene, continuing his career as a jungler. Started as a mid laner, of course, one of the most dominant mid laners Korea's ever seen. Numerous major international wins back on Azubu and then CJ Blaze.
And then Faker happened.
But, I mean, even after Faker debuted, he was still one of the best mid laners that the league had.
Yeah. Now he's been looking like one of the better junglers in the league.
If he gets to farm.
Yeah, if he gets to farm.
He's a farm machine, but his teamfight sense, I think what he really brought to this meta as a jungler was that excellent sense of how to teamfight, and the positioning and how to really maximize his damage output in those little skirmishes. I'm actually really looking forward to seeing Faker's Jace. It's not a champion that we normally think of Faker playing. So, again, usually when Faker goes for these AD poke champions, he's most renowned for his Ezreal play in the mid lane. I'll take a look and see how many times he has played Jace.
Either way, I'm excited.
Are you?
Faker Jace just sounds wonderful. I mean, Coco Jace was a treat to see the other day. Faker Jace just sounds even better.
Yeah, he's actually only ever played 2 professional games of Jace.
I know it's not too many.
Yeah, well, it is 2.
Haha. You got me there. We can see the lane swap was matched. by Samsung, so not going to be getting the 2-1 open lane as SKT was more than likely looking for. This could play into the hands of Samsung, but this matchup for Duke now on this Maokai not going to be nearly as punishing as it would have been just a couple patches ago now that Maokai got that buff, gets that base increase to MR as he levels up.
Probably an unneeded buff in my opinion, but you know what? Might as well just... He was already seeing professional play, he was already fine, and now he's even tankier than he was. May also be a viable support now because of that MR buff.
I've been waiting to see him as support. I've heard some stories, I should say, about the Maokai support and how devastating it is to the enemy.
I mean, it's got everything you want. It has vision with the saplings.
Targeted CC.
Targeted CC. Big damage reduction. It's and now that he's just innately tankier, can serve that support role even better. So wouldn't surprise me.
And self-sustain off that sap magic.
Yeah, that's right.
So you can't even just target the support and try to run him out of lane.
So yes, I think we may see some more Maokai support, but of course he's still excellent in the top lane.
Faker missing a couple CS there, a little uncharacteristic. He won't connect with those. Gonna go ahead and do an early back. We'll be able to return to lane, has that acceleration gate plus the movement speed increase that you get from swapping stances.
Showing off your Jace knowledge, I see Achilles.
Yes, of course.
Your favorite champion, you're like, I got this one.
He is my favorite champion. I actually, at one point, I applied to Riot Games to be a...
Professional Jace?
Yes, to be a professional Jace. A professional Jace cosplayer. No, to work on their video team creating things like the champion spotlights.
Oh, yeah?
My assignment was to make a video about my favorite champion, so I made a introduction to Jace and how to play.
So why'd you fail to get the job?
They wanted some more videos, and then Team Liquid contacted me, so,
Okay.
so I went for that job instead.
A likely story. I think they just didn't want you. But it's okay, because we want you at OGN.
There we go. It works out at the end. I feel wanted and loved.
Well, likely this early game not going to be too exciting, but Faker on a roll.
You say this as Faker is up here, right? Going to walk into the barrage, gets a big burst of damage, has to take the magical journey. Faker not going to run through that one. TP though, coming up to that top side from Crown, will deter Faker from going in any further.
Well, we almost got to see the fancy to the skies damage.
Yeah. If he was running Ignite, I think he could have gotten that kill and gotten out for the TP.
Yeah, but at the very least, Blank going to cover the mid lane and pulling the minion wave over here for Faker to farm, and they just get a free TP out of the deal from Crown.
Very solid roam there by Faker. And he's going to be able to catch up in CS as well. So overall, not losing anything for that exchange. Very nicely played by him. And this is, this is also good because JC is one of those champions that's going to be able to match that roam against a Lulu, especially after the Whimsy move speed did get nerfed.
So in this game, we are going to have 3 tiers stacking eventually.
Hooray!
For Bang, and for Faker, and for Cuvee. But the question is, SK Telecom is going to be weak and have some wave clearing issues and some dive vulnerability in the early game. And even though Cuvee is also going to be stacking up his tier, he can still do obviously a lot of damage. And because he's Rise, and he actually does turn mana into damage.
Quite literally.
So that's a little bit of a boost right there. But in any event,
Faker going to spot Ambition now.
Yeah,
doesn't like the Scuttle Crab apparently.
Samsung really needs to take advantage of the early game here in order to force an uncomfortable situation for SK Telecom, because even though they've got this Rise, again, he is going to be very easily kited by this composition in the late game, barring some tremendous Bard ultimates, which should give SKT a big advantage. And just the scaling damage that you'll be facing from SKT is just ludicrous, especially since Blank probably going to go for a Rod of Ages here also. And I don't really know what Samsung could do if they don't start to push turrets and dive them early.
Yeah. One of the big things that led to Sassen's success yesterday was no one really built any penetration items to get through Sassen's big health pool and all of the armor and MR that he had stacked up. No one really was able to just damage him. I don't think he really dipped below 50% at almost any point in that game. And We're not gonna. Well, I was gonna say we're not gonna have itemization issues for SKT like they did for Longju, but Blank's still having some niddly issues as he can't make it over the wall.
It may have been in his best interest not to, in fact, make it over that wall, considering that QV was on the roam up there and may well have caught him out in the jungle. Faker without a lot of pressure on the mid lane, too.
Oh, yeah, gonna go in here. Gets polymorphed immediately, however. So not gonna be able to follow up with that E.
Both Ambition and Blank love to farm in the early game. You know, we don't see Blank often contributing to a lot of these early kills. Instead, it's mostly about pathing and counter jungling for both of these guys. And Ambition is going to get the better of it as he plays around the pressure on the top side of the map and takes away the blue buff.
Yep. Duke laying down a bit of damage. He's using that vengeful Maelstrom, still pretty short cooldown even at that rank 1. So just trying to keep himself sustained up in these trades and try to go even with QV, who's just got a little bit of a CS. Nothing too crazy though.
Try number 2.
Yep. Should be able to get it this time. They know that the Rise is backing, so Blank
much better.
Quite safe this time around. But that will be Catalyst of the Protector coming in here for QV as he continues that upward scale as Rise.
It's going to be a really late tier for Bang. He's been sticking around lane.
Yeah, this is a really long lane sit for an Ezreal.
Well, here's the thing, though. Bang is the only one continuing to play Ezreal in this league actively. He's been picking it quite frequently, even after some of these new AD carries have come in vogue. And it's interesting that he can go evenly in lane as he can. And I think that's really the power if you're Bang and you can go evenly in lane. And the longer you can force these situations where no one goes back, the Lucian is unable to take advantage of you by having a distinct item advantage. He's just going to go straight for the Muramana.
Okay.
Or Manamune, rather.
I was expecting a tier Sheen, but just going to pick up the Sapphire Crystal for that.
Yeah, so this is trying to scale as fast as he can. Knows that he's late on the tier stacking, so this will help him make up for a little bit of that lost time, like you said, instead of just going for the Sheen and the tier. But I don't see a reason to not play Ezreal. He's still one of the highest damage 80 carries in the late game. Has a lot of survivability. Excellent at kiting, really helps shape team fights, and obviously plays into the poke composition as well. And if you can get by in the laning phase and not fall too horrendously behind, you might as well just keep playing him if you're SK Telecom.
Yeah. No reason not to. You can see, though, starts up the dragon, but just going to run down to this bot side. We'll walk past that pink ward. Looks like they might go for a pinch on the back side of this one. Perhaps the dive. Faker not going to get caught out by that Bard ultimate, but gets knocked out by the Wild Growth. Has to run down here into Blank and Wolf. Should be able to keep himself alive. Kube pitching on the sidelines. Actually, aggressive flash by Ambition, who's laying down a bit of damage. Hasn't thrown out the collateral damage quite just yet. They're in the back of the pit. Big Q comes in, throws out the collateral damage. Will they go down? Faker barely staying alive, just sitting in the pit. But one auto attack is going to finish him off. And there it is. Kube walks forward, kills him with the W. That's first blood going over to Samsung. And that'll be the dragon to follow.
Yeah, Samsung responded to that extremely well. They smelled the dive coming in the bottom side, and so they immediately tried to just pinch onto Faker and punish him while he was attempting to roam down. QV managed to escape because the minion wave still was not underneath his turret into the river and helped make a play right there. And SKT, they're just getting greedy. They still have these two tiers that are stacking. Now is not the time that they want to fight. They needed to just sit in lane, and they got everything that they wanted to because they swapped the Ezreal back down to the bottom side, which kept him away from the Lucian, who went back and picked up the BF sword and would have an advantage in some of these trades. So they could have just bought themselves more time to safely stack their tiers there and not tried to engage in some weird combat, taking a bunch of damage to their mid lane turret. And there's no reason for them to get antsy. Their win condition is get Muramana, siege. That's it. So Faker here going to get caught out, does get knocked up in the end at Blank and Wolf. But you can see right here, QV is able to successfully zone the Ezreal out of the river, and that means Rise just responds first in the pit. Faker's already used both of his summoners, so he just has to stand there and die, basically. Blank's going to pop out. Wolf will follow him with the stand behind me, but Faker just left high and dry.
Yeah. Wasn't even able to use really any of his abilities, just sitting there running back and forth, not attacking anything. Just completely pinned.
This is a terrible time to fight for SK Telecom.
Yeah.
No, they're not playing to their win conditions. They're not playing to their power spikes. Just bad decision making.
Yep. rough stuff so far, and that's going to give a 1.3 thousand gold lead over to Samsung, plus that Dragon. We saw SKT start up the Rift Herald, but immediately peel off of it, so just some free damage onto Faker and Duke as they back off and go back to their lanes. You can see now Crown starting to get a bit of a CS lead, one that's visible here, the 112 to 93. Faker just going to pick up 3 more here underneath the tower, still pretty significantly behind. Oh. Actually takes the magical journey into the spear.
That's a magical journey I wouldn't want to take.
Yeah, that was a really bad journey.
Magical journeys sound really fun. I mean, not necessarily. There's like dark magic.
Dark magic.
There's dark magic too, but I don't know if my magical journey would include just a spear to the face right as you start taking it.
Yeah. Nothing that magical about a spear.
What? What? There are tons of magic spears.
Well, I mean, just like a spear in general.
What about
Italy's happens to be a magic spear.
What about Odin's spear? Gungnir. That's a magic spear.
I'm thinking like Diablo 2, where the character themselves possesses the magic and they imbue the spear. The spear is just a regular spear or javelin.
Okay.
Spearizons.
Well, going back to the Diablo 2 days, I
yeah.
see.
Those were the days.
Those were the days.
God, I lost grades over that game because I just would play all the time. I forget how old. I must have been so young. I think I was like 10.
Yeah, you must have been so young because I was playing that game when I was a teenager. So
yeah, I think it was like maybe 9 when that game came out, or something in that range. I don't exactly remember. Duke laying all the damage here. Going to run out of mana pretty soon. Kuve going low. Nice! I didn't think he had it, but Duke comes up with a big arcane smash. Solo kills the Rise. Maokai officially busted.
Wow. Well, you know, that MR combined with the Cowl and the Merc Treads.
And the Sap Magic. Oh, Blank Doking, a little too aggressive. Wolf's going to have to hop away. The Cullen comes through, though, laying down a bit of damage. Wolf trying to get out of here. Gets caught by the tip of the Bard ultimate. Nowhere to go. He's going to die. And that's the second kill picked up here for Samsung.
I don't know what SKT is doing. Their decision-making is quite poor this game, and Samsung just collapsing on them at every opportunity. Yeah. SKT trying to pick these fights over and over and over again. They can't take the wins that they have. They can't just be patient and scale here. Only lost 1 turret so far, but it is that mid lane tower, and that's opened up the map. And trying to make a play onto the enemy blue when your mid lane turret is down is, I think, foolish at best. Duke had his TP, but had just finished soloing that Rise, so really couldn't move in with his amount of mana to try and contest.
Yep. Yeah, losing that mid tower. Having the mid tower be the one tower that went down is pretty bad and undesirable.
Yeah, Duke here too. He's got to be really careful because he's itemized full MR right now, and he has to deal with Ambition and Core.
Yeah.
But this item build with the Spirit Visage to allow him to use his passive to heal up very rapidly with how fast Rise casts spells. So basically, pretty much every other auto attack, he's going to be in a position to get a nice big chunk of HP. Right back, especially with the increased healing from the Spirit Visage. So nice bonus. SKT now deciding that perhaps is a good time to play cross-map objectives, which they should have been doing all game until they hit their power spike.
Yeah. But nothing is for free with these trades. They lose the top tier 1 as they take down the 1 in the bot side.
Yeah, Ambition doing the smart thing right here. He knows that he's got the damage to really shred this Maokai.
And this tower.
And this tower.
Say it takes a bit of damage. Ambition using those tanky stats from the Graves to just take a couple of those shots. Wave coming in. They might be able to get this one. Blank starting to pinch up. Wolf Spirit comes out. We'll be able to spot them. Ambition's like, that's fine.
Just walks in, takes his Wolf.
And now I'll take your tower.
Takes his tower. Wow, this is some swag jungle play here from Ambition.
Yeah, and this is looking a little bit worrisome for SKT, not just in the sense of this game, but also in the sense that they have to go up against KT next week.
Every game matters right now. If we end up in a situation where each team is tied in best of 3s, it goes to that game differential. It's incredibly important that you take 2-0s right now for all of the teams looking to get into the playoffs, because that may be the difference between making that 5th seed and just having a long off season.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of hope that we get to a point where it's Africa, SKT, the 2 teams that aren't necessarily locked in the playoffs, and it comes down to that. So Mickey versus Faker yet again. But
Ambition's back.
yeah, Ambition's just going to push himself in here and be like, this is mine. Snites it out. God, Blank is just not able to have anything. Nor is SKT. He just takes away the dragon for their second.
Ambition is definitely asserting his dominance in this game
Yep.
over Blank.
It's like 4 years of kicking your asses right here.
It's like, how is it, rookie? Do you like it now? I don't think he does like it now. I think he's.
I don't think so.
I think he's sad that he doesn't even have Rod of Ages yet.
Can you feel it, Mr. Krabs?
Well,
I think SKT feels it.
they do, and they've got to be very worried. But SKT just needs to hold on to their remaining turrets at this stage and continue to set up for some sort of siege. But that's hard that they've fallen behind in the turret game and they're going to have to overextend. They need to lay down the vision control first and really just to start abusing their poke. But they're just not there yet, as we see. Of course, Muramon is not going to be done for another few minutes.
Rough spot here. This is Blank. Yeah, his Rod of Ages is so late now.
I think the big win condition here for Samsung has to be this dragon. Like, they need to continue to get these dragons because basically the only way they're going to be able to force SKT to fight them is with a threat of a Baron or a 5th dragon. They simply do not have the engage tools to really make it work against SK Telecom with the amount of mobility and kiting they have. So Ambition, though, just going nuts this game. He's in the right place at all the right times.
Yeah.
He's following the minion waves and just taking turrets left and right.
I mean,
Blank just not responding very well to the pushes that are coming through or being on the opposite side of the map to try and match that pressure.
This is how he was playing when they took down the Rocks Tigers. Just Ambition going crazy.
I know, we all love Ambition. It's a very fun jungler to watch when he's on his game.
And that's been most of the games recently from Samsung. Sans Long New.
Except for the launch.
Except for that dark, forgettable game. For their sake, at least.
It's alright, they gave Longzhu the glimmer of the hope of playoffs
They
before
wanted to
Spenu
just-
came and dunked on them.
Yeah, they just wanted to.
That's actually very funny.
They wanted to co-sandbag with Spenu. Man, what a set that was. That was just
It's a really fun game.
We finally got the mid lane Jarvan.
I know, I've been waiting so long for that.
That was so great.
That
to see.
was like 6 weeks of
Just
hovering
teasing
it, teasing
Yep.
it, jab
Oh.
select.
Yep. Wolf throws out the Glacial Fissure. Crown throws out the Flash. Good cooldown to get burned, though, for the side of SKT. So, don't have to worry about that one, but I don't know if they're going to be able to punish further. They're going to try to. Throw out the Exhaust. Ooh, very quick E. Gets banged to the other side a little bit further away from Samsung.
And here's the problem. So Cube, I don't know why he TP'd in right there. That was actually a huge error.
Yeah.
The Bar ult had already been used and missed as Bang just arcane shifted out of it. So that's your engage gone right there. If Cube doesn't have home guard on him, he's not actually going to catch anybody from SK Telecom, most likely. And now they're down at a TP disadvantage. Could hurt their chances of this next dragon.
Yeah. They could at least match with Crown, but obviously not going to be nearly as impactful as Cube coming into the teleport.
No, absolutely they can't. Like, absolutely that will not be useful at all. So it's looking a little bit rough here for Samsung. Sure, they have this large gold lead, but if they don't get the next dragon, I think they're going to be in a lot of trouble.
Could very well be. See though, Rod of Ages starting to stack up for Cube. He's got a couple stacks on that now. Actually, I can't tell if it's a 7 or I think it's a 7. Okay, so he's almost done. But the Seraph's Embrace completed as well. So in a really good spot, looking like Merc Tread's going to be coming in next for him. So he doesn't want to get rooted down for too long here.
Yes, but Cube, we know on this rise can do damage.
Yes.
Achilleos. The question is, will he do damage? And I think the answer to that is, as long as SKT positions properly and keeps their vision up, makes sure to de-ward their flanks as they siege, they should be in a much better position.
Nope, Ambition going aggressive on the Blank. Works him down to half HP with little to no effort.
It's okay. He's got an Italy heal.
Yeah. Will be able to keep himself fairly sustained. Ambition, though, on the fast track to getting that Sterix.
Samsung's doing a really good job of maintaining an aggressive ward line in the river, preventing SKT from ever actually using their poke comp to siege. And then constantly threatening these tier 2 turrets as Ambition roams around the map. It's been a very good, strong point so far for Samsung, and they've got 50 seconds to make this next dragon work.
The other thing that this is doing, though, this delay in objective takes on the side of Samsung, who haven't been able to get anything in the last couple minutes here, is it's allowing a lot of time for Duke to keep scaling up defensively on this Maokai.
And he's going to be very important. He can peel this Rise straight off the rest of his team.
Yep, almost has the Frozen Heart completed. Warden's Mail and Glacial Shroud in his inventory. So, we saw yesterday Maokai pretty much unkillable once he gets that full build. Someday played it pretty magnificently.
He's always been a great Maokai player. It's fun to see him play that champion again.
Yeah, I believe Papa said that it was his most played champion.
No, Renekton is his most played champion historically.
In competitive play?
Someday? Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
I know my someday Achilles.
Then maybe it was his win record. There was something about someday and a lot of Maokai.
He has played a lot of Maokai, but Renekton is his most played champion.
Okay. Forgive me.
That's why I'm here, Achilles.
You've been here a little bit longer than I have.
Encyclopedia on Korean players.
Oh, Kube going to push the go button, but not going to be able to find anything. Short cooldown, though, so not going to be too punished as it's already 25% off cooldown. And now 50% off cooldown.
Yep.
That's just the story with Rise. Use it all you want. That's interesting. We have a Luden's Echo, very aggressive build coming out from Crown.
I just think they're trying to match poke right now.
Yeah. I think it'll be working out for them.
Also, just more valuable for split pushing. Perhaps they think that as long as they can 1-3-1 split push, they can prevent SK Telecom from grouping. This Dragon's been sitting here for a really long time now.
Yeah. No one really looking to start it up. Crown is splitting in that top side. The TP almost available. They might be trying to buy more time for Kuva to get his TP up because it's about 25 seconds off.
So they had to go. Yeah, Samsung has actually been able to clear out that top lane too. And Faker,
I don't know about that one.
There.
Yeah, don't fight Ambition. You will not win that one. Duke taking a lot of damage, already throws on the Ventral Maelstrom, trying to mitigate as much as he can. Wild Growth onto Ambition to lock him up and knock him up. Duke taking a lot of damage, has to flash away. Bard ultimate comes out and does catch him. He's one hit from dead. Looks like he's going to go down. Heal comes through, actually. Nice Unbreakable by Wolf to block the Q from Ambition. Now getting exhausted, has to flash away. Takes a bit of damage from the Javelin as well. Good disengage and good saving from SKT to keep that top laner alive.
Yeah, Bang had to blow. Bang and Wolf had to blow 3 of their summoners, though, to actually get that save to happen in the end. But they do manage to save Dookie. He does have TP. He's coming back out of base with his home guards right now. Blank and Faker just a little bit low on mana, but they have turned their attention to the Dragon. And,
well, the recall came in from Ambition.
Samsung, they really have to be able to fight this Dragon. This is a huge win condition for them. And if they don't... Ooh, this is really bad for them.
Yeah, they're just going to have to give this one up. Ambition on the run back, but not going to make it in time. So first Dragon for SKT, third overall at 26 minutes. And that's a win condition taken away, or at least heavily delayed here for Samsung.
Heavily delayed. I mean, we're looking at like a 44-minute fifth Dragon now for them. As we take a look here, Duke does get caught out a little bit roaming in from the river. Remember, they don't have very many wards there. And Ambition going to get the Wild Growth on him, and then, of course, coming through.
Honestly, the Bard ultimate helped keep him alive.
Yes.
And so, sorry, Wraith, but not exactly what you wanted to do.
Gave time for Bang & Wolf to get there, too, and use that summoner heal.
Yep. So, unlucky from the side of Samsung.
Well, Samsung, they have to force Baron now. They have to just keep repeatedly threaten this Baron as much as they can. With a 1-3-1 split push, keep Rise on the top side of the map now because you want him to be able to duck into the Baron pit because he's one of your primary damage sources at this Baron. Keep Lulu on, well, he's going bottom side. I guess they're just farming him. But you can see SK Telecom starting to get worried. They actually checked the Baron right there with the True Shot Barrage.
Yep. Looks like they're trying to get him that Void Staff before they go in for a big fight. So already got both components of it, so it should be pretty close to buying it. Already backing, so maybe he has the build for it. Yep. There it is. Void Staff comes through.
Still, you can see he's waiting to TP right now, starting to stack up. He's trying to punish them if they extend the siege.
He's got a lot of wards. He's actually going to take it here, coming in by the Wraith
That's
Camp.
not going to work.
Doesn't look like SKT see this one. He's going to come wrapping around the side. Should have gone for the back, but he does get the flash out from Faker. So overall, it's going to be a summoner for summoner, but TP down
That's
here.
a trade you're going to make, though.
Yeah.
If you're SK Telecom, you're happy to make that trade because now they just have Bardal. Here it is.
Well, here it is. Faker does get caught. Can they follow up this time? Wolf taking a lot of damage from the sidelines. Faker getting chunked out. That's going to be Wolf and Faker going down. Now they're on to Duke, who gets rooted by this Rise. Wild Growth comes through to pop him up, and there's nowhere for him to go. He goes down. Core JJ finding the kill. Bang, though, firing off a lot of shots with his backside. Blank goes deep, but he can't do a thing. Gets melted immediately. Kube going to find the kill now. Magical Journey comes through, and it looks like this could very well be Baron going over to Samsung.
Well, it depends on how much a hero Bang can be right here. They're all so low at the moment.
Looks like Bang is going to go for it. I don't see why
should.
not.
He should go for it.
It's a big hit onto Kube. Already pops the Seraph's Embrace. Might just knock them out of the pit. Bang's still going to come forward, low on mana. Throws out the Q, not going to connect. They take the Magical Journey, dash over the wall. And that's going to be Samsung getting out alive. All 5 members now with Baron buff.
Big mistake from SKT right there. You just let Faker die. It doesn't matter if he dies right here because now all their engage conditions are gone. All right, so you just defend the turret at the moment. And instead, they try and turn this around, but there's just so much damage. You cannot fight toe-to-toe with Samsung's composition.
Yep.
And Duke just going to go ahead and melt here, even as a Maokai, to the combined might of the Lucian, Graves, and of course that Rise. Well, that was actually not a bad idea from Blank, because at that point they've already lost 3 people, and if he can just come in and burst somebody down and maybe get 1 or 2 executes, Bang might actually be able to clean up that fight, and maybe they don't do Baron, or they definitely don't do Baron with that many low people. So it looked silly from Blank, but I actually think that was the right call.
No, I agree. I'm just impressed at how quickly he disappeared off the face of the earth.
They were quite ready for him to come in.
Yep. Such is Rise. Always has his spells available.
Yeah, but credit to the placement there of the Bard ultimate after they knew Faker's flash was gone. Faker tried to use his Zhonya's, his Yomu's to get the extra burst of speed to move out of the way, but he just was right on the edge of it.
Yep. Oh, Kube taking a lot, though. He's going to go down up in this top side, so splitting where probably shouldn't. It's really easy for SKT to just rotate over to that top side.
They've got to be really careful. Glitterlance going to attack Blank, so that'll stop any further engagement. Duke's still on the prowl here. He does have his flash, not going to use it.
Yep, looks like that's just going to be the disengage. Dragon getting ready to come up in 1:45, so Samsung likely just going to collect themselves. Get prepped for that one, would be their 3rd.
Yeah, so SKT just trying to delay them here, force them off the mid lane so they can actually finally take this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, they should be able to get this. The calling was obviously used by Core JJ to try to shove them away.
Yeah, Baron buff still up though, so it's really hard for them to push the minion wave.
True, and they don't have a ton of wave clear here.
Not enough. Looks like they will be able to do the job in the end. Yeah, Samsung's got to back off this turret.
Yeah, I think we'll just let this one go. Ambition actually coming around the sidelines. Faker taking a lot of damage yet again. Ambition going in with a flash. Going to try to get the kill. The Glacial Fissure will connect and knock him up in the air, but they can't finish off the concussive blows. Meanwhile, Duke just getting chipped away by Core JJ. Looks like they might be able to back off Bang, taking a lot of damage. Goes in with a twisted advance, but Wild Growth comes through immediately. Ambition, the Crown finding the kill. So now the tanky front line of Duke completely melted away. The Samsung go for more of the base. They have this open inhibitor for them. Looks like they're going to be able to take it.
Wow, and that was a split call there from SK Telecom. Once the Bard ult came in, 3 of them peeled off to try and deal with Ambition on the flank, which left their front line sort of all alone and at the mercy of Samsung's damage dealer. So even though it was a 4 versus 5, the combined gold lead that Samsung had with the fact that it was basically like 2 small skirmishes meant that Samsung was able to come out ahead, especially having that Baron buff too, and they're going for more. Baron's still up.
Yep, Ambition taking a little bit of damage though. The True Shot Barrage gets thrown out. The tower's going to fall though. This is going to be 2 inhibitors down in the base of SKT, and Duke's still not coming up for 6 more seconds. Could go for a TP flank play. Does have a couple in the jungle that he might be able to go to, but looks like SKT not going to be able to push forward. We're going to replay this fight in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, Blank and Duke right there, caught out by the Bard ultimate. Instead of their team staying with them, it's basically just a 3v1 and Ambition going the opposite direction, baiting them out, and then coming through right here. Once Duke comes in, can't get the damage down, knock him up with the Wild Growth.
Yep.
Ambition having another great game on Graves.
Yeah, Ambition is a monster on Graves, it seems. 4,000 gold ahead of Blank at the moment.
Well, it's probably going to have to look at some other games in this series if they would like to stay relevant. Of course, Africa looking at this with great trepidation too, because if Samsung can win this series, they would be obviously heavy favorites to beat Kongdu Monster, and that would mean that Africa would have to win all 3 of their final matches to tie the best of 3 score of Samsung to get that 5th place playoff spot. That would be quite challenging to do, especially when they have to play the Rocks Tigers later tonight.
Yeah. They have been looking pretty strong, though, but they have to follow up with Longzhu and CJ, so those games look very obtainable for them. But Rock's going to be
I mean, they're not pushovers.
The final boss,
that's the
really.
thing. It's like CJ and Longzhu may be pretty much out of the playoffs right now, but
they have their moments.
They definitely have their moments, so you can't take them lightly.
Yeah. Unfortunately for them, they just haven't had their moments in their recent matches.
Frequently enough, really.
There's always next split. It's the thing you have to just keep repeating in your head if you're those teams.
CJ fans have been telling themselves that for years.
That's very true. Wolf No getting engaged, takes a lot of damage. Calling gets canceled out for JJ. Wild Growth comes through just in time to keep him alive. Ambition in this front line layering out a ton of damage. Bard ultimate catches banging Wolf. Nice Cosmic binding the follow-up, and they are just melting through SK Telecom. Baker on the run tries to use Through the Skies to get out, but it's just going to be Blank that's able to escape. Barely so. Super Creeps already knocking down the Nexus Tower, so that's going to be the Nexus going down. Ambition getting a little too cocky, ruins his KDA in the game, but Samsung still comes out with a crushing victory over SK Telecom.
And to Samsung's credit, I said this is a very execution-heavy comp, very limited engage. They are going to be extremely reliant on good Bard ults to get them through this one. Wraith really delivered.
Yeah.
I mean, as great as Ambition played, if Wraith hadn't hit those Bard ultimates, it doesn't really matter how much gold Samsung is ahead. They're never going to catch the members of SKT.
Yeah.
So SKT also fought in their power troughs, didn't play to their win conditions, and sort of handed that one over to Samsung. But Samsung did a good job of everything they had to do, even with, I think, very limited options in a team composition to win that game.
Yeah. Didn't have to rely on the Dragons for that one.
Well,
100%.
Barons, so.
Yeah. 100% kill participation coming in for Wraith at the end of that game. Ambition with one death as he threw his life away, but also 100% kill participation. Just doing a great job applying that early pressure and just keeping Blank just contained that entire match. Blank unable to find any ground, not able to make really any ganks work. He had 1 kill, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
one of 3 that SK Telecom were able to acquire for themselves.
Ambition actually did the most damage to
God.
champions in that game out of everybody.
That is filthy. The next closest was Bang. What a game coming in from Samsung. We'll have to see if they're able to follow up in Game 2 or if SK Telecom are going to take us to Game 3 when we come back.
into your life. Help me to decide. Help me make the most of freedom and of pleasure. Nothing ever lasts forever. Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you. Everybody wants to rule the world. Everybody wants to rule the world. The world.
Welcome back to Champion Spring, your MVP from Game 1. It's no real surprise. It's Ambition with that Graves.
I mean, he was great, obviously. Output a ton of damage, put an immense amount of pressure on the map, and took a lot of those turrets and helped them develop that gold lead. But Wraith is a really close second in this game because
Absolutely.
he had to deliver for Samsung to actually capitalize on their gold lead.
Yeah, he had some really crucial Bard ultimates. Cosmic Binds as well in that last team fight were on point, locking down the bot lane of SKT. And obviously this pick here off of Faker was just
They should not have
beautiful.
tried to save him either. That's still a winnable game if you don't try and save Faker right there, but when everybody else dies and then you allow them to take the Baron, that's no longer a winnable situation. Another very good Bard ultimate. Ambition here just threatening on the flank, dealing damage. And they split him up and were able just to take out Duke's Maokai in this 4 versus 5. Samsung coming back off of Cube being picked off.
And this was the really crucial one as Bang & Wolf just immediately get bound up here outside of that one. Just gorgeous play by Wraith, of course, but Ambition doing wonders early on in that game, adding that pressure. It's a good performance for him as he approaches his 4-year anniversary.
Right. It's the 4-year anniversary, and
A 4-way tie for second place MVP as well. Everybody just hovering under Smeb by about 200 points, and Smeb maybe adding some more points to that later on tonight. But
Ambition really coming alive in this meta and forcing Blank and the rest of SK Telecom to assume the Ambition submission position.
the SKT definitely assumed the submission position in that last game. Within the first 10 minutes or so, they just laid on the ground and were like, all right, do what you will.
Yep.
We'll see you in game 2.
Well, SK Telecom, they went for this big scaling poke composition. They needed time. They decided that they were not going to give themselves that time by picking very odd fights instead of just staying in lane. And we are going to see a change on the side of Samsung.
Interesting. We would see a change coming in. Let's see. We'll take a gander. It's going to be Stitch coming in instead of Core JJ.
It's been a while since we've seen Stitch play.
Yeah.
Has had some really good Callista games, though. Most notably got a pentakill on Callista earlier this season.
Interesting decision. Why do you think Samsung decided to make this swap after taking game 1?
Maybe they have a secret strategy, Achilles. Only Stitch can play the secret AD carry that they're planning on using. I actually don't know. I don't think it makes any sense, but it's fine if that's what Samsung wants to do. Like, hey, we just beat SK Telecom really easily. We
Let's
should change something.
rosters. Yeah. Maybe what Longzhu should have done yesterday, but this is an interesting decision by Samsung. We'll have to keep our eye on this and see if it pays off. I got my hopes up for a second. I was like, Bengi's back! But
No.
still going to be blank.
No. That's not going to happen. Especially against Samsung, because you really need a guy who can actually take away the Nidalee pick and play it himself.
Yep.
So it'll be the Sivir ban once again for Samsung. I'm probably going to stick with the same Sivir and Azir bans. Now, they may first pick Corki here, depending on whether or not SK Telecom tries to go hard on banning out Ambition. They're going to ban the Rise, which I really don't think was the problem last game.
Kuve didn't. He was good, but it wasn't the catalyst for Samsung's success by any means. Definitely Wraith on the Bard and Ambition on that Graves playing insanely well. So, interesting decision to ban that one out.
Yeah, definitely, in my opinion, not the reason that game was lost. I think if you play a more measured early and mid-game by SK Telecom, you can beat that team composition quite easily.
Yep.
But
Corki to follow here, as well as Varus, as the second bans from both sides. So won't be looking for that first pick. So far, Nidalee still on the board as Poppy is the final ban from Samsung. So maybe looking for that pick for themselves. But question is, do they ban the Graves? Because I think Samsung would be more than happy to snatch that one up for themselves or the Kindred.
yeah, they will take one of those, depending on this final ban, and it will be the Nidalee.
So Kindred Graves available here for Samsung, but they're going to go ahead and lock the Azir, which made it through. So keeping that one still out of Faker's hands.
Alistar does make it through this time, banned by SK Telecom in the first game. And they may look to take that. Long time, one of Wolf's best champions. Maokai also here.
Last pick, the Zed. It looks like Duke might just have a repeat performance here for the Maokai.
So Kalista was not picked or banned in either of these games so far, which is quite odd.
She did suffer some changes.
Yeah, she's fine though.
Still quite a viable pick, though. We saw, I believe Arrow played that yesterday quite well. That themselves a win for KT.
And still definitely something SK Telecom can play around. They can obviously take Kindred or Graves here and take Kalista Lissandra.
Yep.
And they're going to change it up, and they say, all right, we're going to take the Graves instead.
And the Alistar.
Graves is more impactful than Kindred in team fights when it comes to damage output, just because he has all of that AoE. Kindred a little bit more single target focused, and it was Ambition with that AoE in those team fights that was so devastating.
Yeah, he had some really wonderful cues just melting the members of SK Telecom, specifically in that fight in the Dragon Pit where Faker just got pinned into the corner with nowhere to go. But second round, taking their time here, thinking about what kind of team composition they want to formulate, especially what AD carry they want to give for Stitch. Could go for the Lucian, that's been a big staple pickup for JJ recently in the past.
Just go back to Kalista.
It's available, why not take it?
Yep, you have the big front line already, especially if you pair that with the Maokai. You know that they're going to be playing Alistar support, so you're not as afraid of a Trundle pick unless it's going to be picked into the top side. And of course, Bang will troll Cloud Templar, as he does every single game.
It never ends, and it never will. Some wonderful trolling by Cloud Templar himself yesterday for
That was really fun.
April Fools. It was pretty great. I don't know much about the image that was put up.
Oh, that's
on
an
the wall.
old image from Brood War.
Oh,
with
wow.
Reach, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, not much of a Brood War guy. That was before my time.
Well, you missed out on the best esport of all time, so good job there.
Born too late, I suppose.
Nope, the VODs are still there. You can still go back and watch them.
But the game looks so dated. No, not
Yeah,
one of those.
it's
I
amazing.
don't care about graphics so much. But Lucian will be snatched up here to go into this Kalista for Bang. And Lissandra for Faker.
So they can take the Trundle away themselves and try and block a top lane tank pick, such as Nautilus, which has been one of Duke's go-tos. Of course, it will be the Kindred. That's not any surprise at all. Big zone control comp. Pretty standard stuff here from Samsung in the current meta.
Yep.
And they just blocked out Faker entirely. I mean, the Lulu is still available, but it hasn't been selected by SKT. And I thought they were going to go Kalista and Lissandra this game, but now that Kalista's been taken, they've had to go for a different pickup. But Faker just kind of goes in, ults himself, and allows Blank and Bang to play around the zone that he creates in the front line.
Oh, will be Braum and Kindred locked in here. So Ambition still getting okay.
Is this going to be Echo in mid lane or top lane? That's going to be the question because
This could be Flex, but I feel like it's going to be top.
yeah, I think it will be too, just because Faker is the Lissandra player on this team. But he's also been playing a lot of Echo and solo queue recently, and the tank Echo has been definitely making a return. A lot of top laners have started to pick him up. He's just been sort of getting these incremental boosts, and now he's more mobile than he was before with the lower cooldown on his phase dive in the early part of the game, and the bigger move boosts out of his passive.
Yep.
And you combine that with the lower cooldown on his Q that he got in the buff a few patches ago, so he has more reliable wave clear now.
We did see a tank Echo, I believe, the first week that patch came out, and it was a very bad.
It was very bad.
Very bad tank Echo.
He's been further buffed.
Yes.
So that obviously is going to make him even more attractive. And it will be Duke and not Faker taking him. I really would love to see some. I really would love to see some Faker Echo. He was that was one of those champions when it was released. I was like, this is a champion I want to see Faker play. But he hasn't played very much of it, sadly.
Most champions are champions that you want to see Faker play.
Yeah, but to greater or lesser degrees,
Yeah.
right? Like
For sure.
those highly mobile assassins. Those are the fun ones to watch Faker play.
Yep. Which is why I wish we were going to see the Zed in the mid lane. But unfortunately, not going to happen today, or at least not this game. Game 2, though, Samsung versus SKT coming up.
Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When they do, I'll be right behind you.
Alrighty. On to the Rift here for Game 2. If you're just joining us, Samsung currently 1-up over SK Telecom, looking to close out with a 2-0. And every game matters. A 2-0 here for Samsung would be extremely advantageous for them moving into playoffs.
Yeah, it would also put SKT in a really uncomfortable situation in the standings because they would fall behind KT. That would make playing KT even more impactful or more necessary for them to win, to maintain or to even get, I should say, a second place standing and avoid playing another best of 5. So yeah, definitely really crucial for both of these teams. Win from Samsung here would absolutely be huge for them too.
Yep.
Huge.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
SKT, though, probably going to have to use this double teleport to their advantage to try to get ahead of Samsung early. Ambition, of course, the jungler that wants to be able to farm. And what better champion to farm on than Kindred? We'll have to see how quickly he can get sated this game.
Yeah. So 11 wins for Samsung, or for any team really, is kind of the magic number right now, because that puts them out of reach definitively of CJ and Longzhu and would force Africa to win all the rest of their matches. As we see a little bit of an invade here, but no real harm done.
Yep.
And so a win by Samsung here, because their last matches against Kongdu Monster, would mean that, barring a disaster, they would have a playoff seed.
Yeah. And I think it's a disaster that's very easily avoided.
I think so too.
Kongdu Monster, definitively the 10th place team here in Champions. After Spenu have looked rather good lately.
Yeah, shockingly enough. More like the Spender we expected to see at the beginning of the season. Took them a while to get it together, but can't ignore that performance yesterday. It was spunky. It was a little weird,
But it was quite fun.
It was very fun.
But now all of the players have their hands broken because their coach
That was so funny.
gave them high fives that were just you could see them cringe before he even slapped their hand. They were just like, please no. He's like, give it.
I like how they became increasingly nervous as he went down the line of players and reluctant to give him the high five. That was my favorite part.
Yeah. Coach, please. We did good this time. We usually only get punished when we lose the games.
Well, I mean, that's the mild punishment. Yeah. It's much worse when they lose.
Yeah.
It's much worse.
The belt. No, I'm sure Spenu does not beat their players when they lose.
They beat them when we win. When they win, we know that.
Yeah. It's reverse psychology. I don't know how it works, but
It doesn't.
It doesn't. It really doesn't.
Definitely does not. Well, good times in the lane swap. Faker
Yep.
getting poked out in the mid lane, as you would expect early on in this matchup. Crown going to be taking the cleanse this game just to deal with Faker's
course.
CC, but that does, of course, give them that double TP advantage.
Yeah, we see Ambition take away this bottom jungle here from Blank, so doing a good job.
It's a little bit of a bold invade right there, but using the recall timing to get the deep wards in, that's the information that he needs. Duke still able to stick around in this lane as Stitch a little bit slower to make it out to the minion wave, so we'll be able to pick up a few extra creeps. A little bit faster tempo.
Yep.
SKT, not much of an advantage, and Stitch is going to make him decide he wants to get out of there and start meeting up with the rest of his team for another push.
Aggressive start here from Faker, going straight for the blasting wand.
That's actually quite surprising.
Yep. So, I mean, we'll still be able to build into an Abyssal Scepter, but wanting that increased damage, perhaps be able to clear out these waves a little bit faster, maybe have some more roam impact on the map. But
I think that's what he wants to do. I think it's mostly just about the wave clear and opening up opportunities for him to use his TP or to roam, as opposed to trying to all in this Azir, which cleanse would obviously be challenging.
yeah. Looks
You gotta
it might
find the
just-
people without the cleanse, Achilleos, and kill them instead.
Yeah. Looks like it might just be a swap of towers here, as Duke just joined the rest of his team in that bottom side, so a little bit of a late arrival, but turrets should still go down at a similar pace here, as Kalista is not going to be very fast to take them down. Neither is Maokai.
And actually, SKT going to make a very quick exit out of this lane and then just go top,
Yeah.
actually, instead of going for the dragon. So looks like they're going to make, looks like what SKT is going to do is actually just mass recall, take the Rift Herald, and then try and make a tier 2 tower push out of the top side. It's a little bold. Normally, you can see a change right there.
The bangs are coming through from Samsung, so it looks like they're going to go ahead and start up the Rift Herald themselves.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty delayed, though, for a tier 2 tower push. See how they defend this as SKT going to come in, clear out some pink wards, and they're going to take away that Rift Herald. That's smart when I think they realized what was going on. They weren't going to be able to actually... they weren't going to give up the dragon, so you can just take that Herald, see if maybe you can pick up the dragon on the other side, but SKT is going to have a pretty fast push coming in this top side, but at least it won't be Herald empowered.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, both of these junglers are going for the Tracker's Knife, so prioritizing vision for their team as opposed to skirmishing power.
Yeah, surprising for Ambition to do that, but
Yeah, we've been seeing that adaptation on a few Kindreds. It's still very much the Skirmisher Saber that we see the majority of the time, but we have seen Tracker's Knife coming through recently, so
okay.
it's an interesting pickup.
SKT in this lane swap. Here comes the push. We already see Blank has set up for the tower play, and it looks like they're just trying to play a more aggressive, fast-paced early game with around the minion waves. This is what Ambition and Samsung did to them in the last game. Just made sure that the jungler was in lane, taking down these towers consistently.
Yeah.
And by not going for the dragon, they're hoping to get themselves a little bit more early game gold and a turret advantage as a result. That's what they're going to get right here. There's no way really that Samsung's going to be able to take that turret before anybody can get there from their members of SKT.
Yeah, and Duke still has a decent amount of wave clear with that Q that he can throw out. Gets double stacks onto all the minions, just a couple hits and they go down.
Yeah, you see the ping's coming through right there, but Wolf already on his way back, so he's going to be there to try and
Faker
help
coming around the
defend this.
backside, twisted defense on the Cuvée with a flash away, trying to keep him alive, but the Frozen Tomb does come down, and he's going to die. First blood going over to SKT. It's Faker that takes it in the end. Looks like they will be able to take down the tier 2, but still going to be a gold lead going over to SK Telecom.
Yeah, they have to TP right back into the mid lane to defend this. So I'm not sure about that from SKT. They could have defended their tier 2 right there instead of just trading evenly. All they really got was the first blood gold out of it. They also probably could have stayed in that bottom side and base raced the inhibitor and forced Samsung away, instead of just giving it up. Once you get that kill onto the Maokai and Faker's there, why not just 5-man push into an inhibitor? You already have the speed to do it. No one left, actually. Wolf didn't complete his recall. So I think that was a bit of an error actually from SK Telecom. They gave up more than they had to, and they didn't take a big enough advantage.
Yep. Well, they do arrive in time to maybe pressure out and take this dragon. We see things coming through. The recalls happened here for Stitch, who is on the roam back. SK Telecom are going to start this up. Question is, do Samsung try to contest in any way, or do they just let this one go over? Looks like it's going to be the latter, as Ambition just continues his clear through the jungle, trying to get that Devourer completed so he can start the path to Satan. So SKT answering nicely with another objective take, so making up for what maybe was a little bit of a misstep and a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think you just pushed for the inhibitor there.
That's fun. That was a
invisible
good
blue buff?
Yeah, that's a very interesting hidden feature. I was like, oh, Blank doesn't realize that the blue's there. Oh, he's auto-attacking something. Okay. Just fun.
The unseen blue buff is the deadliest. Kilios.
Well, I don't think that Blank's in any danger of dying to that one. But still just happy little mistakes.
No, that's a spectator climb bug.
Yeah.
They can see it, guys. You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, that would be, I think Blank would be very confused if he couldn't see the blue. That would be grounds for a remake. It's like, I can't kill it. It's not there. It says that it's alive. It says that it should be spawned here. I don't understand. Ambition though, gonna try to fight him over this red buff. That's by Blank using that smoke bomb to deny the vision. And Ambition going to have to just pack it up and head out of this jungle. Faker actually going for the Rod of Ages, so not for the Abyssal Scepter as I first anticipated. Duke throws out.
Nice stun.
Nice stun there. Throws out the W, gets Kube. He's taking a bit of damage. But trading back here. Duke actually just gonna fall. Kube will die in the end. Can Ambition trade this one out? Blank very low on mana. Crown coming up to the top side. Goes in. Lamb's Respite to keep Ambition alive. Bang coming in. You have to stay on that one, but he can't make it over the wall. Throws a tomb on a Crowd who's taking a lot of damage. Cannot get out of this one alive. And that's going to be 3 kills picked up for SK Telecom. Duke, the only one going down on SKT.
That play from Bang was awesome.
That was really good.
Just the culling afterwards, too, right over the wall to help line up the kill onto Crown, who flashed onto the high ground there just to try and get out of the way, but Faker landing the frozen tomb, and
just in time.
so wow, look at this. So
Just
just comes
looked
in with
good
this
for
stun.
Samsung.
Yeah, it did look good for Samsung at first. Of course, this Maokai doing a lot of damage to Duke. Duke doesn't have any MR yet, or armor for that matter, just that Bomby Cinder, so he's not going to be able to be as tanky. And then Blank going to come in here. Blank decides, oh, I cannot get hit by that Emperor's Divide, but then the heal flash on top of the Kindred and just waiting out the ultimate, and Faker there on the finisher too as Crown gets over the wall. Just beautiful skirmishing from SKT.
Yep, and they take their first rift, Herald off the backside of that. So very nicely played. Looking more like the SK Telecom we were expecting from game 1.
Well, they decided to play a composition where they can actually skirmish, so if they want to skirmish early, they will have the tools to do so, Achilleos. Funny how that worked. Koba's like, all right, you guys aren't in the mood for that composition. We're just going to play a composition, and you can play it exactly the same as you did last game, only it will be much more successful this time around because you'll have the proper champions to do that with.
Faker also playing a champion that he plays a lot more than Jace.
That is also true.
Making it work so far. 2 kills for Faker, having a much better game compared to the last. Rod of Ages has been completed and will start stacking up. Also good for the Boots of Lucidity, so big CDR build for Faker coming up in the near future, looks like. Whereas Crown just completing the Natcher's Tooth. Now with an all magic mantle, probably looking for the Abyssal Scepter in his next big item purchase. Stitch being engaged on nice double pulverize there from Wolf as he goes in. The teleport coming through as well from Duke. Can they get the catch? Could throw out the W, but he's pretty far out. Oh wow, nice pitch from Blank on the backside. The Fate's Call will save Wraith's life, but Stitch falls all the same. Both summoners blown, and he still goes down.
Yeah, Faker canceled his TP. Didn't actually end up showing up to that fight there. He had nailed down the kill, and no opportunity to get it onto Wraith since he had already used the Fate's Call at the time that Stitch had died, and the tower's going down awful fast.
Yep. SK Telecom looking much more on point and in form here in this game at the moment. Let's see, it's going to be the Essence Reaver has been completed for Bang. Boots of Lucidity as well for him, so not going for the Swifties. Just looking for big CDR for that Lucian. So he can keep throwing out these callings, work through these waves.
And I like the way SK Telecom's playing this game. Samsung has what is probably the stronger team fight composition, especially in the late game. But instead, they're just making use of their teleports, making use of their strong burst damage from Lissandra, Graves, and Lucian to create picks and then take objectives off of that. And that's led them to a healthy gold lead here in game number 2.
3.8 thousand up at the moment, so not too shabby here from SK Telecom. Ambition, though, still trying to scale up. Just gets his 10th stack here for Devour, so not going to be coming out anytime soon. Just a third of the way there. Still has to farm up. Unable to get any real kills since he picked up the... Unable to get any kills since he picked up the Devourer. So not going to be gaining stacks quite as quickly as he might like. And second, Rift Herald being denied as well. Just keeps him down even further.
Having a tough time this game.
Yes, he is. Went ham in the first one. And now they're going to have Ambition assume the submission position.
Not out of it yet, though. Samsung can just hold on to this gold differential and keep their remaining turrets up. They're still going to have a lot of opportunities in the late game just because of the amount of damage that SKT is going to have to do to them. And Lissandra just isn't that great in the late game. So people start to get that QSS. Of course, you need to transition into ulting yourself, which doesn't provide anywhere near as much sustained damage over a long team fight as the Azir does.
But the Lissandra will be really key in fights layered with the W from Duke. If they can stack those on top of each other,
Ooh, that's hard.
That is going to destroy Samsung.
That's true, but it's also really hard to do that.
Yeah.
Really hard. So, Baker going to come up to this top side, trying to punish them for being overextended.
Take the glacial path forward, catches Ambition with the frozen tube, gets knocked by the pulverizer. We'll be able to drop the lamps respite in time, but nobody is nearby on the side of Samsung to help them out. And Duke coming up to the top, Ambition getting exhausted on the run. Here comes Blank and Duke from the backside. Kuve trying to be that tanky front line, keep Ambition safe, but he can only do so much. Ambition going to go down, Blank finding the kill. Now Kuve on the run, has to blow the flash. Glacial Fissure from Wraith as well to help with the disengage, but that's still a Kindred down, and another kill picked up for SK Telecom.
Yeah, Duke back on the split push now too, gone for the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's the second completed item, so he's got some great wave clear now between the Time Winder and the Bomby Cinder, and of course the Iceborne, so that's going to be nice for any kind of split push he wants to set up. Bang just sitting back and waiting for these minion waves. Did use the culling to actually clear one of those out in the mid lane, prevent Crown from taking that mid lane tier 1 turret, but just one kill. When all is said and done, Faker still doesn't have the burst damage to actually annihilate Kindred, even with the help of the knockup from Wolf before the ult can go down. But he will. He will.
He will indeed. See, he is also getting the Abyssal Scepter. So I'm just going to cut through that MR that Ambition is getting from the Hex Drinker a little bit. Help him out quite nicely. Abyssal Scepter has since been completed by Crown, however. We'll see where he wants to take this build path next. Could go for, I mean, really any number of items. Riley's Crystal Scepter
is what it'll go,
is what I think we'll see. But you never know, could just be looking to go aggressive, get something like a Rabbitin's Death Cap. I don't know. It can go anywhere, but it's probably the Rylai's.
In this composition against SK Telecom's amount of burst, you're definitely going to want the Rylai's. Kalista's going to be the one doing a lot of the late game damage, of course, with the Hurricane and the ability to hit everybody. So you really want to get all those slows and to maximize the number of Hurricane targets for Kalista. I think he will go Rylai's.
We'll have to see when he goes for his next back.
Bang went Shiv instead of Rapid Fire Cannon. I don't know about that one. Does allow him to clear those waves faster, which, to be clear, is a concern from SK Telecom. They don't have very much ranged wave clear, just that Lissandra Q, because, of course, Time Winder's going to be falling off without any kind of AP as the game goes on. It will be a less reliable option.
SKT may be looking for some kind of bait in the jungle, but not going to get spotted out. But this bot lane's really far forward, could be collapsed on. Looks like SKT, however, are going to go ahead and pay some attention to this mid lane as the wave was getting ready to move into the tower. Could be the TP play coming in, and it will be. Double teleport coming on the backside from Faker and Duke. Ambition, Stitch, and Wraith with really nowhere to go.
Geez.
This is pretty hopeless. Kuve gonna match teleport Crown on a really late roam down. Kuve locks up Wolf, who has that Alistar ultimate pop. Faker going in, locks him down. Ambition gonna be the target. The Lamb's Respite gets dropped to try to keep him alive, but it's not gonna do enough. That's all three members going down. Now Wraith and Crown having to hightail it out of here. Faker going to chase forward, but they get the flash all the same away from that Braum. Crown just not in the right place at the right time. And maybe still not out of danger. Nope, just dashes away with the Sand Soldiers.
Well, how could he be? He doesn't have the TP in this game. And SK Telecom punishing Samsung for overextending, using both of their TPs to set up that play and really make it work. Samsung really didn't have much of a chance right there.
Oh, maybe going for the dive. They throw out the parallel convergence. Not able to connect, though. Crown's just going to have to run straight into the jungle. And that's going to be the mid-tier 1 falling here. So now 5 turrets to 3. SK Telecom with a massive gold lead and not even 20 minutes in.
Yeah, it's looking like the exact opposite of last game. Both teams have shown a good ability to snowball so far in this series. SKT doing a better job of playing to their win conditions in this game, playing those early skirmishes well and translating them into a big gold lead. Samsung so perpetually on the back foot here, not able to respond to the double TP plays. And I mean, they tried to just wait long enough for Crown to get there, but remember, Crown is walking through a jungle that is completely dark to him, so he is going to be a little bit uncomfortable with that situation. Lamb's Respite goes down, but it's just not enough to save anybody. As soon as that drops, so does the Frozen Tomb right on Stitch's head.
Yep.
And without the QSS or even a Hurricane right now, he's pretty much useless in team fights.
Yeah, and he is just falling further and further behind Bang. 2-0-5. And we can see another BF sword in his pocket. Went for the call build as well. Was able to get away with that and not get punished whatsoever. Stitch just went straight for the blade of the Ruined King and now going for the Hurricane. Like you said, not doing any damage to really anybody on the side of SK Telecom.
No, you need both of those items before you start doing damage. Listen, here we go.
Big time. The pulverizing. The Sand Tower's there,
Oh
but it's
my.
not going to do a whole lot. Finger goes in. A huge amount of burst on the hip. Lamb's Respite not going to keep him alive once again. Stitch barely makes it out with his life, having to use the flash. But Ambition falls all the same. Crown, both summoners down now as well. This is Samsung just crumbling under the pressure that SKT are continuously pushing down on them.
Yeah, Duke has to be careful because he has no MR here against this Azir. Decided to go for double armor items instead. Protect him against Ambition and Crown, as well as push those waves, but not really going to be very useful in the lane against the Azir, or perhaps even in some of these team fights. But yeah, SK Telecom just looking dominant in their engages. Great setup there from Faker, who has been much more on point this game than he was in game number 1.
Yep, that's going to be third Dragon now going over to SK Telecom with just under 22 minutes. So should it come to it, we can see the fifth coming out at about 34. Something tells me SKT might just be able to close out this game before that happens, unless Samsung can do some crazy things.
I think you're right, Achilles. I think you're right. So it's all about Baron now. SK Telecom certainly can do that rapidly. Still have to be a bit cautious. Don't want to get caught in there. Once the Callista has the Hurricane, and Crown can insert a bunch of Sand Soldiers right into the pit for some additional poke damage.
Stitch, though, late on the Hurricane and going to be even later on a USS, so even if he gets that item,
it's really
Faker
bad.
can just burst him 100-0. Lamb's Respite will only do so much. We've seen it in these last fights. It's just not enough to keep anybody alive.
And Faker's been really good about holding his ultimate until that ability is already down, and then they just blow somebody up immediately afterward in the team fight.
Yep. See, though, Giant's Belt has been picked up, so it will be the Rylai's Crystal Scepter coming in for Crown. Still, everybody on Samsung just falling further and further behind.
Back to Baron baiting. Well,
Oh, what a
the
wonderful
TPs are
life.
up, so let's see some more diving, SKT. I believe in you.
I mean, they have Duke with this Echo coming around the backside. Emperor's Divide gets thrown out really early by Crown. Not really going to block anybody in. Wolf does take a bit of damage. Still has both of his summoners and that ultimate available. So still in a pretty safe spot. He's going to have to spam that Triumphant Roar. Try to get himself back up to full. Ambition, though, getting jumped on the Frozen Tomb, comes down. Amps Respite as well into the Calling. Can they catch him? No, collateral damage is not going to connect. Bang! Takes a lot from those Sand Soldiers and has to dash away. Duke on the backside, where are you going?
He was just providing zones on the backside with parallel convergence and got caught out right there. Wasn't in sync with the rest of his team on their retreat.
Yep, did have to use his flash to get out of there. But still makes it out alive, so Samsung not able to pick up really anything.
Yeah, the issue that SK Telecom is running into right now is even with this
Oh, wow. This
right.
is really aggressive on the ground.
background.
Yep, what was that about issues? They're making some plays happen here. Crown getting caught out with that headbutt pulverize. Here comes Duke.
Well,
And Blank gets the kill.
Duke was not even needed.
Yep, he got the assist.
He's closer to Baron, so I guess that's a big plus as they're going to try and at least bait it, see if they can force a fight right now.
I think we can just take it. There's no Lambs Respite available for Ambition. He'd have to go on a suicide mission to be able to take this
An
one
ambition
away.
suicide mission.
The
you
Ambition
say?
suicide mission. Great throws out the Glacial Fissure. Ambition going to get engaged on, taking a lot of damage, and he just gets melted. Duke coming up with the kill. Exhaust on the Stitch, who just can only jump so far. Great's trying to body block with the Unbreakable. Might actually be able to make it out of here as he's now free of that exhaust, but I don't think the same could be said for Kube. His 3 stacks. Wraith going to go down. Stitch with really nowhere to go. Flash headshot pulverize there from Wolf. Will catch him. He falls. And this is just SK Telecom running away with the game. 14-1 in kills. Up now 10,000 gold. And probably just going to go straight back over to Baron, take it.
Yeah, they need that Baron because their siege is actually quite poor in this game. Look how low range they are on their auto attacks. The 2 melee champions, Graves, Lissandra, and Lucian. That's not awesome when it comes to taking down turrets, so they have to have those extra minions there to buy themselves a little more time and close that distance.
Oh, just for good measure, Baker TPing in on the backside here. Wolf getting engaged on. Doesn't have that ultimate available, but will be able to run out. Duke having to use his ultimate as well. The Baron goes down, gets confirmed by Blank. And that's going to be Crown falling. Kuve is able to kill Bang. But he is pretty much in no man's land, trying to kite away as fast as he possibly can. Goes in onto Duke, can get the kill. Now Blank may be in a bad spot. Samsung trying to fire back as best as they can, but there's still 3 members alive on the side of SK Telecom. Just hold on to those Baron buffs, and they will be able to do so.
They pay a minor price, but at least they trade evenly. Samsung comes in, takes removes a couple Baron buffs, but not really ultimately going to mean a whole lot. Stitch finally gets his Hurricane, but still no QSS. Gonna try and come in here. That's a whiff of a Braum ultimate, unfortunately, and Samsung really can't fight this without the Lambs Respite, which was still on cooldown by the time they went in there. Ambition, an easy target. Bang just chasing him down with the help of the rest of his team. Stitch makes a valiant attempt to escape by using his hops on the minion waves, but Wolf says, I still have Flash.
Yep.
And
Flash he does.
That's the end of the Stitch story.
Yep. And it's not looking too good. Have to wonder what was really the thought. Obviously, this isn't the I'll have to maybe hold my thought. Maybe not. I was going to say, it's not obviously the key to SK Telecom's victory here, but I still want to know what the thought process was behind swapping Stitch in instead of poor JJ just sticking it out. Interesting decision by Samsung. Overall, not much of anything working out for them.
Yeah, although Core JJ would not have saved this particular game. SK Telecom has just been faster. Perhaps he would not have overextended in that bottom lane, which gave SKT quite a large number of kills, but in any event, Crown also overextending in the mid lane, providing many opportunities for SK Telecom to TP in behind them and lock them up and then take objectives afterwards.
Yep. This is overall just poor decision making by the side of Samsung, and SK Telecom looking more like themselves. You can see this is going to be a 4th Dragon coming in here. At just about 28 minutes. 6 more could still see that 5th Dragon. SK Telecom have not broken the inhibitor line quite just yet. But still have a bit of that Baron buff left. We'll see if they're able to make anything happen with the vestiges of it.
I think we're going to have to wait for 5 dragons here, Kilios.
So be it.
That's what I think. With Unless they can die, they're willing to dive at this stage of the game.
I think they are. They got about 20% of that buff left.
It's still super hard to dive an inhibitor turret against a Brahmin in this year.
Yeah.
It's probably not worth the risk. And when it comes down to it, their siege composition, their sieging is pretty bad with this composition. You might as well try and go for perhaps another dragon or the next Baron or whatever you can get. But base, a tough nut to crack.
Moving these Baron empowered minions in. Wolf is going to get a double pop up. Crown gets locked down. Lamb's Respite does drop in time to keep him alive for the time being. Still going to fall in the end of collateral damage. Kume maybe looking like he's going to be the next one as he is just sitting in the front line taking all of the damage. No, it's going to be Ambition as Bang goes in. Another Pulverize comes through. Wraith gonna fall. Kuve, the only member left alive on the opposite side of the base from where he wants to be. He's going to go down. The tower's going to follow. And this is just going to be SKT looking like they're going to take game 2.
So the dive comes through. They're able to get onto Crown before he can actually preemptively use his Emperor's Divide. They find the pick they need on the dive, and they're going to take the game.
That they are. So game 3 now. SKT versus Samsung. Samsung back on the red side. Might be their key to victory, but SKT are looking pretty unstoppable after this game. 7 times the amount of kills of Samsung. And there's a huge gold lead by the end of that one. Samsung just not looking anything like themselves from the first game.
We know how Ambition likes to play. He likes to farm for the majority of the early game, and if you start trying to force these fights while Ambition just wants to farm, oftentimes he won't be there for some of these crucial engagements. And so double TP shown to be an effective strategy against Samsung's play style.
Yep.
Really mixing it up, SK Telecom trying something quite different from their strategy in game number 1, going hard in the early game as opposed to waiting to scale with a poke composition. And it works for them, but Samsung here, they try and play for the late game this time. Big late game team fighting composition. Can't quite get there after some overextensions cost them quite a few kills.
Yep. Bang. Doing a hell of a lot of damage. Crown did as well. Crown did about 1,000 less than, but it didn't really seem like it because Crown was never really in these fights.
Well, he did a lot of damage to Faker in lane. Is part of it, because, of course, any poke champion like Corki or Azir in the mid lane, you're going to be picking up quite a bit of damage on it. And we'll see if Samsung can bounce back. 2 one-sided games played so far. Impressive win for each of Samsung and SK Telecom.
Yep. Do or die time for Samsung. Want this win. We'll see what happens when we come back with game 3.
텅텅텅텅텅텅 게임 팬 여러분들 안녕하십니까. 텅텅텅 스프링 2016 2라운드 안녕하세요. 게임 캐스터 당군 김은중입니다. 자, 요즘 롤챔스를 보다 보면 좀 깜짝 놀랐습니다. 아니, 관객석이 텅텅 비었어요. 하지만 신기하게도 표준 10분 만에 매진된대요. 자, 그럼 저희가 직접 한번 예매해볼까요?
뭐가 될 것 같아. 여기? 뭐야? 맛있다. 아, 뭐야? 안 되는데. 어떡해. 진짜. 너 망했어.
그거 잘못된 것 같아. 5,000원짜리 표 한 장이 5만 원으로 둔갑한다는 롤챔스 티켓. 아니 대체 표를 사놓고 왜 안 오시는 겁니까? 오직 기부천사들입니까? 그 진실은 바로 암표입니다. 요즘 중땡 나라에 롤챔스 티켓으로 표테크 하신다는 분들 꽤 많다고 하는데요. 롤챔스만 쳐보면 이렇게 거래가 쏟아져 나옵니다. 근데 판다는 분들도 많지만 산다는 분들도 굉장히 많습니다. 하지만 결국 거래가 성사되지 않은 매물은 이렇게 텅 빈 자리로 남게 되는 거죠. 다행히 썸머 시즌부터 옮긴다는 상암 e스포츠 경기장은 800석 가까이 된다고 하니까 뭐 이런 문제는 곧 해결되겠지만 그래도 얼른 대책 마련이 좀 시급한 것 같습니다.
시간은 또 금세 흘러 기대품을
Welcome back. Your MVP is Blank with a deathless game on the Graves. Definitely having a better time than he did in that first match as Nidalee. This time making some crucial plays and coming up with some big kills.
Yeah, that play there, picking it up onto Cube and then getting out right in the nick of time, dodging the Emperor's Divide as he sees Crown coming in, and then this kill, of course, onto Stitch, just blasting him into the next life.
Yep.
Collateral damage.
Blasting him into the next game. And yeah, this was just really surgical from SK Telecom, just working through Samsung time and time again and picking them apart piece by piece.
Great team effort, though. Great coordination around the double teleports. I actually picked Faker as MVP, but I think you could have made a pretty reasonable case for either Faker, Blank, or Bang in this game.
I went for Wolf. I wanted to be a little bit different. I thought he had some really key pulverizes.
Sure.
They're constantly catching multiple members, so it was a pretty clean performance by him.
Setting up those engages, too. Definitely a good one. There's a nice headbutt pull right there. Helps lock down the last two kills.
Yep. But it will be going over to the rookie jungler. Who's had some pretty big shoes to fill. So far, doing a pretty decent job.
He's becoming a hybrid of
He is
Bengi and Ryu right there.
Extremely meditating.
Battle napping while puffing out his cheeks. Combining two pre-game rituals of two different players.
Oh, here we go. Well, I can't say I'm too shocked. Stitch gets rotated straight back out, and Core JJ is thrown right back in, who's doing a little bit of meditation of his own.
Everybody's just going to fall asleep before this next game. These games have been exciting. Don't fall asleep.
Yeah. Not sure if it's actually them passing out or if they're just actually trying to concentrate. I think it's the latter.
The battle nap.
The battle nap.
Long time Ryu
Fall asleep
tradition.
in between teleport cooldowns. Sit there.
That's what I do.
As you're waiting for the home guard teleport, just
Like-
close your eyes.
Is Barret or Dragon up? No? All right, time to sleep.
All right, wake me when it's ready.
That's right. We'll have someone to cast in.
I believe I was telling you about what Matt does at Team Liquid sometimes.
Oh,
where
yeah,
he will play through the night. He will start at about midnight, and he will sleep in between his queue times because, as you know, dynamic queue is not very friendly for queue times. So he will just fall asleep on an air mattress with his headphones on, and and just pass out in between and then wake up when that big noise happens when your Q pops. And he does that until about 10 in the morning and then goes straight into scrims.
It's not very healthy.
Nope, man's dedicated though. Definitely not healthy. But bans coming out. Rise still going to get a ban here from SK Telecom. And Varus, of course, they just don't want that one in the hands of Ground. The Azir will make it back, as does the Sivir. So Samsung looking like they're going to play the same bans that they had in the first game.
Not going to be mixing it up too much, it would appear, but they won't be getting their hands on the Rise this game. We will see a bit of adaptation here from SKT, and they're going to take away the Kindred and look to first pick either Graves or Nidalee. So Samsung has to leave Graves and Nidalee up right now if they don't want that to be their fate, but that means Poppy might get through.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Poppy was banned.
Or Corki.
Last ban by both teams when they played the blue side, so this is a very important final ban here from the side of Samsung. What do they try to prioritize? Because it will be the Corki, so the Nidalee could come through, but it looks like SKT with Blank just getting MVP on that Graves are going to first pick it for him.
I definitely did not expect them to first pick the Graves when the Nidalee was still available. Now, Samsung has to be careful. They take the Alistar and the Poppy, but Blank can take the Nidalee here, and then they can flex the Graves into a lane. So they can't. I don't know about the Poppy and the Alistar together. There's still a danger that Ambition gets stuck on something like Gragas, which isn't necessarily a death sentence for the team. He did win a Gragas game against Jin recently, but
He does like farming too.
he's responsible for so much of his team's damage up, but that you really do hurt Samsung when he's not on something that can farm quickly and then come in and deal a lot of damage in team fights.
Yep. Will just be the Trundle and Lucian pickup here. Not surprising. You see that Poppy come through. They just want to snatch that one up. Could be in the top side for Duke. More than likely going to be Wolf on support with the Trundle, but we have yet to see.
Yeah. Trundle really is not flexed in Korea into the top lane anymore. We've seen a
very
lot,
rarely.
very rarely these days.
It's like Lulu.
It is like Lulu.
Pretty much always in the mid. Unless you're Spedu.
Unless you're Spedu it. Then you put it at the top with a super fast rise.
Speaking
Lulu,
of,
Lulu could be taken here.
Our gears
Lulu
were
Ash
burning.
would be a very odd combination. So I think we go back to the Lucian. Just do Lulu Lucian again.
well, the Lucian's already been taken.
Oh, Lucian has already been taken. You're right. So have to figure out.
So
something
now what do you
else.
do, Motzi?
Well, I don't think Samsung knows either. They're going to lock in the Gragas, not even going for the Nidalee here. This is going to be a very rare game where Nidalee is neither picked nor banned.
Yeah, really odd. Like you said, could still see the Graves flexed, but I
No, you're not
don't
gonna do that
see
now.
I don't see that happen.
Yeah, you're not going to do it now that you know they're not going to pick the Nidalee, and it's not going to be a top lane Gragas, obviously, with the Poppy there.
Please just lock me in Moo. Give me a top lane of Moo. Wow, Karma coming through.
All right, so they're setting up for a poke composition. This will
Okay.
be Faker in the mid lane with the Karma. And Karma, very lane dominant early. You have to be careful with her.
Yeah, and Echo just going to come straight back out for Duke as well.
And the problem that we're seeing here from SK Telecom is that they don't have the highest damage composition. And Karma does fall off in the late game, but still going to be able to provide those shields for Bang's Lucian or for Blank's Graves in this game. So pulling out something just a little bit different. But we're going to see, I think, more Karma in the mid lane as teams start to play more on 6.6.
Yeah.
It's definitely not a bad champion right now.
Yeah, she's solid. Really has been solid for a while, just not finding any
but-
priority.
I mean, you get the bigger shields now.
Yeah.
That's going to be a really important factor. Not only are the base shields bigger on her E, but the ability power was doubled. So she scales a lot better than she used to as a 80 carry protection tool.
Yeah.
So for teams like SK Telecom that like to play these protect the double 80 carry compositions, it's been their MO all season long. This is a perfect pick. Ash.
Ash, the final pick here for the side of Samsung. You were saying before that you're not sure about the Lulu Ash composition.
I definitely am not. Lulu Poppy, obviously very good for diving turrets. So what this is mostly going to be is a pick composition. But Samsung is going to lack so much damage in the late game. Because the typical way to build Ashe right now is Essence Reaver. So So you get some of that cooldown reduction into Hurricane. So you're basically just a CC bot, but that's useful when you have like a high damage jungler or a carry top laner. Samsung doesn't have that. Instead, this is basically just about diving turrets with the Ash Arrow or with the Poppy Heroic Charge sped up by a Whimsy and trying to fight 5v4 with double teleports. But late game team fighting, Samsung will not be able to carve through the likes of SKT, especially with these new big shields coming through from the Karma.
Definitely be interesting to watch. Ambition, of course, going to want to farm up with that Gragas. He's going to stop him from getting that early pressure out of the jungle. But here we go, Game 3, SK Telecom versus Samsung. Let's see who comes out on top.
Mother Nature, everybody wants to lose.
Alrighty, a lot on the line at the moment here for Samsung. Not able to find a 2-0 after a very dominant game over SKT. SKT firing back, looking really strong. And this is going to be one uphill battle for Samsung now in Game 3. If they could net this win, it'd be pretty damn solid for them to make it into playoffs. Oh, we'll already have some action. Corjig is stuck in the wall. Already has the flash bang. Getting some really good aggression on Wraith as well. Taking a lot, and that is a terrible way to kick things off of your Samsung.
Yeah, Faker, this is going to be his second professional game on Karma. He's 0-1, one of his very few champions that he has a 0% win rate with, so perhaps he can fix that in this third
Give
game.
it a 50-50.
The old
매니언들이
50%, but yes.
상성되었습니다.
Champions that Faker has a 0% win rate on historically are Soraka, Talon, Karma, Lux, Quinn, and he's only played any of these champions one game.
Yeah. Not really the ones that we see too much. We did see Lux for a while at the beginning of the season. It was really prioritized across all regions, but not one that he really tried to stand out. Talon still has yet to be seen in much competitive play.
Fun Faker fact. If he has played 2 games on a champion, he does not have a 0% win rate. So he only needs 2 games to be the first champion to have played 2 games with and maintain a 0% win rate. Otherwise, he's got at least 50.
We'll see if Samsung are able to stop that that solid win rate that he's had for most of his champions. We did see him lose his first set game, and I think it was 10 total competitive set games.
Yes.
He was 9-0, then lost one.
Against the Rocks Tigers.
Yep. Which is pretty much the team that you would expect to have that record rooted against.
Pretty much. Another interesting Faker fact while we're waiting for things to happen in this game, Achilles, if he has played more than 1 game on a champion, he only has a losing record on 2 champions, which is Ziggs, which is 1-2 on, and of course his infamous Xerath from last year, which he has 2-5 on. And he's a really bad Xerath player.
Yeah.
He tried, he's like, wow, GBM, that looks easy. No, it was not.
No, it is not. Yeah, Xerath and Ziggs, the siege mid laners.
Yep.
They
Not-
sense fast.
Not his jam, that's for sure.
Yeah, certainly not. Oh, Wraith though spots Wolf and Blank as they move into the jungle. Ambition will stay safe as the blue buff has already been taken for himself, so not going to get delayed too much. That will allow Ambition to get a little bit faster clear against Blank, which is rather impressive for a Gragas going up against the Graves.
Going to be at least a nice early lead here. Standard lanes this time around, so or hurting a little bit in this matchup. Obviously, the champion like Ashe with no inherent mobility skills, you are going to suffer against Trundle, as we saw when he had to use that flash right at level 1. Easy to single you out and open you up to a lot of Lucian burst.
Yeah.
I'm really worried about Samsung, but you know what, Achilles? I was worried about them in Game 1, where they had to play a very execution-heavy composition. They really came through with it. Wraith had a great game on the Bard to make it work, and this time around they're going to be playing a composition that revolves around tower diving with 2 TPs, with all the speed boosts, with the Of course, the Alistair and the Ashe and the Poppy just able to get right in there. Same thing with the Gragas. So, but they've got to dive turrets. That's their win condition here, is to get an overwhelming gold lead. Because team fighting in the late game, not an option.
Yeah.
Not an option against what SKT is bringing to bear.
Yep, which is why that pick composition just has to get going.
Now
They have to at least have some pretty dominant vision control to be able to find people out away from their team. Take them down and then take an objective off of that.
I really like that SK Telecom has now identified this buffed Karma as a Lulu substitute for their protect the double AD compositions they like to run. Because when we came in and they started just mass banning Faker's Champions Day, he went to that Jace.
Wasn't very good.
Nope, sure wasn't. But he's back on a champion where he can provide utility for Blank and Bang.
Yeah.
And when he was on the Lysandra in game number 2, he showed that that's been really the core identity of SK Telecom's playstyle this season. Did a great job of creating those zones for them, and now he's on another champion where he's just providing a lot of utility.
Yep. Looks like a minor technical difficulty here on the side of SK Telecom, so just pause coming through as they work to alleviate the problem. But so far, standard lanes, nothing flashy coming out here. No early Alistar aggression. Of course, we did see that very early flash there by Core JJ. Yet to be punished, though. We haven't seen any kind of roam to that bot side to try to catch Core JJ out.
Well, you're not going to die this early. They don't have the crowd control for it, really, or the tankiness inherent in the jungler. So, it's just going to be SK Telecom. They'll be happy to play towards the late game here. They'll be happy to try and kite this out. It really is on Samsung after everybody hits 6 and they can start opening up the teleports for use across the map, that the moment of truth is really going to come. And it's whether they can find those opportunities and how well SK Telecom can play defensively against them. They do have some pretty difficult champions to tower dive in Echo, Karma, and Trundle.
Yeah, diving in Echo sounds like a very bad idea.
Yeah.
I don't know how well that one would turn out for you.
Do you
Even if
like
he
to get
doesn't-
mass stunned?
Even if he doesn't stun you somehow, he at least gets that big shield off of the parallel convergence. So
Yeah.
that's just a really rough one. Probably have to wait for him to use the parallel convergence, then go in for it.
Trundle, too, because he'll just ult you and make you more vulnerable and then lock you in there with the pillar. So
Yeah.
it's rough. It's going to be definitely challenging for Samsung. They've got to find a way to make it work. Their composition is high utility, low damage.
I wish that we would see, at least maybe not if Faker not playing the Echo, I would at least love to be able to see a more aggressive Echo build, but of course on the top side, it's just really not going to happen. We're going to get, the most aggressive we're going to get is the Frozen Fist. I would love to see a full AP Echo, however. I think that'd be a treat. But, speak of the devil, for JJ going to get aggressed on. No flash available. Smoke bomb to slow up and deny him the vision. Nice double pulverize there by Wraith. Isn't going to be enough. Core JJ jukes around the Q, trying to get out the flash forward. Can they confirm it? They do. The last auto attack from Bang. Now Crown arriving already quite low with no mana. Going to have to go on the run, but can he get out? It doesn't look likely. And Buck into the tower. Blank going to go down. Cannot get the kill, however. Wraith going to come up with that one. And now Ambition getting locked up here by Faker. Looks like it's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade overall.
Wow, I have no idea how Crown actually managed to survive in that situation. Definitely had the health bot ticking.
He might have had enough mana to get a shield, perhaps, but it would have been by like single-digit mana regenning for him.
Yeah, that was quite close. Blank couldn't actually finish off the auto attack, so it is a 1-for-1 trade at the end. Faker comes down with no mana, so can't actually follow up. Great flash here, by the way, from Wraith, just to get the double knock-up as they try to all-in. As soon as his exhaust is down, they do pursue Core JJ underneath the turret. Flash comes through and does manage to double-tap the Ashe. Now, Crown also coming down. Now, how does he live? He has the potion ticking. Blank gets punted back under.
Flashes away, yeah.
Wraith played that really well. And yeah, he was just hiding on the other side of the turret, so he couldn't actually get the attacks through right there.
Yep. Solid play by Crown, but even more solid play by Wraith. Really the hero of that.
No, Wraith played that super well.
Yeah, he was the hero of that bottom exchange. But still unfortunate for Samsung losing the first blood. Bang picks up the kill. Wraith gets the one on their side.
Yeah, 2 TPs, both from the mid lane, go down. Faker, like I said, a little bit late right there, but he didn't have the mana to really contribute to that anyway.
Yep.
And it looked like it was just going to be a 1 for none. until Wraith made the play to headbutt Graves underneath that turret.
And look at this now, coming back into the spot side, Meg, BF Sword call to the Caulfield's Warhammer for Core JJ. That is going to be a really hard time.
Brutal. Yeah, that's going to be rough. And Core will have some trouble, obviously, in the trades right here. They have to be hyper conscientious about upcoming dive opportunities for SK Telecom. But SKT, they have a lot of ways to get caught out if they do overextend. But now with the TPs down, there's going to be less possible punishment for Samsung. That's right, as everyone's going to hit 6-2. So it's a nice window here for SKT just to play aggressively and in the bottom side without being punished for it until Crown and Cuvée have their TPs back up, because you need those to follow up on the Ashe arrow.
Yep.
Ashe just doesn't have the damage to actually pick off a kill right now by herself.
Yep. Maybe if they just sit there for like 30 straight seconds and don't do anything, Core JJ can actually pick up a kill. But the likelihood of that is very slim. I like that we're seeing completely mirrored builds in this mid laner so far. It's going to be going for the spooky ghosts, both rocking the Amp Dome as well.
Pretty common builds on both these champions. Just gives you that extra vision on the map, able to kind of suss out where people are moving to, or where the enemy jungler is at times from that mid lane. Very nice tool to have. And also no team fights, just play utility champions, giving you even more utility. Yep, Launcher Q does quite a bit.
Yep. Follow-up doesn't connect, but still a good amount. God, the slow if Faker builds a Riley's Crystal Scepter for that.
Yes, it's going to be intense.
That would be really,
all right,
really
they're
rough.
trying to set up around the level 6 Ashe right now.
They are spotted, however.
They are definitely spotted.
Yeah, there's a ward in the brush. Just south of that. Oh, actually, Wolf going to get hit up by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Cass going to throw him into the wall, but the TP's coming through here. It's going to be Duke trying to join the team, but I think Cuvée interrupted that one. Core JJ has to flash away, though. Heal's still available, but Wraith going to be the one getting engaged on. Holds on to his flash, doesn't use it, and now Faker roaming around the backside. They have that ward in the brush. They do spot him. So no other kills going to come out of that one. But
Cuvée
still a
must
nice
have
pickup.
just
I think he heroic charged him.
Yeah, that must have been it, because he didn't have it, or he didn't use his ultimate right there. Now we're going to see the TP coming in from Cuvée. But look at that, just the timing window that they had right there. Duke had his TP up, but neither Crown nor Cuvée did. They were still in the last phases of their cooldown. And they turned that one around with the knowledge they had of the incoming gank. Blank got the red buff, and then moseyed on down into the bottom lane to turn that into a counter gank. And, you know, this is now just a disaster. For
Stop the
Samsung.
back. They're just going to go straight on to Core JJ yet again.
Is he there?
I really don't know. As the saying goes, you can't take the NA out of Core JJ.
is that how the saying goes? Well, he definitely shouldn't have stuck around for that. The dive possibility was still extremely real, as we saw. And the big problem with Core JJ dying is that he is the only scaling damage on this team, really.
Yep.
They need him to get items to do anything at all, because Lulu is going to fall off the later this game goes on, and him being behind is an enormous issue for Samsung's ability to. I mean, they can't team fight anyway with this composition against what SKT has, but even create picks. Like, they have to have damage to actually kill somebody when the arrow goes in.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that's coming from now, because it's not Core.
And speaking of killing somebody, Bang,
QSS.
making sure that does not happen. QSS first item technically, because he doesn't
Why
have
not?
any completions.
Why not? I mean, you're going to be even with the Ashe in terms of damage already, and
I mean, he's already-
now you just take away her ultimate. You're like, all right, what you going to do now?
He was already so far ahead because he got
That's-
the call by.
Yeah,
It's
It's
this
over.
is yeah.
It's over for Samsung. unless
Yeah.
SK Telecom makes some really tremendous errors. Samsung's window of opportunity for using these teleports effectively and for making these dives or making these picks, they've fallen too far behind in this laning phase.
Yep. Just
I like what Bang did. I think it's really smart for him to get the QSS immediately.
oh yeah, really good. It's just bad decision making by. I was gonna say Sam. It was really just Core JJ sticking around in that bot lane. Not sure what he was thinking.
Well, also they overcommitted to a gank when they didn't know that they were actually seen right there.
Yeah. They should have had some idea that they had gotten spotted. Taking a bit of damage as Blank starts pitching from the top. It's going to clear out those wards. And
That's basically all you can do with that arrow now.
cruising on by.
Like you, at this point, Core just actually has to hope for like a miracle shot
Yep, just arrow
into the
bot.
mid lane or the top lane.
Faker going forward, tries to get through down to the crown. Big
Black
slow.
crown.
That wasn't even a mantra Q. Throws out the wild growth to keep himself alive.
Whoa.
Cask does hit Faker.
Got to
But
shield
he has
on
that
himself
shield
there.
up. Yep. He's out of mana. We'll have to back off. Crown should be able to stick around for a little bit as the potions finish chugging here.
Crown was dead, but he was actually saved by the wild growth, able to get out of there without even using his flash. So fights off the pressure there, at least momentarily. Faker gets some time to recall, however, is going to be going for those cooldown boots. So more utility. Utility. And once SK Telecom starts grouping at 20 minutes or so, this is going to be very difficult for Samsung to deal with.
Yep, now we see SKT just making the next move here objectively. Go ahead and pick up this first dragon in about 13 and a half minutes. So, they get that buff, and that's something that Samsung very much would have liked and kind of would have needed to help them get back into this game.
Well, I look forward to seeing more of Crown's Hail Mary arrows. Once he
Core
gets,
JJ's?
Yeah, Core JJ's Hail Mary arrows once he gets that ability off the cooldown.
It only takes one good arrow to turn the tide. That probably takes many more than
Nope.
that.
Definitely going to take a lot more than that.
Yep. Mission trying to take away that blue buff. Not going to be able to get it though. Collateral damage gets used by Blank in conjunction with the smite, and he does take it out. Crown probably wants to go back soon, as Faker is just layering on the damage. And this is just unfortunate for Ambition, not able to find any real openings so far as this Gragas to try to turn things around for his team.
And now, may the invades begin.
So looking for this blue buff. This would be the second blue buff taken away from Ambition.
Unfortunate recall time for Crown right there.
Yeah, very. I mean, he was extremely low. Throws out the cask. He will get it with the smite, so Ambition does save his blue buff. But of course, it's going to be 1-9 away from the Lulu. But in the end, no mid laner gets their blue.
Well, back to standard lanes for the time being. The burden is definitely on Samsung to make
Arrows
some huge
available.
plays.
Crown getting engaged on, has to use the wild growth already. Trade pretty decently on damage. And bang, meanwhile.
These towers are just getting chipped away, though, by SKT. Ever so slowly. And here we go.
And will it connect to Faker? Ooh, possibly. He's lined up. Nope, never mind. Doesn't matter. Never mind.
You got so excited.
I thought maybe.
I mean, he has flash.
That's true. Yeah. It's not like a Malphite ultimate. You have plenty of time to avoid that thing. Grab goes in, stops the back for Faker, but it's not going to do a whole lot for him.
Yeah, this is just getting sad now.
Yep. I was looking forward to a really good brawlish game 3, and it's really just Samsung making poor choices. Faker, look at that damage. That's just all she wrote.
Yeah. Karma's pretty good in the early phases of the game. No doubt about that one.
Yep, and if they keep playing like this, it might as well be the early phases of the game for SKT, because they're just leaps and bounds ahead of Samsung. So the karma damage is not going to wane anytime soon. I want to see that. I want to see that mantra Q hit core JJ, because it's just going to destroy him.
Yeah.
Ah well.
Ah, well, indeed.
I'd love to see a fair game, but it's like SKT are just going to stomp this one out very much as they did in Game 2. And here I was trying to remain unbiased about it.
It's tough remaining unbiased.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was talking to Papa about this. We have SKT versus KT coming up, my internet versus my phone provider. And now it's Samsung. I have
Which
a
do you like
Galaxy
better?
S7, and it's on SK Telecom. So I'm trying to be unbiased here.
You're doing a great job, man.
Yep.
Supporting all of esports indirectly.
I do what I can to give back. I am a charitable man.
Did you know that? Because in Brood War, I was a big KT fan, and so I actually, when SKT lost to KT in the finals, I switched my phone provider to SKT because I lost a bet with Toa.
That's pretty funny.
That was a long time ago, though.
Losing. See, never. I just don't make bets. It's as easy as that. I just don't make bets like the guy
Right.
who's.
I'm gonna get you to make a bet with me at some point.
All right. Like the guy who had to eat a sock. Like
That was a terrible bet.
I don't know why you would ever make that bet, but I just don't make those types of bets.
I felt really good about that, though.
Yep. Crown taking a lot of damage, has to use the wild growth. TP coming through here. Arrow once again just not going to go anywhere near the enemy. And this looks like a fight that SKT can very handily win. May takes a bit of damage, and Ambition goes back in for the body slam, trying to clear out those waves.
Forces the TP out again. I mean,
yeah.
Crown also had to fade down to that bottom side just to save the tier 2. That means more damage, just a little bit on the mid.
Yep.
But it's Samsung just getting run around the map right now by SK Telecom. Duke now even threatening their red buff. Ambition will come in and defend it, but SKT trying to take advantage of every opportunity presented to them.
Yep, Samsung just losing across all fronts. I think this is why like I said, I don't make bets. I thought about making one on Twitter about Morocco's Tigers losing to Africa. Like, if they did, I would do something. But it's just not even worth that risk.
Oh, I think the Africa can absolutely beat the Rocks Tigers.
Exactly, I thought about it.
Rocks has nothing on the line right now. You never bet. You never make bets with people or on things where they have nothing on the line. When you have nothing to lose, that is the worst time to make bets.
Yeah. Now, one of my favorite bet loss stories. This will segue into a story that I tried to tell yesterday. Papa shut me down. Was Steve Jaws at Riot?
I do, yeah.
He was the former head of Collegiate. I was at PAX East a couple years ago, and I got to go on stage and play Earth mode. Sorry, everybody, for Earth mode. I got to play Earth mode. I'm not following the story, actually, because the TV's coming through. Faker coming around the backside. Core JJ's probably just going to disappear. Nope. Does use the flash to get away from that Mantra Q. This could just be a disengage from Samsung. No one really getting caught, but SKT posturing forward, and Bang already starting up the dragon.
All right, back to your story.
So anyway,
You're playing Earth mode.
So I got to play Earth mode. On stage, it was all viewers versus rioters playing Earth, and I played Jace, and just absolutely crushed. And here, I didn't realize Jaws made a bet against one other rioter that if the rioters lost, Ambition's going to die. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, body slams away. He'll keep himself alive. Keeper's verdict is there. Now Wraith maybe gonna die. Has Flash Crown taking a lot of damage. Uses the wild growth to keep himself alive. It looks like we're just gonna be pedaling back and forth here in this mid lane.
I was so close to being exciting.
I was so close to telling my story.
So what was the bet he made?
So he bet that if the rioters lost, he would shave his head. And then the guy said, okay, fine, if the rioters win, I'll shave my beard. And this guy, I think his name was Caged, was his handle that he uses at Riot. He's like a game dev, has this massive, massive beard. And here I played Jace, with 16-0 and something. Blind stole Baron and Dragon against them. Carried my team to victory, and then Jaws had to shave his head. I didn't know this bet happened, so at the end of the game, Jaws is like, who played Jace? And I raised my hand, he's like, I hate you. And I was just like, okay, it was just friendly banter, and here, he actually had to go and shave his head. So the next time I saw him later that night at the bar, his hair was gone. I was like, what happened? Like, genuinely asking, like, why'd you shave your head? He's like, are you kidding me? I was like, I had no idea that this even occurred.
You should take more bets than Achilles. You seem to do well.
I'll take a bet when I'm playing Jace. That's a bet that I'm willing to make. I say that, and actually my solo queue record for Jace is pretty terrible at the moment.
Well, we just ignored that entire replay because nothing happened in it.
Yeah,
There's a lot of disengaging and flashing around with wild growth and breaking of Faker's tether.
Nope, he's not gonna die.
No
Okay.
flash. Yep.
Good trade.
Great trade.
Tower doesn't even fall.
LCK Telecom still handily in the lead in this one.
Oh, and Mission. Body slams to safety. Miller not going to be able to lock him. This is just rough stuff by Samsung.
Well, this is what happens when you. They pulled off the execution in game number 1. There's the Mantra W.
And another whiffed arrow.
The Mantra W is just so good for SK Telecom's playstyle right now because Lulu can only shield one person. But if you Mantra W, you get half the shield on everybody else at the same time, and everybody gets movement speed. So you get both your 80 carries there zooming around, protected at the same time.
It's like a better Silver Ultimate.
It is, but short.
Yeah, much shorter, but still a pretty massive shield for everybody. With just as much of a movement speed increase. Or at least close to it. Mission gonna try to make something happen. Throws at the cast. Not really gonna be able to find anybody, but Wraith does. Headbutts Wolf in. He's gonna have to flash out from underneath of that tower. Meanwhile, here comes Kube on the backside. This could be the fight that Samsung has been looking for. Can't really find a target though. Goes out the Keeper's Verdict, knocks away 3 members.
You're getting far too excited, Achilles.
Yeah.
Samsung has no damage. They actually can't kill anybody.
I was about to go straight into knocks away 3 members, but then no one dies. There's going to be the follow-up there. Parallel Convergence, and the turret goes down. So
they have no
SKT
damage.
at least able to pick up another objective here.
I mean, Crown doesn't even have a damage item yet. He has Frost Queen's Claim, and he's trying to get his Lich Bane done, but Faker already has a death cap. Finally, we see, of course, the Essence Reaper complete for Bang, and he's moving into what is either going to be a Static Shiv or a Rapid Fire Cannon. Static Shiv it is.
Static Shiv it is. And poor JJ is just poor JJ. Doesn't have hardly any items, just the Essence Reaper.
He's gonna get that Hurricane, so
oh yeah,
he can deal no damage to anybody.
We saw how well that worked out for Stitch in last game when he got Hurricane finally.
Well, a bit late, but same thing of Core here, having a very rough time. Duke is going to TP behind him.
Oh boy.
Just smack him right in the ash.
Dat Ash. Mission, though, going to be the one getting jumped on, has to use the cask to get away. Still has flash available, though.
Yeah, they didn't have actually the setup there to
That was
TP in.
Yeah, poor TPs, but I mean, at this point, it's not going to harm them too much to just use it.
Well, they do have a TP disadvantage now, so Crown could theoretically split push with that Lich Bane and maybe pick up a tower or two, especially because the tier 1s are still up. But yes, with a 8,000 gold lead, the rewards will be minor at best.
I don't really think he can split against anybody on SK Telecom right now.
Well, he could against Duke, probably. There is no MR on Duke, except for that one cowl, so he might be able to do okay.
Possibly.
But it would be, I agree, it would be quite the challenge. And now, our thoughts turn to Dreams of Baron, where SK Telecom is.
I'm just thinking about the next match.
Are you?
Yeah.
It's going to be exciting. I'm actually really looking forward to it because, like I was saying, Africa and Rocks actually have the best early games and very violent early games. They are the 2 teams at the top of the league in terms of gold differential at 15 minutes, in terms of first blood rate.
Okay. Getting engaged on by Duke. This is going to be Wraith and Ambition coming around the sidelines, but he gets that movement speed increase. Of course, just got buffed, so Duke can just zip his way to safety.
I don't think he's very concerned.
Yeah, not at all. Still has Parallel Convergence and Flash. Oh my god.
Yeah, you know what's going to make it even worse is that Void Staff that he's getting.
Yeah, what little base MR you have, JJ, will be gone.
I like how he's going for Void Staff in this game, even though, I mean, realistically, Faker should just be focusing on providing utility for his team, which obviously doesn't need that Void Staff.
At this point, it just doesn't even matter, though.
I think his primary job should be monitoring his W, as opposed to trying to poke out with that mantra Q, but whatever.
I'm just waiting for Core JJ to land another arrow. I think he's 1 for 5 so far.
Well, to be fair to him, he actually could not arrow anybody in his lane. So that makes it a little bit harder. When,
he got Wolf once.
Yeah, but he can't. He couldn't go after Bang, because Bang got the QSS pretty much right after he hit level 6. He had that one shot. Didn't manage to make it work, and then the tank was turned around on him, and then there was QSS to deal with.
Yep. One shot Missed his chance and blew his opportunity.
That's right. Well,
It's
it's
a lifetime.
it was.
Mom's spaghetti.
I know where you're going with this.
Well, SKT, I think they could just take this. I think you just do it. You have almost a 9,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and it doesn't really matter if they shoot an arrow into the pit.
Yeah, I feel so probably miss. All 5 of them in a tight-knit area, and somehow the arrow cruise straight through all of them.
They got the shields and stuff too, or Bang could just voluntarily take it and cleanse it away.
You know what's going to happen? This core JJ is going to line up the shot of all shots, and then the arrow is going to breeze through because Cuve uses the keeper's verdict and it just pops him in the air, so the arrow's just going to fly straight underneath of him. It's going to come on. I had it.
I want to see Ambition throw a Caskin so the arrow misses.
Yeah, there you go. Just knocks them all to the side. It's very possible.
I feel bad for Core this game. There's just nothing he can do. And
Yeah.
This team composition they drafted.
I just don't like
If you
the Ash.
if you fall behind with it, it's just devastating.
Yeah.
So it's not. Did they play some of the early game poorly? Yes, but they actually just didn't have a chance to win the game after that because of the way that they drafted. You have to be on the offensive with this team composition. There's no way to play from behind.
It's just rough. I mean, if I would core JJ and Wraith, I expect going into a 2v2 against Bang & Wolf to be behind. Then again, I'm just a pessimist.
I think you're a pessimist.
Very pessimist or a realist. Which
No,
one?
because you can be behind in the laning phase as long as there are opportunities for you to TP, right? Because
Sure.
if they're overextending and you're farming under your turret and you land an arrow and a TP comes in, then you can do well with this. So there are opportunities. Unfortunately, the TPs were forced out by SKT, so they could never be used optimally around the arrow.
Yeah.
And then the kills came in for SKT, and they came in on the right target with poor JJ, forcing him even further behind, and then the QSS.
He also just stuck around at that bottom turret for not much of a reason.
That's also true. He did do that.
No.
I'm surprised SK Telecom not more aggressively posturing on this Baron right now.
Yeah, they're
very conservatively, but again, this is such an important match that being silly and throwing at a Baron would be a major problem for them, because this one game could be the difference between them taking second place or third place at the end of the regular season.
One less game to play in the gauntlet would be quite desirable.
One less best of 5.
Yeah.
And because everything happens so quickly
Oh, here we go.
in the gauntlet too, it all happens
Never
in the
mind.
space of 1 week. So you don't have time to prep or really devise a lot of diverse strategies for your upcoming opponent. It really does reward the higher ranked teams.
Oh, great though. Going to get engaged on. Immediately pops that Alistar ultimate. Will be able to wander his way to safety. Meanwhile, the rest of SBT meanders their way up to this top side of this tier 2 tower. Mission probably going to have to throw out this explosive gas if they want to hold on to it. Bang doing a lot of damage. An arrow connects. Against Wolf though, he gets booted in underneath the turret. It should fall. Look at that damage coming through onto Samsung though. Flashes coming out from both sides. Crown already having to use the wild growth. For JJ, looking like he might go down. The TP going to be completed here by Duke. Juve arriving in the backside though. Gets denied on his dash by that pillar. Wraith finds Duke. It does finish off Bang, but so far it's just a 1-for-1 AD from mid. And SKT will still take down the tier 2.
Well, I'm actually surprised they managed to finish off Bang right there. He was slow from poking through and from dashing through when that turret was still up. Not the cleanest dive there from SK Telecom. They got a little bit split up in their focus. Some people staying back to get the tower, some people trying to move on through the turret. And so they actually do end up with a 1-for-1 trade in spite of their massive advantage in this game.
Yep, but finally making some moves, picking up those objectives. We were just talking about how they're playing very conservatively, so nice to see them actually come back in for some.
Oh, play.
Yeah, early smite takes it down to 21. Might actually pay for this with his life. But JJ is here, does have the arrow available before JJ might go down. Actually, flash over by Mike. And look at that. They just managed to take him down. Now it's just Duke and Ambition.
Yeah, that's Steric's Gauge doing its job right there, giving him just enough time to take out Core, and now the TP's coming through onto this bottom side. Baker just wants to keep on pushing right now. Spooky Ghosts go out.
Yep, Ambition having a body slam through the pillar. Give himself to safety. Faker's just going to shield himself up and try to finish off that turret. One more hit would have got it, but does not in the end.
Big risk on Ardent Sensor.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, gives great sustain. Really does help out his 80 carries too. So that's actually a really good item on Karma, surprisingly.
Why not? And here we can see Dragon spawning. This will be the 4th for SK Telecom. Don't think they need the 5th Dragon. Could just still play delayed. Go for that in 38.5 minutes. Should they so choose, but make these dives that much easier with that 20% reduction.
Well, I really like that Ardent Sensor pickup 4th. That's considering you just proc
got a lot of utility
you
now.
proc it across everybody with your Mantra W, so
This was
it's
one
really
of
good.
the by Blank.
Yeah, and you see the stairs cage doing his work right there. He gets a shield there coming through as well, and that buys him enough time to finish off that kill.
Also just a crucial parallel convergence by Duke, keeping Ambition locked up so he couldn't finish off Blank in time for poor JJ to make that live. You can see the Lord Dominic's guards completed for Bang. Just the last whisper for Core JJ and another BF sword. So finally going to be looking for that Infinity Edge, I believe. Could go for the Bloodthirster for increased survivability. Not sure what he wants, but I think with Ash, he wants that Infinity Edge.
Yeah, he needs it, but he already had to go for the last whisper because of the tankiness of that front line. It's like still looking low on the damage. He's not going to be hitting any big numbers when it comes to damage anytime soon.
Yeah, just one MR item from Duke, and he's going to be perfectly fine with that because Crown is the only AP damage outside of Ambition, who's not going to be doing a whole hell of a lot.
Yeah. So it's interesting, the Ardent Sensor build, giving that attack speed over. And also, it provides more mobility for Faker himself to just find those opportunities to poke on the front line. It gives him more movement speed even when he's in his own W without using the mantra. So it's a fascinating buy, but certainly excellent for Karma and excellent in these double AD carry compositions.
Now Bang almost done his complete build. Not sure how much gold he has. It should be a good amount though. So he can complete, it's 400, okay. So, has a ways to go before he finishes the Imperial Scimitar. But he's still going to be doing a hell of a lot of damage.
Well,
I don't know, just
just waiting for the Baron.
methodical game here. SK Telecom not looking to make too many risky plays.
I mean, they're sitting on Dragon number 5 right now.
Yep. Oh, wow. And sitting on a hell of a lot of damage. Ambition, despite how tanky he is, gets knocked down to about half HP.
So, clear out the vision. Try and get a pick. SK Telecom using that Trundle Pillar. Oh, going to block off Core, but nobody there to follow up on the damage.
Raids there to help body block. So Banks pushing in, putting some solid damage down onto this tower. Wraith already using the headbutt. Not going to be able to follow with any kind of pulverize though.
Back to Baron, everybody.
All right, retreat. Duke's going on the recall. They might be looking for a TP play now.
Why not? Cube also maybe look for a TP play. Oh, oops. Bang, face plants into the wall.
We've seen that happen a couple times. The Italy not making it over from Blank in game 1. Oh, here we go though. TP's coming in from Kube from the bot lane. Chris Lero does land onto Blank. Not sure if he's going to be doing too much, however. Baron trying to layer down some damage. Bang, and Duke on the backside. Maybe going to pinch in from above. Mission taking a bit as well. Looks like they're going straight on the ground. Has to use the wild growth. Meanwhile, poor JJ just getting hounded by Blank and Wolf. He's going to fall to the graves. Bang on the chase here. Gets slowed up by that barrel. Nice flash forward
nice.
though. And Bang will be able to confirm the kill onto Ambition. And this is just Samsung falling apart across the board. Faker coming in, gets that big shield. And Sustain coming out. Kube just
He's so fast.
can't do a damn thing. And Faker's just zipping around, Blank dashing around as well. That's going to be the ace. That's going to be the game. Coming in here for SK Telecom. 36.5 minutes to ace the team. But with this last final push, we'll take down the Nexus and we'll make Samsung's hopes of making it into playoffs a little bit less likely.
Yeah, I think you really have to question their draft in this final game. Yes, there are win conditions, but they're difficult to achieve, and not very possible if you start to lose control of the tempo of the game, and that means SK Telecom going to roll to a win with the mid karma. Good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. Maybe a champion that we'll get to see a bit more of in next week's play.
We will. She's with with the nerfs to Lulu coming through, especially on the Whimsy, which is one of the main attractive features of running a Protect the AD carry composition with mid lane Lulu. I mean, they wanted to nerf her utility, or at least her scaling off of AP, and instead they added scaling to the W of Karma. I don't really understand the logic there, but that's what it looks like.
I don't know either. I couldn't tell you, but Ambition in the end doing 89 less damage than Core JJ at the AD carry role.
Well, to be expected. I mean, nobody was doing damage on that composition at all,
Yep.
and that's what happens when you pick that composition. Sure, it would look amazing if they started diving and they really got ahead of SK Telecom, got the TPs they were looking for. You can make that work. It's hard.
Yeah. Just weren't able to do it, and SKT looking still in form. The first game was merely a setback.
Great game from Ambition, but couldn't actually finish off the series here. Tough for Samsung, but they still have a chance to get into the playoffs. Obviously, if they beat Kongdu, they can vie for that 5th place seed and try and make an entire gauntlet run. SKT does not move up into 2nd place, actually, because they only got the 2-1. So they're still behind KT, which makes that match next week even more important.
Yep, we'll be back with your MVP and our second set of matches.
Every word I try to choose, either way I'm gonna lose. Oh, but as you walk away, you don't where's the good and goodbye? Where's the nice and nice try? Where's the us and trust gone? Where's the soul and soldier on? Now I'm alone and lonely. 'Cause I don't want to be only. I can take this mistake, but I can't take the hate from my brain. No, I can't take the hate from my brain. No matter how it falls apart, there's an art in breaking hearts, but there's no fear in farewell. When I see you in the street, I pray to God you don't see the silent hell, and I wish you will. Oh, but as you walk away, you don't hear me say.
Coming up next, Rocks Tigers, Africa Freaks, Lotte Kokalkon, League of Legends, Champions Korea Spring 2016, Round 2.
맞추고 힘다치고 네, 여러분들 네, 반갑습니다. 저 결혼식이 진행 중인데 정신이 없습니다. 우리 사회자
고교 첫사랑은 무슨 8주는 나이스게임 TV에서만 가정에서는 잘 지내기를 바란다. 축하한다. 우주만 축하하고 2년차 징크스 조심하고.
자, 두 어머니가 이제 현장에 신랑 입장!
아, 당군이 형 정말 축하드리고요. 정말 부럽습니다.
결혼한 지 딱 몇 분 지나지 않은 따끈따끈한 유부남. 안녕하세요. 위클리 LCK 당군입니다. 반갑습니다. 제가 이번 주 위클리 LCK에 나오지 않을 거라는 모두의 예상을 깨고 이번 주에도 어김없이 여러분들과 함께하게 됐습니다. 근데 결혼식 당일까지 촬영할 줄은 진짜 생각도 못했습니다. 지독합니다. 이 오지엔 제작진분들. 아무튼 유부남 당군과 함께하는 위클리 LCK 지금 바로 시작합니다.
승찬이 형, 배신자는 뭐다? 처단이다.
배신자는 뭐다? 처단이다! 지난 1라운드에서 아나키 시절의 코치 하찬이에게 참교육을 당한 아프리카가 오랜 기다림 끝에 배신자를 처단하는데 성공합니다. 배신자 처단 후 그 기쁨에 회식으로 고급진 랍스타까지 먹었다는 아프리카. 하지만 이게 끝이 아닙니다. 복수의 화신 아프리카. 이번엔 두 번째 배신자 처단을 예고했는데요.
그리고 아직 배신자가 2명 더 남았는데
네.
나머지 2명도 꼭 처단하도록 하겠습니다.
아프리카의 다음 타겟이 된 CJ 운타라 선수와 버블링 선수. 과연 남은 2명의 배신자도 처참하게 처단당할 것인가. 느와르 영화를 방불케하는 아프리카의 대복수국. 다음 주 4월 8일 전주에서 개봉 박두합니다. 많은 기대 부탁드립니다. 자, 우리 롤챔스가 이 정도입니다. 1인 락스타이거즈와 승강전이 확정된 콩두 몬스터의 대결. 이 정도 차이면 당연히 락스가 콩두를 20분, 30분 안에 컷 시키겠지 라고 생각을 하셨겠지만 땡! 롤챔스 본선에 올라온 팀들이 괜히 올라온 게 아니에요. 안심하면 TV 보던 락스 팬들의 심장을 쫄깃하게 만들었던 꿀잼 장면.
끝났어.
아, 쏠쏠해.
아, 내가 미안하다.
그거 시비를 조심해야 돼. 시비를 조심해야 돼. 이거 끝낼 수 있어. 끝낼 수 있어.
아, 앞전멸이 됐네.
이거 아니 막았어. 마음같은 시비가. 아, 괜찮아. 해보만 하기도 하고 뭐 알아서 해봐. 잘해봐.
본키고 형 잘해봐. 괜찮은데? 이렇게 얘네가 잡으면 되긴 하거든?
와우. 다행이다. 가자.
자, 지난 삼성과 진해의 경기에서 이번 시즌 3호 펜타킬이 터졌습니다. 그 주인공은 바로 미드라이너 크라운 선수의 바루스였죠. 경기 중에 엠비전 선수가 펜타! 라고 외치는 말에 함께 힘을 모아 크라운 선수에게 펜타킬을 모아줬다고 하는데요. 큰형님 앰비션의 한마디에 똘똘 뭉치는 삼성. 그나저나 앰비션 선수 진짜 무섭나봐요. 동생들이 말을 너무 잘 듣습니다. 혹시 펜타가 아니라 펜다? 펜다? 뭐 이런 건 아니었겠죠? 자, 그나저나 대단합니다. 결혼식장까지 쳐들어와서 결국에 이번 주 위클리 LCK를 촬영하고 말았네요. 대단합니다, 진짜. 여러분들 오지엔의 미래가 밝아요. 여러분들이 지금 이 영상을 보실 때쯤에 저는 유럽 어딘가에서 즐거운 신혼여행을 즐기고 있을 겁니다. 안타깝게도 다음 주에는 저를 못 보게 될 것 같습니다. 설마 유럽까지 뭐 찍으러 쫓아오진 않을 테니까요. 제작비가 그렇게 많진 않아요, 제가 알기로는. 그래서 제가 저를 대신할 베타를 섭외해놨습니다. 힌트를 좀 드리면 이 오지엔 롤챔스 LCK에 좀 원한이 있으신 분. 그렇기 때문에 그 누구보다도 냉철하게 LCK를 비판하실 분이죠. 아마 예상하시는 분들 많을 거예요. 자, 다음 주에도 많은 기대 부탁드리겠고요. 결혼 축하해주신 많은 분들 다시 한번 감사드리고, 자, 저는 신혼여행 잘 다녀오겠습니다. 여러분들 감사합니다.
Welcome to your life. Help me to decide. Help
welcome back. Your MVP from that third and final game was actually Wolf, with an 81% kill contribution as Trundle didn't die.
Had some nice pillars, forced out that flash right at level 1.
A really early flash. We get a super zoomed in.
Of course, like, oh man.
Crap. I guess I have to flash now.
Yeah, really good setup. It is tough as Ash to wait against a Trundle, though, because you have no way to get to the other side of the pillar when your flash is down.
Yep.
Caught out, as we see here. Kill, and then a little skirmish that happens slightly after that. As Blank tries to go in under the turret, but... Oh, that wasn't the one.
No, that was a different one.
That was a different one.
A different time. That looks like we will not see. Yeah, Wolf, he really did enable a lot of these ganks. Just locking people up, consistently chunking away at them with that big baseball bat of his.
Yeah, and great job. Just get right on top of the only source of damage on that team, which was the Ash. You could even call it a source of damage.
I was going to say it's barely a source of damage.
Considering how far behind Cord was in that game.
Yeah, that was just a really rough game from Cord JJ, and just a questionable draft overall from Samsung in Game 3. Just kind of fell to the wayside, and SK Telecom net themselves another victory, but like you mentioned, do not move up to second place quite just yet. But we do have an interview with our MVPs from Games 2 and 3. We're going to throw over to Robin for the translation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I still don't have my radio. No caster translator synergy today. Feels bad, man. Let's move into the interview booth where Blank and Wolf are standing. Congratulations.
They're sitting.
Blank, this is your 5th consecutive MVP. How do you feel?
We can make fun of it.
Well, I didn't really know I was going to receive the MVP, but my teammates pretty much prepared the meal for me, and I just started eating. It's a Korean idiom.
Sounds like a night of barbecue.
Now, with today's victory, you guys secure your playoff seed. Was this predicted from your team? Well, yeah, I did think that we'll be able to, but Ambition is definitely a really, really good player. But yeah, I'm happy that we were able to secure it. Now, Ambition received MVP in the first game, and they won. And perhaps that's why, but you guys took the Graves away in the second game. Was there a reason why you didn't ban Graves in the second and third games? Well, rather than saying it's a problem with Graves, it's a problem with the positioning of the player. And as long as I position well, it doesn't really matter if I'm playing Graves or Kindred or whatever other character. Graves definitely played as a key pick in this game. Did you think it was going to turn out to be this way? Once again, it's not a problem with the champion, it's about the player. So yeah, as long as you position yourself well, then strategically it doesn't matter too much, I think. Now, it was a battle against Ambition today. Was it different, as you said that Ambition was one of the players to look out for? Well, yeah, I have a lot of respect for players like Ambition that have played for a long, long time. And I really respect that fact, so... Yeah, I like players that have a lot of experience. Now, it has been 4 years since Ambition debuted. Do you have anything to say to him? Well, congratulations, and hopefully I'll turn out to be a player that plays for 4 or 5 years as well. Now, moving on. Next time you guys face each other, next time you are on stage, it's going to be against KT and Jeonju. And if you win this, you will retrieve second place from KT. How are you going to prepare this? Well, we are going to win 2-0 after a lot of preparation. Now, moving on to Wolf, making his first appearance at the MVP booth this season. It has been so long since we've seen you. How does it feel to be up here again? Well, last time I wasn't really nervous, but now I kind of am. Yeah, and since it's my first time, and yeah, it does make me feel a bit nervous. As we said, it's your first MVP this season. Maybe you feel a little left out by the team? Well, yeah, absolutely. But, of course, there are players that play better than me, I think, so that's why they receive MVPs, and they have been playing really well, indeed. And I've been accepting it as like an encouragement, you know, I need to play better. it's really hard to catch the spotlight as a support main. Do you have anything to say to the MVP judges? Well, this season, it's a jungle carry meta, and jungle mid and top laners have been sweeping the MVPs. But it is because supporters do prepare the team fights and stuff for them. So if those judges can take that into consideration a little bit, then not just me, for all the other supports as well, maybe they'll get more MVPs overall. Perhaps the other supporters will thank you for mentioning that. Now your trundle today was amazing, and your do you have a tip for using the pillars really well? Well, honestly, my trundle in solo queue, the win rate has about 25-30% win rate in solo queue as trundle. And I don't think whatever I tell you now is gonna apply to solo queue, but well, and these are obvious statements, but it's just like CSing. You gotta look at the situation and you place it in the right places.
Hashtag Korean advice.
Today, Duke pulled out an Echo for the first time, and Faker used Karma for the first time in 2 years. Was this in order to shake up the third game? Well, usually, yeah, I think they both had a lot of confidence in those two pocket picks. Yeah, and we asked the coach, we think we can use this, and our coach said, are you confident? And we said, yeah, we do. So yeah, that's why we were able to pick out that victory. In an interview recently, you said that you will display incredible skill, even more improved than your Worlds performance. Well, my solo queue, my LP has been rising a little bit. And at Worlds I won with 600 points, but now I'm over 700. So I think my practice is going to show, and that me continuing to rack up points will definitely show in the games.
Solo queue stars can win Worlds.
What are some of the other teams you think will show up to playoffs? Well, the rest of the teams are actually really, really good, and their form recently has been really good as well, so it's very difficult, but I think it's very hard to predict someone. I don't think I can choose one. It seems that we really didn't need to worry about SKT, but still the fans did worry about you and cheer you until now. Do you have anything to say to them? Well, our round 1 results were pretty bad, so that's why I think our fans are worried about us, and we caused a little heartache. But right now, we're really good, we're really confident, our form's great. So from here, I think we will continue to be really, really good on stage. So thank you so much to all the fans that are always cheering for us and worrying for us. And that appears to be it for the interviews. Back to you guys for the second game of the day.
Thank you very much, Robin, for the translation. I'm going to pretend like I'm saying something insulting about you because you can't hear me. And now you're confused. So
that was an obscene hand gesture you made.
Yeah. So I hope that he thought it was something relatively harmful and goes back and watches the
you didn't make an obscene hand gesture.
No, I didn't do anything
but
like
I wish
that.
you did.
Yeah, I could have. It very well could
You get
have.
fined by Riot for that.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. Don't want to get fined by Riot. Don't want to get fined by anybody. But an interview from our guys. Nice to see Wolf back on there. Like you said, first time this season that we do see him on the MVP. Good point. Don't really see too many supports making it up there.
I have voted so many times this season for Gorilla and Mad Life. It's not my fault that has happened.
Maybe it'll become a trend moving forward. Maybe the supports will overtake the junglers and the top laners that have been dominating pretty much the top 10, basically, of the MVPs. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably going to keep
It's too late.
It's
too late,
same.
Seth. It's too late.
Smeb will never be dethroned. He's going to go for more MVPs here in this next matchup. Because that's what we have coming up. Rocks Tigers versus Africa Freaks.
Exciting times, actually, with the Rocks Tigers.
Yeah.
They are coming off the 1-2 loss to KT Rolster, where they did get bodied by a mid lane Malzahar in the third and final game.
You know, always have fun picks here at Champions. So we'll see if we get a repeat of that one anytime soon. But of course, you know the starting lineup. It's Smeb, Peanut, Kuro, Prey, and Gorilla. Not going to see Fry come out in that mid lane.
No, I think they just have Cry because he's like...
Because they have to.
They have to have a sub.
You have to have a sub. KT, though, right now doesn't have one.
Yeah, but
that was a mid-season drop.
Yeah, but typically you have to have a sub just in case anything happens to one of your players. Otherwise, you might have to forfeit the match. So they all come to the studio with at least one substitute player in tow.
Yep. Same with Worlds. Always need to have somebody there at Worlds. But Rocks do not want to swap out Kuro. Highest KDA for mid laners still to this day, I believe. But on the other side, it's the team in question. It's the Africa Freaks, who have been really on a meteoric rise through the ranks at the moment. Sliding up currently into 6th place, above CJ and Longju, where before they were 8th, just resting slightly above Spenu and Kongju Monster. This team has looked pretty damn good recently. A few things aside, mid lane you also will ignore, but outside of those few little discrepancies, they're looking really solid and have made a lot of improvement.
I think the big X factor for the Africa Freaks in this matchup is whether Mickey can group at the right times with his team. Because if there's one thing in this very impressive second round robin that the Africa Freaks have had issues with, it's that Mickey is usually not in the right place at the right time for team fights, and that has caused games to drag on longer than they should.
Yep.
But at least the early game should be exciting. Coming back to that, these guys are number 1 and number 2 in gold differential at 15 minutes, so they tend to get very large early advantages. They're also number 1 and number 2 in terms of first blood percentage, so they like to skirmish early.
Yeah. Look at this history, though.
Yeah. Yep. And so Rocks Tigers have nothing to play for here. Doesn't matter whether they win or lose at all. They are automatically into the finals.
They really could.
Season.
They really could just troll the hell out of those teams that are fighting for playoffs by kind of giving this one over to Africa a little bit. Maybe playing some questionable picks.
Right, it's all about the strategy for the Rocks Tigers here. Do you try and mind game people for the playoffs, hide picks that you're actually scrimming with, so you play on maybe stuff that you're not actually practicing with right now, so people can't prepare for you, because you don't have to show anything until a team shows up to play you in the grand final, so everything can absolutely be hidden.
I think that would be a fun strategy to see from Rocks, and then just really mess with the rest of the teams, put that much more stress on them, and crack them with Africa just looming on the horizon.
Yeah, and Africa too. They if they can get 3 wins to close out their season, 11 is the magic number that gets you into the playoffs.
Yeah.
So if they can get 10 wins, they still might be able to make it.
But
11 would definitely lock them in there. They're basically fighting for 5th place with Samsung right now.
Yep. Absolutely, and after Rocks, they still just have Longju and CJ coming up, 2 teams that have been faltering a hell of a lot. Do have potential to win that match against Africa, but with the way that they've been looking, I find it extremely unlikely.
I think the real trap here is actually CJ, because they're a lot better in the late game, traditionally, when it comes to team fighting.
Quite true.
So that's been Africa's weakness, but it has gotten better in the last few weeks. Still, like I said, sometimes Mickey not being there causes games to really drag on for the Africa Freaks. So their closure, while it's been better with some of these pick compositions that they like to run, it's still not exactly number 1. And we are going to see the Twisted Fates naturally banned against Africa while they are on the red side. The Zed coming through would not be a surprise.
Yep. Mickey's had some pretty fantastic Twisted Fate games. So it's surprising that we see that one taken away. The Kalista banned away by Africa. Maybe we'll see that one go through the draft in the next game. Songyun does love Kalista and still plays really well with that champion. Corki is going to be the second ban from the Rocks Tigers. No real surprise there. He has been banned 100% tonight.
Yeah, still a strong pick. They're also going to ban the Poppy that has been,
unsurprising,
Smeb's undefeated champion this season.
He has been on a tear with that, and Sivir is going to be the final ban from the side of the Rocks Tigers. So 2 big 80 carries taken off the board here, and it's going to be Rise, the final ban. There's a lot available, and Peanut gets his Nidalee for the first time in a while.
Okay. Well, that's not
and
good.
And you can see he is a happy camper right
He's
now.
Like, remember that some of Peanut's performances this season on Nidalee include denying the Spenu Sonic Boom team a buff for the entire game.
Yep.
He actually managed to take every single buff in a game. It's something I have never seen before, and I don't think I'm going to see again.
And even against Spenu, who at the time was the 10th place team, that is an incredible feat. That is something that you just never see in competitive League of Legends, even in solo queue. That is a very hard thing to accomplish.
And unsurprisingly, for a team like the Rocks Tigers, who has a 30-7 game record this season, but Peanut is undefeated this season on Italy. He is 6-0.
Yeah, really interesting that they did ban out the Rise as opposed to the Nidalee.
Lear's been great on this Graves, though. Definitely a power pick for Africa. They're going to take the Lucian early in this draft and try and keep Prey away from him. Prey has so many other champions that he can play. And you know what's going to be a perfect buff for this Rocks Tigers team is that Karma, actually. It's going to be really excellent when you have a player like Peanut who does just a ridiculous amount of damage. And fun fact, 3 out of the 4 top kill players in the league are actually in this game. It is Kuro, Songyun, followed by Peanut. There are 2 through 4. Number 1 is Kramer, but he's also played 6 to 7 more games than any of those other guys. So in terms of kills per game, definitely still up there for these other 3, and it's just a testament to how bloody these matches tend to get.
Yeah, some fantastic players in this game. You know, I saw a post on Reddit earlier today, and it said the worst League of Legends player in the history of the game. And then you click on the post, and it links you to your Reddit history. I was like, oh, you got me good. And it's very correct. Now, but Alistar and Echo going to be picked up for Rocks Tigers. So more than likely going to be that Echo in the top lane for Smep, but we could see that flex to mid for Kuro. We really don't know. It's good so far on Rocks, not showing too much of their hand. Still have that AD carry and potentially mid lane or top lane to be picked up. Will have to be blind, though, for that next round.
I think
we'll see what
just...
AD carry Bray wants to go for. Could go for the Jhin if they pick up a Karma in the mid lane.
Could also go for the LeBlanc. I think that's probably the likely blind pick for the Tigers. Gonna take the top lane Gragas once again, it would appear.
Yeah.
But a lot of flex picks on the side of Africa, so no guarantees, but just the way they play Gragas in the top lane, Graves in the jungle is the more likely outcome.
Yep, and it's going to be the Bard pickup as well for Snowflower. We saw how impactful the Bard was for Wraith in Game 1 for Samsung, really enabling a lot of those picks. So if Snowflower can have some similar accuracy, might be able to get Africa ahead early, get some really well executed picks here, but Ray maybe looking like he's going to lock it in. He's going to go ahead and try and show Core JJ how Ashe is supposed to be played.
Definitely the best Ashe player that we have in this league. And he goes back to that old staple. This is looking like the consummate Rocks Tigers composition.
Yep.
Hard CC, pick composition, great at skirmishing, great at diving. The Alistar and the Echo and the Nidalee coming through, especially with the Lysandra. Lots of mobility from the mid lane for this Lysandra pickup. And because they get the Lysandra, also not going to have to worry so much about Zed.
Yeah. Speaking of which,
you can still play Zed.
His ears were burning.
He obviously will bully Lysandra in the lane early, and that's what you pick him for, so you can get a CS lead, but can't present problems later.
That would be an interesting one. Mickey just having Snowflower flip through a couple of options as he does some champion window shopping. Might just come straight back to this Lucian Lulu composition. Would have Graves to go along with it this time. And it will be the Lulu locked in. So we've seen Mickey play this before. Hasn't been the greatest Lulu performances that we've seen.
Yeah. Mickey, for a player that is so good at split pushing and putting pressure on the map and taking down turrets by himself, playing around vision and the enemy team's movements to maintain safety while still killing turrets. He really has poor intuition about when to join his team for team fights. And the last time we saw him play Lulu, Songyun had to have a heroic performance on Lucian, basically without help, where he went into the double digits in terms of kills, but Mickey was kind of like whimsying and shielding himself and wild growthing himself and not really playing the Lulu like you should.
Yeah.
to empower your Lucian to be on the front line and be that very threatening, high damage AD carry. So I hope Mickey has changed his ways. I kind of doubt it.
Well, he's got one extra target now that he can use a wild growth on quite well with this Graves in the jungle.
But why would you wild growth yourself?
Yeah, why not? Me before the rest of my team.
Well, that's what it looks like sometimes when he's playing the Lulu. So hopefully he has a better grasp on it. The team fights this game. You'll certainly need it. Lots of disengage here from the Africa Freaks to power up these AD carries and see if they can stop the pick comp in the early skirmish that no doubt the Rocks Tigers is going to want to bring to bear.
Yep, Italy for Peanut. Let's see how this goes as we get into game one.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding
The Africa fans definitely out tonight, trying to see that big upset. And if they could take down Rocks, I'm sure their fandom would grow quite substantially.
Well, they've taken out pretty much everybody else.
Yeah.
The second round robin, only losing to SKT, but they beat them in the first round robin. So
Yeah, and that was when it was really coming out of left field.
yeah, and to the credit of the Africa Freaks, remember they started this season 1-6, and they have since gone 7-1 to end at 8-7 and actually be a potential playoff contender. And with their hot streak recently, even if they sneak in at 5th, they still might be very dangerous for an extended playoff run, considering that they've beaten most of the teams above them in the standings at this stage.
And even if they're a team that doesn't make playoffs, they still have improved so much moving forward into the next split. You never know. We could see these guys resting in the top 5, maybe in the top 4 with how well they've been doing lately. Same for Smenu. Probably not going to be in the top 5, but could be in that 8th or 7th place range with how much they've improved as well with their shot calling. So there's a lot of improvement that's been going on during this season, much more than we've seen in the past from some of these teams.
And there's the Longju problem.
And then there's the Longju problem and Kongdu Monster. And CJ is trying to avoid that same level of criticism, but hasn't been doing too well for themselves lately with their performance, and getting locked out of playoffs certainly doesn't help their mentality as they get ready to move forward into the next split.
Kongdu has to be really worried too, because MVP is not looking like a slouch in the Korean Challenger scene.
Yeah.
That team is definitely looking like they have a strong possibility of beating Kongdu in promotion, so a little bit worrisome, I think.
Yeah. We'll have to see if the monster has any bite when it's backed into a corner. My guess is not much.
We'll have to wait and see. Well, Kuro taking a beating from this Lulu early on, just using that range advantage. Some nice harassment in there.
Yeah. This is how we expect this to go, though. Kuro is well versed on this Lissandra, so I don't think we have to worry too much about him in that mid lane. It's going to be the jungle pressure that comes out that could really have some adverse effects.
I think this is just a really bad matchup for Africa, because if we think about these team strengths, Kuro has really made his mark this season by just being the faster mid laner to respond, the faster mid laner to group, the faster mid laner to dive, because the Rocks Tigers comms are so good and they're so far in advance of setting up plays that Kuro's just there making an impression before the other mid laner has a chance to react. And Mickey is a slow reacting mid laner already, so I just think Kuro is going to get an upper hand here, and Mickey will be a day late and a dollar short, and that's how the Rocks Tigers will end up getting some of these skirmish wins and then snowball the game from there.
Yeah, I forget which interview it was in, but I remember the Rocks Tigers just talking about how if somebody says, come top, they just do it immediately. They don't think further, they just trust their teammates, and that's why they've been able to have such great synergy and such good responses, as you're saying, from Kuro in these later fights. They just trust each other and work well together, and so far it's been paying off quite well for them. 2 losses aside, still a great record.
Yeah. And a lot of that, I think, is, this is a great meta for Lyra, number one. And also, because of Mickey's champion pool on these split push champions like TF and Zed, they get a lot of power picks. We've talked about this. They get Kalista a lot more frequently than any other team in this league. Because the pocket bans are a big factor in the draft that Africa has. So you have to consider those, you have to respect those, and then that gives them more power picks. And that's kind of where they start to get scary too, because before, if you just banned the Zed and the TF, they couldn't win.
Yeah.
But once they actually figured out how to play the Poppy and the Kalista, then they started actually getting quite threatening, because they could suddenly play the most powerful champions in the meta at a high level and actually close games. And that's where their fortunes really started to turn.
Yeah. That'll be something to look forward to in Game 2, to see if Sung-Yu can get the Kalista for a first pick. Certainly would be quite happy taking that one. Peanut going to get spotted by Lyra as he goes over to these Raptors.
He's
Lyra,
a level down.
yeah, he's playing it patiently. Going to try to take these away. Smite's not available. Lyra does have his, but that's still a Nidalee. Will be able to do an immense amount of damage to you. On the bot side, looks like Gorilla just getting chunked out. That's a Thunderlord's Bard. He deals a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is going to be obviously a tough matchup, because especially in the early levels, Ashe and Alistar are going to have some troubles just due to the burst, that if you get hit by that Thunderlord's Bard, and the double tap for Lucian can be challenging, especially now that the nerfs came through to Alistar's sustain with his Triumphant Roar.
Yeah,
so,
pretty significant ones too.
Yeah, that makes it a little bit more challenging, but it's all even so far, so Prey doing a good job using that volley to sort of keep them at bay.
Yeah. Was sort of hoping we'd see the Jhin come out for Prey, but going for equally immobile AD carry.
I think that while Prey's been great on the Jhin, Ashe is just a really good champ for the Rocks Tigers playstyle.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Dive you all day, set up the picks.
And Prey has proven historically that he has a bit more accuracy with his Enchanted Crystal Arrows.
Amazing accuracy. Prey is
a bit more
hands down the best Ashe player in Korea.
A bit more was doing a disservice to him.
How dare you do a disservice to Prey?
I'm sorry, Prey.
So, when's this level 6 going to come in?
Oh, well, that's going to be the engage onto Snowflower. Level 6 not quite here, but a lot of damage still coming through. Peanut going forward with a flash, and that is going to be first blood coming through for Rocks Tigers. Cannot follow up onto Song-Yu. The heal not going to keep his support alive, but that's going to be a lot of summoners burned out by Rocks to secure that kill.
Well,
I'm sure they're still going to be quite happy.
They pretty much take an equal amount in return. 3 summoners used in each of this bot lanes duo. Now it's only Peanut not having the flash, but he won't care, getting that first blood yet again. Peanut, it's just crazy, Peanut's first blood contribution. It's so much higher than any other player in this league that right now he sits at 65% first blood contribution. And that's not saying that when the Rocks Tigers gets first blood, he's in 65% of them. No, that means he is in 65% of first bloods that happen in Rocks Tigers games, whether they get the first blood or not. So he's just an artist when it comes to picking up the first kill of the game. And to put that in perspective, the second highest is Winged from Jhin Air at 46%. So 19% more first bloods for Peanut. Just absolutely crazy. He's so good at snowballing his lanes.
Yep. And as you said, an artist is a fantastic way to put it for Peanut, especially when he is playing this Nidalee.
He hasn't gotten in a really long time now.
Yeah, I mean, it's been almost permaban in every single game, not just Rocks games, but just games in general.
Especially Rocks games.
Yeah.
I think after everybody saw that Spenu performance, they're like, nope.
They're like, nah, not going to deal with this. It's not worth the risk. Smeb, though, playing a lot of risk. Does has that ultimate available. Should he have to snap back to it? Can't pull the trigger, though. Knows he would have died either way. But he does lose the flash.
Yeah, good gank from Lyra.
Very good.
Ixu and Lyra making it worth. Both junglers picking up early kills right here.
Oh, Koro actually going in onto Mickey. The Wild Growth comes out. Koro still has that Frozen Tomb to lay down. Throws it down. Obviously no cleanse here. Has to flash the wall. Can they follow up? It's not going to happen. So Koro...
No, he doesn't know where Graves
yeah.
is. So without the top laner being there, smarter not to go in on that. You already won the duel. You're going to force it back into base. Just maintain control over that lane.
Gets the flash.
And
Worth.
doesn't have to use his own, so now he can just set up for a follow-up instead of taking the risk right there. Peanut can come by once the ultimate is back up and try for a second attempt there.
Or at that point where Mickey does not want to TP back into the lane, so will just come back and rely on the Whimsy. Shouldn't miss too much here. Still has a very slight CS advantage at the moment. Now Cora on the return. Peanut going to get spotted out by the Spooky Ghosts. The Frost Queen's claim does get finished by Mickey. You can see it's just going to be a Rod of Ages build here for Cora, so keeping it fairly consistent with Lysandra builds.
Yeah. Not really a surprise.
Oh, Arrow comes out, still finds Songyu despite the dash. Headbutt pulverize onto him, and he goes down. Peanut finds the kill, and that's going to be a canceled TP. Well played by the Rock Tigers.
Brutal. Absolutely brutal. There was no chance for Songyun to do anything at all right there. Peanut with a max range spear to just finish him off.
Yoink. Takes that kill away.
Now that he's finished the Echo, so it'll be an easy dragon pickup, and this is...
Oh, the Runic Echo. I was like, what?
Yeah, the Runic Echo.
I was like, what about Echo? He wasn't in that fight, Monty.
Sorry to be confusing there.
Not quite all right.
Too many Echoes in this game.
One too many.
Luden's Echo, Runic Echo, Echo.
Yep, could complicate things as we go deeper into this game if we see the Runic Echoes. Or the Luden's Echo. God dang, I'm already just getting mixed up with all of these. But we will see the Dragon going down there. About 10.5 minutes for Rocks Tigers. And Smep with some stylistic play with the Echo. Just going to go ahead and zip his way back to lane. Not missing any CS. Holds onto the teleport. Smartly played by him.
You know, we talk a lot about Smeb because he's just been great this season. Obviously, he's on top of the MVP rankings, but basically in every possible statistical category, Smeb has been an absolute monster. Out of all top laners, he's number 1 in CS differential at 10 minutes. He's number 1 in gold differential at 10 minutes. He's number 2 in damage percentage as a part of his team. Second only to Someday. But Rox has a lot more damage threats than of course KT does, because Fly is mostly a utility mid laner.
Yeah.
So it makes it even more impressive in that way. He's number 1 in damage per minute too. Just crazy. Crazy good season for Smeb right now.
You know, I didn't see the end of that LoL esports poll that you tweeted about just the other day. Did Smeb end up winning, or did Huni find it?
I think Smeb edged him out somehow.
Okay, good. There are some sane people in the world. Huni's not bad, but he's not Smeb.
He's also not in Korea.
That too.
It's a lot harder to play top lane in Korea than it is in any other region in the world.
Quite true. You see, though, some world down, some good deep vision here from Africa to the bottom jungle of Rocks Tigers. Not going to be looking for any kind of dive here. Be a pretty dangerous one. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow plus the Headbutt Pulverize combo from Gorilla would disable you for long enough that that tower does some serious damage.
You can see how reluctant Songyun and Snowflower are to move forward right now. Especially Snowflower has to be extra careful. He's quite squishy, and Peanut shows up. That is just going to be him dying if he gets hit by an arrow at all.
Yeah. Be very bad times for you. See, though, Skirmisher Saber for Peanut, whereas the Tracker's Knife still coming through from Lyra, so not going to be matching that dueling potential. He's going for the deeper vision. As you can see, he has gotten some deep vision in that jungle and now feels safe to go ahead and clear out 2 of the camps away from Peanut.
I really like this this jungle matchup because both Lyra's ascent and his ability to output damage on this Graves has been a major part of the Afrika Freaks' success in the second half of this season. And you can see already picking up a kill for himself off of the nice gank and coming out with an advantage. Oh man, cool. Arrow not going to show up.
Yep, just harassing him.
Put the fear of the Enchanted Crystal Arrow in him right there. But that's one of the things about the engage that this composition has. If you're hit by that headbutt pull combo,
it's guaranteed arrow.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's just handed to you on a silver platter. Accuracy not required. But yeah, just forcing Song Yoon to drink all those cups of cocoa. Maybe the thought is they'll make him keep drinking all of them, and he has to go back to base to use the restroom. It opens up some pressure for him to take the turret at the bot side.
Maybe they think he's just going to get fat over time.
That's
really slow.
Yeah. I feel like it'll take you
Hello?
quite a long... Yeah,
Hello, Mickey, can you TP to mid, please? Okay,
It's
guess
like,
not.
you know, I could, but I don't want
I need that TP for stuff later.
To not join my team for these fights. It's very important that I hold on to this.
Wow, well, Peanut had the right read there. If he's not going to show up, just walk up and auto the turret as Italy until you take the mid lane.
It was a good read even by Gorilla to roaming up, just waiting in that brush. So even if Mickey did go for the TP, they were set up for the dive. It was a win-win situation for the Rock Tigers.
Yeah, especially since he was level 6. So yeah, I think Mickey, to be fair to Mickey, he probably saw that Gorilla was not actually in the bottom lane right there and was scared of the possibility that he could just get dove if he TP'd in.
We'll go with that.
It's a reasonable fear.
Indeed. Lyra still keeping up the pressure, though. Goes back in, takes away a little bit more of Peanut's jungle. We can see he's stretched a decent CS lead, 94 to 77. So doing good on this Graves, but still have yet to see him in a true fight where that skirmish potential is going to have to come to a head for Africa Freaks to get ahead.
Yeah, the difference is Peanut has been making plays on objectives and getting an extra kill in there too, so it's not like he's behind.
Yeah, gold should be
pretty even.
Very nice. Oh, Song Yoon. Messing up your CS.
Not a good situation to be in, having both of your players in the bottom lane dying already. Gorilla with a really early distortion enchantment.
Yeah, wow. He's going straight for that roam.
How many flashes can he get in?
Oh, well, there's going to be one pulverize. Air comes out. Song Yoon able to juke it out, but has to use the flash. Gorilla not going to get stunned up by the Cosmic Binding. Uses the Alistar ultimate, however. JC, significant amount of damage. Bard ultimate not going to connect. They're on the road down. Gorilla's still quite low. Going to go for the ward as they throw out the Scrying Orb here. Does not get spotted, I don't think.
This is dangerous for them. This definitely could be a dive.
They throw out the hog shot. It's not going to spot him. So this could be a pretty treacherous
setting
dive.
up for a TP.
Yeah, they don't have the Bard ultimate though, but the TP's coming through. Gorilla already getting pulverized onto Songyun. Right, almost going down. He will fall. Snowflower finds the kill, but Songyun gonna die as well as Koro roams down with that frozen tomb. Gorilla dies, however. Now it's just Koro all on his lonesome. He's gonna get popped. Mickey finds the kill, and just like that, 3 kills over to Africa, just losing Songyun for it. They should be able to pick up this tower and the dragon.
Wow, so right there, that little fight, nice setup, and we wondered about Mickey. He was there with the TP that time to go ahead and help out his team, and a great read by the Freaks. They saw that the 2 ults were down. Prime diving bait, that Alistar and that Ashe. They don't have those ults available. It didn't even matter that the Bard ultimate had already been used. Smeb is going to get the top turret for it, though. And nice setup, should have been telegraphed. You see the TP coming in from Echo. He actually gets into that bottom lane right there, but Smeb actually has to ult his way back into the top side of the map before he died under that turret too. So that's what happened. Got there for a little bit of damage, but couldn't actually prevent several members of his team from dying. And a great strike back there from Africa as Prey misses that arrow. So really good response. And that's what we've come to expect from these teams in the early game, is they will take chances, and they will take these dives, both of them.
Yeah. Just good on Africa. Having those wards in that bottom side jungle, and Rock's not thinking enough to really cover their hindsides.
Yeah, and Peanut just wasn't there. Great setup, great reaction. And that's going to be some more turret trading right here eventually.
That's going to be the Rift Herald, as well as some pressure onto that top tower. Likely going to be the tower going down, which will give Africa Freaks a gold advantage here in this match.
They're behind in the turret race, though, and Peanut already here with Kuro. It's going to be a 4-man pressure onto the tier 2, and we're going to see a bit of a base race, Achilleos.
Well, Smeb sticking around at that bottom side, actually getting engaged on a little bit. You're going to take a bit of damage, though.
Yeah, really hard to dive that Echo, though, so it's smart of him to stay there to see if he can clear out stuff with the Time Winder. Peanut now racing into the mid lane. Kuro on the return, too. So actually, Rock's Tigers able to get a tier 2 turret out of that. Africa did get the Dragon and the Rift Herald, though.
Yeah.
After that, dive went down in the bottom side. So both teams trading fairly evenly right now. But because they decided to back off and take that Herald, Rocks recognized they had an advantage to maybe get an extra turret out of that, and they maintain a very small gold lead, but really an excellent game back and forth for both of these teams so far.
Yeah, really well played by Africa so far, keeping up with Rocks. Just inching their nose out ahead of them for a brief period of time, but still just a couple hundred gold separating these teams at the moment.
I think the main fear for Rocks is that they don't have the most damage with this composition in the late game. Compared to Lucian, Graves, obviously Nidalee, to do the most damage has to be in Kruger form. Otherwise, you're just waiting on spear cooldowns to throw them out with the poke. And Lysandra going to fall off when it comes to damage. Ashe, not the biggest damage AD carry out there, especially compared to Lucian. And that means that an even gold score is going to favor Africa as long as they can group properly. And again, that's been the thing that has eluded them even in their long chain of wins that they've managed to put together here.
Yep. So far, showing signs of correcting their mistakes from the past, though, with that big group
Mickey
at the bottom
there.
side.
He was there.
Mickey was there. That's just...
He did it.
We're going to have to recap every single fight. Was Mickey there? That's why they lost. Oop. Yeah, they're not going to get caught out there. Could have been a pick coming out, but don't want to commit. Don't know where the rest of the team is.
Yeah, they didn't have the necessary information to reliably make that. Well, Rock's now setting up for a 1-3-1 split. Actually, it looks like Kuro will be... No, he's not going to recall. He's going to stick there.
Well, they throw out the arrow. Looks like it was evaded by Snowflower, taking a magical journey. So not able to get that catch, and just 300 gold separating these two teams. Second Dragon hasn't yet come up for either of them. Would be the third overall. And now we're going to get that point of the game where we don't make nearly as many risks because it's just too damn close to do so.
After 30 minutes, that's where you can lose the game from one team fight.
Yep.
He said, got to play that more risk-averse style.
Oh. Mira tries to play catch with the javelin. Does so successfully.
No real follow-up on any of these arrows or attempts to set them up either, although TP threatening to be used right now by Kuro. They're looking for their opportunity. Where he has his arrow once again.
Yeah, recalls coming through though. Not going to be able to find it. Kuro's still sticking around in the base, however, so they might just come straight back in and maybe look for this play, but there we go. Just now going to go ahead and leave the base.
I mean, right now, Rocks Tigers have nothing to do. In a typical situation, this was not a lane swap, obviously, but in a lane swap where you have all these outer turrets down in the side lanes, you would be using this chance to push the waves to group up in mid and try and chip out and take their mid turret. But since that went down first this game, Rocks Tigers are in a situation where it's too early to take the Baron. There is no dragon. So basically, Kuro's job is sit in Fountain and wait to actually TP and see if they overextend. There's just not much else he can do.
It's a tough job. They're going to try to make a play, though, as Lyra gets caught. Gorilla goes in, gets a headbutt pulverized into the frozen tomb. Hex Drinker pops, flashes over the wall, might actually keep himself alive, but just the tip of the volley takes him down. Bard ultimate connects, however, and Prey getting locked up. Mickey throws out the Glitter Lance. He's getting locked up now, has the flash over the wall, the Ignite ticking. He's going to go down. Snowflower finds the kill, but Mickey's going to fall, however, to Peanut, who's going in just a little bit too deep. The Cosmic Binding connects. He is just way in. Has to jump over the wall now. Smeb going in. Can he finish off Songyun? A few more hits. The ultimate available. Can't use it in time, however, to get himself to safety. So far, just going to be a 2-for-2. Songyun still alive. Kuro, the only damage threat alongside Peanut, who has to hightail it out of there. It's going to be another even exchange here between these two teams.
Yeah, a little bit sloppy for Smeb to go in quite that deep in that little scenario.
Yeah, didn't get to use the ultimate to get himself to safety.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit interesting on the back end, but they finally catch out. They're setting up the pick in the brush. Doesn't know there are that many people there. Lyra, they get knocked up, but you know, the Maul Malmortius did some work there, kept him alive for a little bit longer, and Africa tries to turn it around now that a lot of these ultimates have been used. But Songyun attempts to get Prey. Prey still has his flash available. He's actually cleaned up by the Ignite. And then Peanut comes through, does get the execute down onto Mickey, hops over the wall. Smeb goes a little bit too deep here. What actually stunned him at the end? It was Cosmic Binding. Right to the turret. So then he straight into body slam, so he didn't have enough time to actually hit his ultimate.
Nope. Ixu TPing in here. Not sure if he's going to be able to find an opening, but the dragon spawned, so they're at least postured forward for that. See Kuro still up in this top side split pushing, going to recall, trying to go for the teleport. I don't know if he has enough time to do this, however, as the dragon's already below half HP. It's going to get confirmed by Lyra. Nice Cosmic Binding onto Prey. Ixu goes in deep, throws out the cast. Wild Growth comes through. Prey taking a lot of damage, has to kite back. Gorilla just going to be the sacrificial Minotaur for the time being, but Snowflower still hot on the chase. They do get Prey. Ixu finding the kill. Smeb takes the Cosmic Binding, gets slowed up, has to run, but there's no tower here for him. Kuro looking like he's going to make it out with the recall. Smeb gets caught by the Bard ultimate. Does he have anywhere to go? Ulti's still available. Makes it back underneath the tower. It should be safe for the time being. But it's still 2 members plus the dragon going down in favor of Africa Freaks.
Yeah, and they took that fight. Ashe is very vulnerable against this composition when the people are low, of course, because they got a lot of disruption and a lot of ways to get on top of you, especially with that Lulu Whimsy, because Songyun can really get in your face on the Ashe and try and burst you down. So smart play. They have to be careful.
Oh, Kuro actually follows that one in. This is a Frozen 2 on himself. They pop up Ixu. Can they finish him off? However, goes up the glacial path. They cannot follow. Peanut not able to connect the spears either. Smeb coming in on the sidelines. Colin gets thrown out. He's taking a lot of damage. Here comes the arrow. Both of them just dashing away in synergy with each other. Now Lyra trying to fire back. No collateral damage, but just gets it off cooldown. But not going to be able to find any kills out of that one. And Rocks just getting outplayed here by Africa.
Yeah, tough stuff. They're going to come back, though, and take a little bit of a fight. And it's just been so back and forth. You can see each of these teams very much taking into consideration cooldowns of summoner spells and ultimates here as they try and exercise these windows. So coming into this little fight right here, nice binding to set it up. And Prey is just dead to rights after that. Really good CC chain onto him. Then Ixu, obviously, with the wild growth there, not really a threat. Smeb can't get over the wall in time to actually stun Ixu with the parallel convergence. Does get slowed up a little bit by that Iceborne Gauntlet. And then trying to escape under this turret. Gets another parallel convergence up right here to stun out Ixu. And that lands absolutely at the perfect time. He gets the phase dive, or the flash actually, back over to get the shield and the stun. Prevents the follow-up from Ixu and allows him to escape underneath that turret.
Then we had that extended little exchange in the mid lane where Ixu also was able to get out. So 8-5 now, kills in favor of Africa, but still only 1,500 gold ahead of Rocks.
I still really disagree with this Phantom Dancer on Lyra. Especially against a pick composition, like having that Sterix can actually save your life. And the Phantom Dancer,
not so much.
Not so much, no. And like you don't need the extra damage, really. So with this composition, Lucian will be doing enough.
Can't get that pick on the Mickey. There's another parallel convergence. Peanut's still waiting here, though. They don't have vision of this. Wrapping around the sides, but looks like they're just going to go ahead and back away.
They don't have the damage to kill him. Just literally in the echo right there. The pressure now coming in.
Oh, jukes out the Bard ultimate. Not going to turn off the tower, though, and Gorilla gets caught out. Has that Alistar ultimate up, but just can't go anywhere. He falls. Kuro waiting on the sidelines, but I don't think you want to go into this team right now without that Alistar available to you. Wasn't actually on the Snowflower, locks him down with the Frozen Tomb. They will pick him off. Ixu going to be in the front. Kuro gets knocked away, has to flash over the wall. Lyra really going to follow. Glacial Path comes through. That should take Kuro to safety. Meanwhile, Mickey has to flash the wall. Peanut goes in and takes him out. Smeb coming back, heals up a little bit with the ultimate. Can they finish off Ixu, however? Just one more hit. He has no mana. Lyra just trying to protect him, but he can't do it. Smeb does find the killing blow. Now just Peanut and Smeb trying to take down Lyra. I think they may be able to do this.
I don't know. Here comes Kuro.
Peanut, here comes Kuro. Can he lock him in? He does. Smeb gonna stay alive. Gonna get the kill. And now they even it up 10-10.
This game is incredibly entertaining. So
Absolutely is.
many movement abilities. Everybody just juking absolutely everywhere around the map, using flash over walls, having a follow. Just crazy. So they try and zone them forward right here. That's a really good Bard ultimate, actually, especially since that turret is nearly dead. Forces Gorilla to use his ult at a time you would really rather not and just be the first kill right here. But now they see the opportunity. Kuro's in an excellent location. Does get the drop onto Snowflower. Pops over, hits him with everything. And you see Smep already set up there too to zone the choke with the parallel convergence. Ixu super tanky, and that's why they're going to change their focus fire onto Mickey right here. Flash over the wall to execute with the Nidalee, and then Prey coming back over to get Sungyu does actually end up dying. Auto attack for auto attack right there. Smeb gets the last blow with a phase dive onto Gragas, and then there's this little skirmish. Meantime, Kuro has actually recalled and filled himself back up to full, but they've got to be very scared of this Graves still in the jungle and how easily he can proc the end of the line against the walls there. So they intelligently just back off, let Kuro use the TP to come in and actually finish off the kill. So really, really close game we've got here, but I still think the advantage is over to the Africa Freaks as we head into the late game, simply just because of their team composition. Africa gonna try and start this Baron, however.
Yeah, Smeb's really far away with no teleport. Grill coming in. Baron is just melting underneath the pressure because the javelin throws out. Not going to connect onto anything. They pop Snowflower away, or Peanut away with that casket. He cannot get in there for the seal. Mickey goes down there, and Rocks are just starting to sweep through the ranks. 3 members down, 4 members down as Lyra falls. Ixu going to be the sole owner of that Baron buff. Gold goes over to Africa for the Baron, but it doesn't even matter as Rocks evens it out by taking out 4 members of the team, and now they're going to go for the towers.
Yeah, they're going to get the inhibitor easily off of this, and that's the big mistake right here. Okay, Rocks, think about how many ways they have to control that Baron choke. Parallel convergence, Lissandra ultimate, they can clog it up with the Ash arrow, or Gorilla just standing there with Pulverize. You can't try and sneak a Baron against them, and you can't be in tight spaces like that.
Yeah.
So, really big mistake there from Africa. Their problems remain. They're still not the best late game team in the league. They were doing so well for a while here. They can still win this game. It's not over, but that's a pretty big error.
They heard you say that the advantage was... Rocks heard you say that the advantage was for Africa Freaks here. Okay, let's just start this around real quick.
You can certainly start that Baron and try and force a team fight, but you just have to make sure everybody's in the river.
Oh, wow. Well, they're going to try to start something here. Smeb does use the ultimate to try to juke out. Can he get to someplace where he can safely teleport? It doesn't look likely. He's just going to take them all running around the map. Phage dive over the wall, but Ixu going to follow with the body slam, slows him up, and Songyun is here to collapse. Smeb, a dead man, but buying a lot of time for his team.
Yeah, and they were pushing out the waves during that. Mickey actually with a heads-up play there, starting to push the minion wave while the rest of his team was on the chase.
Yep.
So they may be able to take a tier 2 with what remains of their Baron buff.
It's not going to be a whole lot, though.
Yeah, they have to be really concerned about their Nexus, though. Look at where the super minion wave is.
Yeah.
They don't actually have much time to take this tower before they need to consider going back and clearing out the mounting number of super minions in the mid lane.
Well, if they get Lyra and Songyun up in here...
They're going to get one, and
yeah.
they're going to have to leave.
Can't stick around. Try to get the rest, so the recalls will come out as the super creeps do start knocking on the Nexus tower doors. They're going to try to deny a lot of these backs. 3 members here. There's on the glacial path.
Uh-oh, they're all stuck there.
Yeah,
Smeb's back up in 10
here.
seconds, and he has TP.
Bard ultimate not going to connect. Gorilla.
No, they can't
Their
stay
words are
here.
hard
They need
here.
to figure out a way to get
Gorilla
back to
gets
base.
it. Nice headbutt pulverize on 2 members. Ultimate up for him is going to expire, however, he will fall. Lyra picks him up with the collateral damage. Nexus towers, though, still getting knocked down by those super creeps. Looks like Africa may be able to back off this time. Smeb still trying to run interrupt on this. And they're just sprinting back toward the base. Mickey has managed to get back.
Yeah, they
should be able to clean it out.
They sent him back. Gorilla actually overcommitted to that, and he should not have died right there. And it's not worth it to get that support death because now you're going to delay the time that you have to play on the map again. They will get a big minion wave in the bottom side, and they didn't actually get that much done when it came to those delays, considering that no Nexus turrets actually fell.
Yep, just that tier 2.
The cost isn't actually that great. I mean, there's no Baron, there's no Dragon, there's nothing that Rocks could have done in that time anyway, so Gorilla being dead, not particularly consequential at the current moment.
Yep. Certainly not the worst thing that could have happened. Now we see
Pretty low risk play, honestly.
Dead even on gold. The Baron has expired. It's not even on gold, and Rocks have both a kill and a turn advantage. So Africa have been playing one hell of a game. Dead even pretty much on almost all fronts outside of those towers. 2 dragons each. Third for either side should be spawning in about 2.5, 3 minutes, I think. Didn't get the exact timer of that one, but
yeah,
this
it's
is
close.
just
But the
neck and neck.
Yeah, the dragon game not going to be very consequential. It all comes down to this Baron, and Africa, with their inhibitor back up, are going to be able to get back into this game as long as they don't make any more silly mistakes, like trying to race down the Baron instead of just turning.
Well, Rocks looking to play together up toward this top side.
Bard has a QSS and a McHale's. That is how worried he is. I mean, it's a legitimate fear. Bard is very squishy, so...
I mean, he got picked, and that was a big 4v5 turnaround for Rocks Tigers that really got them back into the game.
Well,
So,
I actually
Snowflower.
really like the QSS on the Bard here, because if you lock down the Bard, then you can eliminate the threat of that Bard ultimate coming through later. So if you have the QSS, then you can just QSS it and throw your ult out instantaneously or try and get a good Cosmic Binding. So,
Solid adaptation by Snowflower.
I like it. I like it a lot. Very few targets to be bursted down at this stage due to the McHale's, the 2 QSS, the Wild Growth, the Bloodthirster now making it, and the Maw making it extremely difficult for Lyra to even be killed. So I'm not sure what Kuro's going to do. Basically, this is on Prey to do virtually all of the damage that they need to have done. It's a tall order for an Ashe, even though, obviously getting up there in terms of AoE damage with that Hurricane and building into a Bloodthirster now.
Yeah. Well, Peanut's trying to do his fair share. Rod of Ages, Void Staff, a Pistol Scepter, and a needlessly large rod.
What Peanut has been doing really well is figuring out the right times to go into Krugerhorn to finish off people in these fights. And that's been Mickey's main problem, because Mickey doesn't have any MR, so he's been really heavily targeting Mickey and Krugerhorn. Peanut could absolutely carry this if he manages to find the right targets in some of these fights.
So far, so good. 4-0-6. Rest can't be said so much for the rest of his team, as both Prey and Gorilla have died 4 times.
TP.
Yep, TP is coming in here pretty deep. Mickey sees this one, though. Goes out the ward, and now Kuro is zipping his way in. Glitterlands connection. But the arrow.
There's no follow-up.
No follow-up, but they're going to follow up onto Lyra. But a nice Bard ultimate catches Smeb and Gorilla. Collateral damage going to whip because of that, however. Nixu coming over the sidelines. Could come over the wall with a body slam or the flash into the cast to try to make a pick here.
Yeah, they got 2 ultimates and 2 flashes out of that, though.
And Smeb going forward. Barrel goes in. They just go on to Ixu. Gorilla gets the headbutt and the pulverize onto Songyu. Kuro goes in deep, trying to freeze them up with that Frozen Tomb onto himself. Prey, though, getting locked out, taking so much damage. Ixu going to be the first one to fall, however, as Peanut gets the kill. Now jumping straight over onto Lyra, getting these shields from Mickey, trying to keep him alive as the Wild Growth has already been used. Smeb really low, has to back off, but this should be Rocks moving back in, taking this inhibitor in the mid lane yet again.
Yeah, they're going to take it in 5 seconds until Baron 2, so they're going to be able to double back and get that. No chance that Ixu can be part of this fight. They have the Ash Arrow back up too in case you need to turn.
Straight in from Smeb.
Yep, so take the red buff, take the Baron now while they can, and Bug Splat!
Oh boy, here we go, right at the crucial moment.
Well, at least we can look at Kuro.
Yeah, we get a look at Kuro. Looks like we can confirm the Baron has gone down.
That's right. We'll take a look at Peanut Vision. Watch him gloriously leaping around the map. Man, Peanut, I was watching his heal in that fight, and he was healing Prey for like half of Prey's HP bar every time. So
really
that
crucial. And that's the glory that is full AP Nidalee.
Yeah, it actually is very much helping keep them in this game.
Yeah, and when Prey gets that Bloodthirster, it's going to be that much more difficult to kill him if Peanut is in tow.
I honestly wonder whether Asterix is actually the right item on this Ashe right now.
It's going to be a death cap. Yeah, actually, the Asterix might be a good one. Looks like he's going to go for the GA, or actually could be. I think it's going to be the GA here. Maybe the QSS to try to get out of the Bard stuns. But just sitting on the null magic, so we'll have to see which way he's going to go with that build as he moves forward. But the Bloodthirster has been completed for him. Looks like we might be getting back into our regular cam in just a few seconds here.
Yep.
Bug
Back
Splat.
in the game.
Yep. Bug Splat has been.
How come Bug
taken
Splat
care of.
never happens in LCS, but it happens here like 4 times a week?
I don't know. Maybe Ryan just gives us the bad client. No Draven minions. You know, it's what's going on.
Wait, they were Draven minions?
Yeah, for the April Fools. You can Draven everything.
Was it not in Korea?
No. I mean, in not in the LCK. I want to see it in the LCK.
Oh, okay.
That would be really funny. Be like, we can kind of go back to classic rules of best of 5. Get into that 5th game. Instead of playing blind, you have to play an Earth mode or something, but fight's going to be right out here. Mickey already having to use the water growth on himself. Ixu over the wall has to use the flash to get out to safety. Gorilla taking a lot of damage, however. That Howlstar ultimate does expire. Ixu gets locked up yet again, though. It's going to be 2 kills coming in for Rocks as Peta picks up another one. Smep going in deep, trying to be that really tanky Echo, but just going to peel back, take down that tower, likely be able to get this inhibitor as well. Snowflower has to flash to get to safety. And looks like Africa, final stand here, could just take out this other inhibitor. Oh, wait. That's a bug. Yeah, that inhibitor is still dead in the mid lane.
Definitely is still dead. Yep. And we're going to see another TP in here from Kuro, coming back with some more HP.
Yeah, Baron empowered minions working their way onto these Nexus towers. Parallel convergence comes out just to segregate Africa away from their own turrets. Snowflower doesn't go down. No, he doesn't, but Peanut will fall. I think that's his first death in this game. Songyun doing what he can, but he gets locked up by the Frozen Tomb. Kuro has to use the Zonius to keep himself alive. Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes wide. Nexus exposed. It's going to go down. Rocks Tigers, after a nail-biter of a game, take down Africa Freaks for game 1.
That was actually a really good game of League of Legends. Africa made some mistakes around that Baron, but otherwise played a pretty solid game. And Rocks Tigers scrambling to get back into that one. Prey doing his best to stay alive in those team fights despite all the disruption that was getting thrown at him. Both teams playing really well. Snowflower's Bard was quite good.
Yeah, he had some really key ultimates there that really helped Africa Freaks get ahead for a period of time in that match, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. Can't close out, and Rocks Tigers will walk away with game 1.
Yep, so Africa, they don't need to win this game. Would it be nice if they did? Yes. If they want to make playoffs, winning all 3 of their remaining matches would guarantee them a slot. Can they still be a contender if they win 2 out of 3? Absolutely.
Yeah, for sure. And they look really strong here, so I'm sure Rocks going to have to go back to the drawing board and think about their composition in this next game.
Ray's like, damn it was so hard to stay alive in that game.
I barely made it in the end. But yeah, Africa still looking insanely strong against the Rocks Tigers. Can't feel bad about that performance. Getting the win certainly would have been nice, but looking like they could come back and maybe take us to game 3. When we come back here though, game 2 going to be coming right up. Welcome back. Your MVP from game 1 is Kuro. Had a pretty fantastic game as that Lysandra 3-1 and 8 made some very crucial, albeit very aggressive plays as well that helped get Rocks back into this game.
Like this one.
Like
Helping
this
to kill
one.
Lyra. Prey with a fadeaway volley. Finish it off.
Yep. So just on the edge of that one. It's a really good game though overall. Back and forth. Solid performance by Africa. Might be able to take us to game 3 as we move forward.
Yeah.
But Koro, this was the big one.
That was a great play. Just cutting him off halfway through. This was the big mistake from Africa trying to do this Baron. They also had that split call where they were trying to finish Baron to who got caught outside the pit. Really sloppy Baron play from the Africa Freaks. Cost them what could have been definitely a 1 game.
Yep, a few missteps here and there. But still, Koro really enabling that earlier 4v5 win. Got the ace. Really helped solidify Rocks a lead in this matchup.
Really good ult by Snowflower.
Yeah, again, we were talking about that before the break. Snowflower on this Bard was pretty impactful throughout, but fortunately it just was not able to make up for some of those mistakes that Africa made. But still, looking like they might be able to contend with Rocks here, maybe take us to game 3. Still have to get through game 2, however. We'll see how this is going to affect the draft now, coming in with Africa over on the blue side. Pick and ban definitely going to be interesting this time around. I think Rocks are going to keep it somewhat similar, taking away that Twisted Fate, but you never know. Could have things just get shaken up a bit.
I was really impressed with the Africa Freaks' ability to take advantage of the timing windows around summoners and ultimates and keep track of it all in that game. Their communication has really improved over the course of the season, and they're able to just sort of go blow for blow with teams. They're not afraid to engage when they have an advantage and confident in their ability to close out on some of those picks, and that's what kept them so even with the Rocks Tigers. It was a bit of a slugfest in there, and it was calculated though. It's all very calculated aggression coming in from both of those teams. Again, the exception being that split Baron call. That's a bit unfortunate. I think Africa was right to at least start the Baron, but fortunately have to get out of that pit and commit to that decision. And Bard is going to be banned actually by Africa this game. That's a bit interesting.
Yeah.
Gorilla is not a big Bard player.
Yeah, that's a really bizarre ban coming out from them, but the Lysandra to follow makes a bit more sense after Koro had a pretty solid game on it and got that MVP. But looks like Rocks are going to be keeping it consistent, at least so far, with the Corki and Twisted Fate bans. Last one getting ready to come through as Rise is taken off of the table.
So do you ban the Zed now is going to be the question. When the Lysandra is banned, do you respect that? And you do.
You do. But this means that Kalista has made it through for Songyun. Big 80 carry pickup for him. We'll see if he wants to take it.
Yeah, but Rocks is going to be happy to play Sivir. SK Telecom and Rocks, the big Sivir teams.
True.
On the more recent
Another one that made it
patches. There's also the Poppy available. That was banned in game number 1. And
ooh, yeah, that's a good
Smeb
point.
is 10-0 this season on Poppy. He's been absolutely amazing on that champion.
Could be making it number 11 if it makes it through this first round. Africa really taking their time with this draft, as they should.
That Bard is really puzzling. Gorilla's played 1 Bard game this season, and most people like to ban Alistair against him. We're going to take the Poppy for Ixu, though.
Okay.
It's a champion on which he has racked up most of his MVP points.
Well, makes sense.
But probably it's going to be Kalista Alistair
Italy
here.
made it through again, I just realized.
Yeah, well, you could take the Nidalee. You could take Nidalee Kalista here. You could take Nidalee Alistair. That generally has been Alistair has generally been a super high priority pick for Rocks. And it just opens up so many ways to play the game early. And, you know, maybe if you can take Alistair Jhin, you're not going to be so worried about the Kalista pickup. So it'll probably be Nidalee Alistair, actually, come to think of it, especially since they are on red side.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think that if you are...
Oh,
they're
wow.
going to lock the bot lane, actually, so Nidalee could go over to Lyra here. And it will. So Poppy Nidalee so far, so they give a pass on it to secure the Sivir Alistar.
I'm surprised, actually, because...
As am I.
You know, Songyun's played a decent amount of Sivir this season, but Nidalee, perhaps it wasn't as impactful as they would have liked, but you know, had a great game on it overall. Made some nice early ganks and certainly was a big contributor to taking out low HP targets in those team fights and healing prey, maybe most importantly of all.
Trundle, though, snatched up for the side of Africa Freak, so that will be our support. Smeb might just revisit this Echo. Had a decent game, became pretty close to unkillable by the end of it. And it's going to be the Echo and the Kindred this time for Peanut. He's not opting to go for the Graves, as we saw Lyra play in the last game. He goes for the Kindred. He does have, I believe, the earliest Sated Devourer that we have seen.
Bit surprised by the Echo pickup again as a priority here for the Rocks Tigers. Smeb was okay on it, but not outstanding.
Yep.
Kindred, not too big of a shock though.
List, of course, for Song Yoon. Not surprising whatsoever. And now it just comes down to this mid laner for the Freaks. What do they want to go for?
Mickey had a very good game on Varus recently when they played against KT. So it would make sense for them to set up a, not really a poke composition though. Obviously Lucian would be a better fit if they were actually planning on sieging.
Will be Varus though. Question is, what do the Rocks Tigers go for? And it's going to be a very fast LeBlanc lock.
Kuro's my most played champion this season. He'll be confident on that again, something that he can roam very efficiently on, make sure he can get there faster than the Varus. Mickey will be taking heal in this game, so he's not going to have a chance to respond. And, you know, really that's what they're looking for. They just need to get the LeBlanc into these tower dive situations with the champions like Kindred, Alistair, Sivir, speed up, get under the turret. LeBlanc gets there first. Mickey's going to be slow on the roam. Pick up the kills, take the turret before the mid laner from Africa can arrive. It's just how the Rocks Tigers play League of Legends right now. Yep. Just constantly play with a man advantage in skirmishes by being faster on the map and opening up that possibility by having mid lane selections that pose a very high threat of moving into the other lanes quickly.
Gonna have to keep our eyes on these junglers as usual. Peanut had a really strong game on that Nidalee. I think he only gave up one kill, or one death rather, in that whole thing. Went very aggressive with a full AP build. This time on Kindred, going to be trying to match that aggression moving forward and maybe break the sated record that we have seen.
I love the expressions on the Rocks Tigers portraits. Peanut just thinking about how he's going to kill you. Prey looking slightly confused. Smeb's like, what's up? What you doing in my lane?
All right, well, game 2 coming up here. Africa versus Rocks Tigers. Let's get into it.
Everybody wants to rule the world. There's a room where the light won't find you. Holding hands. 복수가 눈앞에 있다.
Africa fans still holding on tight after that pretty strong performance from game 1, but Rocks feeling a bit bolstered in their confidence on the backside of that win. So far, just going to be standard 5-point cross the river by the look of it. Maybe some deep wards coming in a little bit later, but I don't know if we're going to see any lane swaps coming in quite just yet.
No, probably not. We'll see how this Poppy Echo matchup goes in the top side. Probably not going to be very exciting.
Yeah, not sure how that one works out. Echo's still very new for us. Kids in the audience excited to be on camera.
I'm excited to be on camera too, Achilles.
You should be. If you didn't like being on camera, you'd be in the wrong profession.
Hey, to be fair, most of our work is done off camera.
That is true. That is very true. We're on for 20 seconds, 30 seconds here and there.
But it's the best 20 and 30 seconds of the broadcast, if I do say so myself.
The best 20 and 30 seconds of my life.
No, of fans' lives.
There you go. There's the confidence that I like to hear. This is my gift to you.
Behold, gaze upon my beauty.
Ward goes down though, bot side. Instant advantage to Africa.
Well, this game's already over, I guess.
Yep, yeah, it's, might as well just throw in the towel.
Everybody just
You're not
quit the
gonna be
game.
able to win.
I know you can't surrender yet, but
Really early aggression here. So far just walking up on Prey. Ignite coming across as well. Pops the heal for movement speed. And then add a little bit of HP, but they already get these summoner spells out. So 1 for 1, but heal down for Prey. Could be taken advantage of.
it's getting dogged there by the Trundle. And but nothing really too relevant going down. I mean, not having that Ignite eliminates a lot of the kill pressure anyway that you would need that heal for.
Yeah.
Will be taking over control of that lane nice and early. No real jungle shenanigans yet. Of course, we're going to the second buff right now. Looks like Kindred on the wrong side of the map to get the mark on the crab. Unfortunately, and is actually just going to go for an invade here, seeing if, in fact, Lyra took a slightly greedier path where he'd actually be able to fight him at his red buff, but that is not the case.
Not going to be the case at all, and there's not much for him to really take away. Maybe just the Krugs. Should he go for that? But not really in a position to pinch down onto Snowflower or Songyun quite just yet. You can see the Scuttle Crab does move down up that top side of the river. Smeb getting stunned, but takes a lot of damage. It's going to be the shield there to stop him from phase diving out. That was a really early spear by Lyra. Thought he was going to predict the flash, and now Smeb throws it out. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, trading back and forth from Kuro and Mickey. Gets that pass and popped.
I don't know what he was thinking with that spear. Maybe he thought he was going to flash into the next brush early.
That's what I can surmise from it, but it was not so. So trying to style on him and just looks like a fool.
It's how it works sometimes if you try to style too hard.
I mean,
that's how I explain
works.
all my bad plays in games. I was like, I was going to style on him, but I was trying too hard.
Yep. I mean, if it works, you look like a god. If it doesn't work, then it's just, well, whatever. Unlucky, I guess.
Yeah, that was a really weird timing for Smeb to push forward right there because they knew that Peanut's pathing, he was at red buff, went into Krugs, and he knew that he wasn't on the bottom side of the jungle.
Yeah.
So you have to be really cautious.
Oh, Mickey gonna get chained up. Here comes Peanut. Forces the flash, still stuck underneath the tower. It's gonna be the Ignite coming across. Is it enough? Peanut jumps back in for one last hit. They're gonna trade, but First Blood still goes over the rocks.
And they get the assist gold, and Kuro gets a little bit of time to farm up here underneath his own turret. Maybe a little bit sloppy there for Peanut.
Yeah, still dead even, however. Well, just about. So not much of an advantage going to come from that First Blood gold. Lyra, however, going to make another visitation to this top side. Ixu comes up here, flashes in to deny the phase dive yet again. Smeb going to just turn in and go aggressive.
Oh.
Parallel convergence gets thrown down, still finds the kill. Gets the shield and the stun on the Lyra. Does he go for it?
Smeb.
He's going to do it, but he has that hunted debuff. Going to have to play really cautiously and carefully. Goes back in with a phase dive. Oh,
The
Smeb can
minions?
play with fire, but he gets him in the end. Smeb showing why he is the best top laner in the world.
Whoa! Absolutely wrecking them in that 2v1, playing so well around the caster minion damage. It did most of the work and actually finished off Ixu. And guess what? Smeb's just going to stick around because Peanut's back up here trying to bait Ixu in. Ixu's like, I'm done with that. I'm done with that.
I surrender. If it was 20 minutes, I'd throw in the towel. Let's take another look at this, because this was beautiful.
Sick, yeah. So coming in right here, Smeb just playing around that minion wave, gets on top of Ixu, using that speed that he gets to try and get that. The minion wave's going to finish him off. Lyra just sticks around inside the parallel convergence. Smeb gets the shield, falls off though before he can do any damage. And then he's just trying to play around the outside of the wave again. Comes back in with the next phase dive, then gets that smackdown kill with the time winder when Lyra decides to come back in. And really impressive play right there. Just dodging absolutely everywhere. And that's the buff that we got there onto the Echo. You know, that lower cooldown on the phase dive in the early game allows plays like that to happen.
Yeah, beautifully played by Smeb, and that's going to get him well ahead of Ixu on this Poppy. Kuro, though, the flash away will evade the chains from Mickey. Actually goes in, locks him down with chains of his own. Cannot find the kill, though.
Well, wasn't looking for the kill without the Ignite and the flash up. Seeing if he could bait them over towards Peanut, but have knowledge of where Lyra was on the map, so they're not going to walk further towards the bottom side brush there when they have no vision.
Yep. Glacial Shroud all ready for Smeb. So going to be mitigating a lot of that damage. Up on the top side as Poppy's just going to try to wallop him with the hammer, but you can see now this is very much in the hands of the Echo. Taking a lead.
It's going to get really bad when that Ice Horn comes through, too.
Yeah. It's going to be disgusting. Look at the trait damage.
Well, it's just so hard to itemize against, too, because once you get that sheen, you want to especially itemize against the base damage coming out.
Third time's a charm, I guess, Smeb.
Oh, my
Still
God.
walking forward. Almost has the flash available. Lyra going to try to go around from the
Please,
Time Rush
no.
this time.
All right, they know he's there.
Yeah, spots him with that big ward. We'll be able to clear it out, but Smeb keeps himself alive even longer. I'm gonna have to watch that play when I get
That
home,
was
'cause
sick.
it was still just that was one of the best outplays I've seen. There was even, you could even tell there was that moment where he had Lyra stunned in the barrel convergence, where he was like starting to walk toward tower and he just went, "Oh, I can win this," and then he comes back in.
Well, it's a new champion coming back into the meta, so a lot of these players are not going to have that much experience playing against Echo or knowing Echo's limits right now. Some of the buffs that he's received over the last several patches resulting in the situation that he's getting played a lot again.
Yep.
So it's a lesson. But
Smeb definitely knows the limits of that champion for sure. Lyra coming in here. Sweeps before entering the brush. So just going to find that big ward. Now going in the chain. Not going to connect. Kuro gets locked down. Actually, ooh, the javelin comes through. He almost falls. One more auto would have had it. Kuro going to have to run out of here. Piercing arrow just can't go long enough. Mickey didn't channel it in time.
Mickey had his flash right there. That would have been
really
nice
dead
kill.
LeBlanc, but cannot find it. But very near escape there for Kuro as he goes back.
Peanut's going to have to clean up the mid lane in his absence, but that'll help at least come back when it comes to gold right here, although he is even because he did get that kill. But again, Lyra just doing a magnificent job of out-farming Peanut. But it's not really too unusual. Just looking at Peanut's statistics, he's actually usually down in CS to the other jungler at 10 minutes, but he's up in gold because he just gets kills, basically.
Yep, still on the path toward Devour, just has the one dagger for now. Should be able to complete the jungle item on his next back cover and start stacking up his sated. Don't think we're going to be seeing a 17-minute sated this time around. Already over halfway to that point.
And going once again for the skirmisher Saber.
Yep.
Who needs wards? The battle ward needs no wards.
Yeah, as a Peanut, he is a ward himself. I would love to see him one day just show up in like a ward cosplay. Well, wears that while he plays the game.
I think I just need to commission that for him and tell him to wear it.
Yep, Lyra taking a lot of damage. Ignite's not there, but Kuro says, "I don't care. I don't need it."
I like buffs.
Goes in. Give me that double buff. And he will take it away. Red buff over to him.
Well,
another kill on the board.
Lyra's been really good this season, but he's definitely having an off game this time around.
Yep. Not going to be showing Peanut how to play in Italy. Showing him how to not play in Italy, though.
Oh, man, this is bad for Mickey, too.
Yep.
Take a look at that. I mean, Lyra just has no mana here, so he has no business coming up this far because he can't heal himself in case he gets in a situation like this, and instead just flips over to the Cougar form. Tries to bounce away. Can't quite make it.
Oh, look at this, though. Dive on an Ixu, who's already so low. Peanut's just going to arrive. Looks like they get the kill over to him.
So I was like, I already got two. You want one, buddy?
Yeah. I can share the love. And another stack goes onto the Devourer.
Nice.
Rocks having a much stronger game this time around compared to the first.
Well, they didn't have a bad first game either. But
well,
yeah,
I mean, it was
the domination out of the laning phase is severe. But remember, they're only 800 gold up.
Yeah.
They have fallen behind, especially in CS in that mid lane. So it's definitely not the end of the world for Africa, but their composition is sort of awkward because the Callista picking Varus and Callista and Italy together doesn't have the greatest synergy for like a poke or a siege composition that you would normally see with a Varus and an Italy.
Yeah.
Or if in Callista's case, more of a team fighting zone control composition where you want to play around that dragon with Baron. So it's when they group up, it's not going to be terrible, but it's just not exactly ideal. They don't have a really clear win condition besides sort of dominate the laning phase, and they've sort of failed to do that.
Yeah.
Rocks Tigers, on the other hand, definitely nice pick composition set up here. They've got hard CC in both the lanes. They have hard CC when the block moves. So a lot of options for turret diving, especially with two ways to make themselves invulnerable with Kindred ult and the basically invulnerable with the Alistar ultimate.
This map is just filthy on this Echo.
It didn't have a great first game, but it's getting nasty this time.
Yeah. Quite nasty indeed. Oh, whoops. It's like, I'll give you a free one. Jumps in that. We've been seeing a lot of that lately. People just dashing and jumping into these spears. Beat it though. I don't know if you want to stick around this time.
It's like, I don't think I'm going to take this crap.
It's not worth the mark. So it just goes ahead and backs off. Giving a little bit of free pressure over to Lyra here on that Italy. He's trying to bolster his confidence. He's like, yeah, see, you can land these spears.
How far back Freya's playing now that Alistair's not there. A little bit concerned about what could happen to him with a Fate's Call underneath the turret.
Oh. Well, piercing arrow starting to do some damage too. And then there's Smith.
Going for the under turret trades, procking that Iceborne off the phase dive.
That is a Hex Drinker Poppy in the top lane.
Oh, that's bad.
Oh, poor Ixu.
Wow, that's just not a good idea.
It's not at all. Why wouldn't you go for the Spirit Visage?
Well, it's not,
I
like the
guess
problem is the Iceborne first, right?
Yeah.
Difficult to itemize considering you are going to be taking damage from those auto attacks, but even so, like, this is not ideal.
Oh, well, Smeb dukes that out. It's going to be the pillar coming down as they're trying to get onto him. Songyun's here to try to get the Fate's Call. Connect, but Parallel Convergence comes through. Flash away by Smeb. Will not get knocked up. Peanut here to fire back a lot of damage. And he actually finishes off Snowflower. Oh my god. Now Mickey, headbutt pulverizes Gorilla, arrives in the mid lane. Hextrigger gets popped, but it doesn't even matter. Kuro takes him down with a distortion. Rock's Tigers running away with this game. Look at the smiles
So
on
the
his
fade
face.
away wolf toss. Just chuck your wolf at him.
I'd love to see that again. That was a ton of damage coming through from the wolf. And now Lyra on the run. Songyun getting hit up here by Smep. It's going to be the TP coming through. Gorilla and Peanut on the backside though.
There we
They
go.
fight this. They go straight onto Ixu. Peanut trying to finish off Songyun. Can he get him? Does have the Lamb's Respite if he wants to dive under the tower. Looks like he's going to do just that. Pops it, should be able to exit on the backside. Kuro blocking down Lyra as he goes over the wall. Double flash from these guys. Spear connects. Can he finish him off? Jumps back. One more hit. Kuro gets it, but Snowflower will follow up with the jump for the kill. But
Peanut
overall,
died to the turret.
oh, he did. He did. I guess the Lamb's Respite heal is just not enough.
Well,
but meanwhile, while all of this clown partying is going on the top side, Prey is going to whittle down this turret to the bot side.
Well, they killed Mickey and decided to take a nice stroll through the enemy jungle, just walk right underneath the turret. Not the most ideal placement, as we see Smabu's going to have to flash away from the Fate's Call right there, avoid getting knocked up, and then here's Snowflower. Bam! Yeah, the Kuro here manages to land the chains. Gorilla flashes in, does the combo, and Mickey just out of position as he's trying to go help out his top lane. Didn't expect the roam coming in from the bottom side with Gorilla. Prey stays around just to take out the turret. First one of the game, and now Rock's really starting to open up their advantage in spite of that rather silly turret dive that happened. I mean, he got the kill onto Songyun, but he like had the Kindred ultimate down, but because it goes like, you can't select it, it just goes like right around you when you cast it, or around the target. You know, he wasn't in the right place to get out of turret aggro range, even though he was on the edge of it, I suppose. We didn't actually get to see how he died.
Yeah. I'm guessing one final turret chuck he could kill him as he just dashed out. Ixu coming around the side. That's going to be a headbutt. That's going to be a pulverize. And Ixu is going to be killed. Gets a stun on the Gorilla, but he's going to break that stun with the Alistar ultimate. Not sure if he needed to use it, but better safe than sorry. Just pops that one and keep himself up.
Turns out Hexdrinker Shield doesn't do a lot against Sivir and Kindred. Who knew?
Yeah, beats the hell out of me.
They were just trying to make some sort of desperation play right there to get themselves back in this game. Wanted to set up a dive.
Desperation is the right word.
Didn't know that there were going to be
double pink wards,
double pink wards, and Gorilla and Peanut all in that brush. Yep. Read them like a book, stuffed the dive, and then now they're going to sacrifice a lot of farm to the turret in the top side as Smev gets it all the way shoved back into the tier 2.
Yep. Also whittled it down to about half HP. It's got that Iceborne Gauntlet. The Sheepfrog's doing some work. You see now Ixu finally going for the Spectre's Cowl, but it's going to be a split build as he has the Glacial Shroud as well. Meanwhile, Smep, Sunfire Cape.
To be expected.
Yep.
More pressure. So
Kuro.
nothing's going to stop him from pushing for quite some time. Ixu is going to be slow in clearing these waves.
Kuro just going to keep going for the aggression with the needlessly large rod now coming in. Dragon hasn't been taken quite just yet by Rocks. First one did go over to Lyra. Looks like he's going to start up the second one. Should be able to take that as well, but Rift Herald going to be taken by Rocks. And that could just allow them to finish off that tier 2 tower on the top side of Africa are misrotating around the map.
Yeah, fortunately for Africa, they have some time, so we'll see what they actually end up doing with this Rift Herald buff and where Peanut's going to go with it. Still not quite there in spite of his 5 kills to Sated Devourer status. That shouldn't be long now. They're not actually moving Peanut into a lane as both of these waves hit tier 2. Up, now they will. All right.
Yep, looks like it's going to be the bot lane. So we see 4 members gravitating their way down there. Prey just coming off a recall, working toward that static shiv.
Up, here comes the dive.
Oh, poor Ixu. We'll go in for the stun on the Gorilla, gets popped up in the pulverize. Here comes Kuro on the backside, and he's going to go down. Peanut finds another kill.
There's just nothing Ixu can do now. It's been too brutal. The lane is snowballed out of control. Snap is like 50 CS and 3-0-4. He's just going to get repeatedly dove.
This is what happens when you take Smeb's champion. It's like, no.
Smeb saw that poll on the Wall Esports Career. He's like, who's the best top in the world now, Ixu?
Yeah. Witness me. And look at that. The inhibitor tower line has been broken. Free 19 minutes. Mid turret going to go down as well. Maybe not quite just yet. The teleport coming in here from Ixu. Let's see if he can actually make something happen. Kuro is in trouble. Dashes away, gets into the lamp for a spite. Not sure if he's going to be able to stay alive. Flash forward by Snowflower. Trying to get the chase. Will be able to get that last auto. Oh, nice juke back, but the auto attack from Mickey will finish him off. I thought he got out for a second. Now Gorilla actually on the run. Does have that flash available should he need to use it. A lot of low members on the side of Rocks. A lot of low mana bars as well. I think they just peel back and maybe surrender this mid turret. Peanut on the run. Snowflower is sticking to him like glue. Pillar gets thrown out. Beautiful pillar there. And Lyra follows up with the javelin. Not going to connect that next one, though, and Smeb and Prey just don't recall there. Have to back off.
Well, Smeb could just ult right back into lane right there if he wanted to. Even without that TP down, if they need to protect that turret. But yeah, nice little pick there that they found onto Kuro. Got most of the damage down before anybody could respond.
2 for 1. And now this turret going to fall here. Smeb comes in, gets on the song. You're doing a lot of damage. Turret's still standing at the moment. Snowflower going to be taking it up. Walks forward, does clear it out. Smeb going to have to back out here.
He did ult back into lane.
Yep.
Could have actually taken that one a little bit sooner, maybe actually saved the turret, but not the biggest steal in the world, especially with the kind of lead the Rocks Tigers have. Still 4,000 gold up as long as they can contest the next dragon, avoid the possibility that Africa Freaks are going to be coming back via some sort of 5-dragon stack. Should about sew things up here, and that'll buy them some time to play around the Baron.
I'll have to take a look at Peanut and see where he's at. For this Sated goes back, finishes the ball with Malmortius, and picks up the seal. Right, taking a bit of damage. Gorilla gonna go deep, finds Lyra. Kuro on the backside, trying to melt him out. He goes down. Smeb goes in with a phase dive to finish him off.
Really good use of the combo from Gorilla straight into the parallel convergence to stun up Lyra and get him underneath the tower.
Yeah, nothing you can do in that scenario. And he falls, and looks like Rocks keeping this mid lane open, taking Smeb. Maybe a little bit too deep here, but still a very tanky Echo. Going to be retreating. Still has flash, and now he actually goes back in on the Songyun. Gets a triple proc, takes him down below half HP.
Good.
He's barely scathed.
He's got the shield coming in from the parallel convergence. He's not actually worried about anything right now.
Rock's just going to keep postured forward in this mid lane. Lyra does come up, but maybe 2 carries having to back off here. Looks like they're just going to peel back, keep those waves pushing, and sweep through the jungle, get a little bit while they can. 26 sacks here for Peanut, so just a few camps away.
Yeah, it's taken longer than I thought.
Yeah, I was expecting this more around the 19 or 20 minute mark, but I mean, despite how bloodthirsty he's been, he just hasn't been in the jungle as much to farm up, I suppose. You can see that in the CS discrepancy between him and Lira, who's currently up 20. But Peanut definitely being wildly more impactful in this game.
Yeah, as much fun as we were making of Ixu's Hex Drinker, that actually is going to be useful later against this LeBlanc, so at least he'll have that, because this LeBlanc is a major threat to trading picks right now, and Africa have to avoid that at all costs.
So poor Ixu, 0-6-0, just not having a fun time, it seems.
Indeed not.
Yep. See Blade of the Rune King getting ready to come in for Songyun. It's just fallen behind Prey, of course.
Well, he just needed the wave clear, right? I
Yeah.
think it's smart of him to go Hurricane first in this circumstance, because with the Rock Tigers just diving you every which way, you can't let those minion waves get to your turrets, or else they're going to come and find you underneath it and just kill you. And then take your tower, so...
There's a pick there. Spotty says he sees Snowflower. He's not going to be able to get the catch parallel conversions. Quite a ways away from landing, but Rocks all postured up in this top lane except for Koro. Ixu in the bot side still has teleport available. Let's see if he wants to pull the trigger on it. Looks like they're just going to have to let the turret go for the time being, knowing that they cannot win a flat-out 5v5 without some serious outplays. Meanwhile, Koro starts pressuring up on the mid. Will work this tower down to about half HP.
The question is, are they going to keep putting down the pressure onto the tier 2, or are they actually just going to try and go for the safe play, which is to go for the dragon right now, right as it spawns? That's going to be the right decision to make, I feel.
Yeah, denying any hope of a 5th dragon for Africa is definitely going to have to be on their checklist for this game. First, the Scuttlecraft.
Peanut really
that
wants
will
that.
get taken away by Lyra, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, flashes coming out here from Koro as he tries to get away, has the distort. Africa cannot finish the chase. There's going to be a TP coming in here from Smeb on the backside. Does the parallel convergence. Will not find Mickey, but he does get Songyun. There's that a bit of damage on the hook. Is popped by Prey, and there goes the Callista, completely disappearing. And Smeb just diving straight into the backside, uses that ultimate to get himself out to safety. Gorilla gets locked up, however. All-Star ultimate does fall off. Hamster Spike comes down. They dive right back in. Lyra having to jump away to safety. Gorilla almost going down, but Ixu is going to be the next one to fall. Peanut finding these kills, takes out Songyun, takes out Mickey in the end of things. And they get a near ace. Snowflower, the only one making it out alive, and that's going to be Rocks, roaming up to that Baron.
Man, Smeb's Echo has been way better this game than last game. Just the zoning he's able to do and the stuns he's been able to land with that parallel convergence are just crazy. Coming in here, hops right over the wall, forces the flash from Mickey. Songyun eats it. Then the chain CC comes through from Gorilla. But really, Smeb just slowing everybody up with that Iceborne, popping back over. Now watch this. He's going to throw out another one right here. Then he's just going to flash into it after the phase dive to make sure they get another couple of people stunned. And Peanut easily able just to roll through underneath the tower and take out a couple more members for the double.
Yep. That's
Meantime,
Baron over Rocks.
Yep, Baron taken. That will just about sew this game up, Achilles.
Pretty much. 10,000 gold lead, 6 towers, 12 kills. Rocks in dominating fashion, taking down Africa so far in this game, and now going to net themselves their first dragon at 25 and a half minutes. So at this point, the stats really going to come through. Meanwhile, on the backside, it's Smeb doing Smeb things. Will not get stunned into the wall, but he's still quite healthy to continue this advance.
Koro in the mid lane. Pushing it out. They want this red buff right now. If they can get it.
Ixu. Go in on the Gorilla. Ixu gets popped up and melted out. Goes down. Prey finds the kill. Headbutt on the Snowflower, knocking him in. The Fate's Call will drag him to safety. So this is just opening up Rocks for split pressure in that mid and bottom side of the map.
Ixu really didn't want to E the Alistar when Alistar had his ultimate up. That was a big mistake coming in there.
Very, very big one, Parallel Convergence. So now just a zone of off. That's going to be inhibitor going down. Kuro still applying that pressure in mid. Songyun cannot even try to clear out the wave. That's going to be 2 inhibitors and Rocks. Let's see if they just stick around or if they're going to back out and play it really safely.
Nah, they're not going to do that. Oh. They're going to go for the triple inhibitor kill instead. I'm rather disappointed, but Death Timer's not so long yet. Ixu is currently 3 levels down on Smeb, and He actually did catch up in CS, but those kills, a really overwhelming factor.
Yep. Let's see though, all these minions shoving in. They lock up Snowflower, taking a bit of damage as Smeb goes deep with freeze dives yet again. Tower gonna fall. The Prey gets caught by that ultimate from the Varus. Lambs just right down, trying to keep him alive. Ixu into the forefront, but he's still getting chunked out. Core throws out the chain. Should be able to root him, maybe even finish him off. Can he do it? It's gonna be Peanut to confirm the kill. Smeb still going so deep. Uses the ultimate, stays alive, and there it is. 3 inhibitors going down. Ixu dead on the side of Africa, and Rocks likely just gonna back off.
Yeah, don't need to push it now. Go back, spend that mountain of money you just made. 3 inhibitors down. Come for the final push in just a few minutes. Oh boy. Well, this has been a very one-sided affair after a good, close game number 1. Smeb just opening up with Peanut on this map, and when you get the kind of level advantages that we're seeing right now, Smeb is 16, Ixu is level 12.
Yep.
Not gonna be easy. I mean, Ixu is the same level as Gorilla. That's
really bad.
That's really bad.
That is the rough life right there. Yeah, Smeb looking to add another MVP onto his list.
I think so.
Yeah.
Peanut has a strong case too this game, but I think
I
after
think a
that
double
1v2, you got to give it to Smeb.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what shut down Ixu, forced him into an early Hex Drinker on Poppy, and just made him pretty much a non-factor and a repeated dive target that just helped Rocks get continuously ahead. Let's see, On the Hunt has been popped here as they go in for the coup de grace onto Africa. Ixu taking a lot of damage. Pops the Keeper's Verdict, does get a lot of damage. A lot of people moved away with that one. Gorilla gets locked up, popped up in the air, will go down. Smeb maybe looking to follow. Uses the ultimate, gets a huge heal off of that one, but still trying to dash away. But it's going to be a confirmed from Songyun. First Nexus Tower falls, however, and Prey, Kuro, and Peanut, the triple threat still here. Can't find Snowflower as he does make it into the fountain, but the Nexus completely exposed. Prey really healthy as well. Kuro going in, finishes off Songyun. I think this is going to be the game right here, Monty.
I think it is too. Too many super minions to kill, and that's going to be it.
Yep, and that's going to be the game. A nice 2-0 by Rocks Tigers. After a really back and forth first game, they come out swinging, and they take down Africa in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, Smeb and Peanut doing Smeb and Peanut things to that top lane, making Ixu's life a living hell. And you know, at a certain point, you just got to feel bad for him. It's not Ixu's fault any longer. He actually just can't be anywhere on the map without dying.
Yeah, it's just really rough. Questionable buy on the Hex Drinker. As you said, it would pay off later in the game, but at the time,
it was not good. Especially when you know he's going to itemize the Iceborne Gauntlet first.
Yeah.
What are you actually doing with a Hex Drinker there? It doesn't make any sense. You just gotta. I think you just have to itemize pure defense. Try and get basically some form of armor, like get a cowl and then buy a shroud as fast as you can, and then try and just tank it out that way instead of the manner in which he decided to do it.
Yeah. Smeb ending that game with the most damage overall.
Oh my god.
Yeah, 23,000 on the Echo.
It's a great performance. Didn't even die until that final push either.
Yeah, just a couple thousand ahead of both Peanut and Prey, who were hot on each other's heels.
How do you do more damage as a tank Echo than a Varus?
I don't know. Smeb doing Smeb thing. He was always in there hitting. He was always in there hitting multiple members of the enemy team.
Yeah,
so
that's true.
A lot of damage going out using those time winders really well. Those parallel convergences also were just gorgeous. You could make an entire Echo montage out of that one game from
This
Smeb.
guy's exceptional performance, showing why he is on top of our MVP standings this season.
Yep.
Pretty much hard to contest that he is the best top laner in the world.
But hey, Hootie must be close, obviously. If LoL Esports supposed to have any standing.
Oh boy. Well, we're going to get some MVP interviews up right now with definitely Smeb.
Yeah, it's got to be Smeb. We can see, there it is, Smeb. Just that one death at the end of the game, 69% kill contribution in the end of things. And just a hell of a lot of damage. And now 13,000 MVP points. He is 4 ahead of
1,300.
13,000. That would be really impressive. 1,300. Thank you for keeping my math in check as always.
He hasn't played 130 games yet this season. But yes, I mean,
impressive if he got MVP in all of them as well.
I would have actually loved to have seen the cooldowns for both of these players in this. Unfortunately, not going to have that available to us. But yes, Smeb as that next Time Winder out. And, the lower cooldown on Time Winder, the lower cooldown on Phase Dive allows you to do things like this in the early game on Echo that wouldn't have been possible previously. Major indicator of the changes and how they have affected Echo, especially in the laning phase.
Just catch after catch. Parallel convergence is very much on point here. Just enabling the team to win straight back in. This he just plays fearlessly throughout this entire game. Really knowing his limits. And that is the make of a truly great player, a master of a champion.
So fun that we're seeing more Echo right now.
Yep.
I look forward to it. I want some mid lane Echo too.
Yep, 6.7 rolls around. Ryan's going to nerf Echo because of Smeb. We do, however, have an interview with our 2 MVPs. We're going to throw over to Robin for the translation.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for yet another great day in the cast. Yeah, sure, keep making fun of me. Keep making fun of the diff guy. Let's get into an interview booth with our 2 MVPs from the second set of games today. Kuro is first. Congratulations, Kuro. Well, last week, Samsung, with their victory, your playoff spot was secured. But we have yet to hear what you feel about your securing the playoff seed. How do you feel? Well, it feels great to make the finals just like last year. And well, hopefully our games won't turn out like last year's spring. Hopefully you're still practicing very hard. Now, Africa is in a very desperate situation for their playoff seed. Did you maybe talk to them before the match? Well, Sangyun came over to me and he was like, please die to us. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'll go bottom lane and die for you. Yeah, that's what he said. But did you maybe feel a bit sorry after you taking the victory? No, not really. I feel pretty great. Yeah. So in the first game, we couldn't really even feel that it was a 40-minute game because it was really tense and action-packed, and we could really see the true colors of both teams. What was it like inside the game? Well, when we were scrimming, well, I'm not really sure. Not all games are very bloody, but we do fight a lot, skirmish a lot. On stage, we usually win with rotations rather than skirmishes. Your Lissandra won you the MVP in the first game, and you initiated fights very, very well. Well, there's no particular moment that stands out to me, but last match, I have a lot of things that I can remember, but not this game. What specifically are you talking about? Well, the enemy was hitting the Baron, and we took aggro on the outside, and then I went in with a flash as Lissandra. And I'm not sure why I'm talking about this now. Now, next week, you are facing Jin Air. You have anything else to say? But we're going to be fighting against Jin Air in Jeonju. And we will practice very hard going into Jeonju, and we will be taking that match. Now let's meet Smeb, the MVP of the second game on his Echo. Oh, the Tigers broke the winning streak of Africa. How does it feel to secure this victory? Well, recently, our conditions have been really good. We've been in pretty bad shape. But yeah, I'm glad that we were able to recover and take this victory. Last time you lost against KT, and today it was a chance for you to redeem your confidence. How does it feel to win? Do you think your confidence came back? Well, everyone's kind of sick, and everyone was curious about our condition, and everyone said, oh, we actually feel pretty good. So I thought we would be able to win without much trouble. Oh, your teammates were sick. Well, yeah, they were playing sick, I think, but some of them actually had fevers and stuff. So yeah. Now, recently, with the buffs onto Echo, his pick rate has gone up a lot. And before, he was used a lot in mid and jungle. But is there a reason why he's so good in the top lane? Because it's a tank meta in the top lane. And he gets a movement speed buff when he hits the third strike. So he has a really, really good in and out sort of mechanic that's really helpful. Your Echo was really, really strong today. And especially that 2v1 in the top, in early game top lane. It was a really tense situation, but do you maybe remember the details a little bit? Yeah, I do, of course, remember. And everyone was kind of really tense. Oh, what's going on? Is he gonna die? Is he gonna live? And yeah, I was shaking a little bit, I think. Yeah, how are you controlling, mechanically speaking, in that moment? I was like, I just gotta kill him, you know? Die. That's what I was saying. Now, perhaps it's because you guys secured your final seed early on, but are you slacking off, you think, maybe? What do you think? And like I said, it's not that we're slacking off, we were sick, and that did affect our gameplay a lot. So we plan to take really good care of ourselves until the finals. Right now, Champions is in complete chaos. Who do you think is going to make it up to the finals to face you guys? Well, whoever it is, I have a lot of confidence that we're going to win. Sounds very confident. Now, any final words for the fans? Well, recently, our fans have been really worried about us since we were sick, but everyone has been recovering, and we hope to continue to play very well, even in the finals and Jeonju. So that appears to be it for the day. Back to you guys to wrap it up. And deafness is not a funny illness.
No,
Or
it's not.
disability,
It's
rather.
really not, Robin. Thank you for the clarification on that one and for the translation as well.
I was
know you can't hear
confused
me.
about whether it was funny or not, but that just cleared it all right up.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I wasn't sure. Thank you for that one. But just to recap on the day, SK Telecom coming out on top of Samsung, who were only able to pick up that first game. And then SKT decided to style all over them. Speaking of styling all over people, Rocks Tigers did that with their second game over Africa Freaks.
Especially Smeb.
Especially
Really,
Smeb.
the Smeb show in game number 2. Amazing.
That's
Echo
usually how
play.
it goes with the Rocks Tigers in their games. You can see they, of course, are locked in at first place. Nobody can catch them, and the standings do not change whatsoever as KT Rolster have a +1 on their game score compared to SK Telecom.
Yeah, Samsung, though, if Africa can win a couple more and Samsung does beat Kongdu, then they will have a chance to have a tiebreaker in terms of game score. And this is next week.
It's quite possible. Africa versus Longshu, who have not been looking very good, will be our first game next week. And then KT versus SK Telecom. That's going to be one hell of a series to watch.
Both those teams have 2 games left, so could come down to this game that decides who is going to be in that second place position.
Yep, big second place implications there. Rocks Tigers versus Jinair. Jinair, another team that's been kind of faltering in recent history, so could be an easy win for Rocks, but we'll see if Jinair is going to come out swinging and maybe net themselves another win and keep themselves up in that top 4 spot at the moment. And then Kongdu Monster versus Samsung. I think we know how that one's going to go.
Must win for Samsung, though. Absolutely must win.
Yep, but another one for Africa. Have to win the next 2. CJ to come up next. So they have a fairly easy schedule, it would seem. And then SK Telecom rounding things off for their schedule with Spenu, Sonic Boom, who have been looking better, but I don't think it's good enough to take a set off of them. And then KT following with Kongju. A couple of those easy games kind of thrown in there for both of these teams. SKT with Spenu, KT with Kongdu. So it really is going to be that head-to-head matchup to decide the second place spot.
And if Spenu can maybe take a game off SKT, that could actually be huge, too.
That would be pretty crushing. That'd be a really interesting one to see. Sawson has been performing quite well. If he could style on Faker, that would be one hell of a thing to see.
He's tried so many times, like with the
just bring out the Jarvan again.
The Vel'Koz into the Azir, the famous one where he actually like killed Faker 3 times in lane. But yes, it could be a fun game for sure, especially considering that Spenu has been looking at least better. So every game counts so much right now, so very much. And we could see it really come down to that game differential. Remember, KT is a game ahead, even though they have the same record as SKT. So that could really affect things, depending on the 2 matches for those 2 teams. Whoever's going to be in third has to play another best of 5. That's really unfortunate for them. You have to show more strategies. It gives you more chance to be eliminated. It's just exhausting, too, how many games you have to play in the span of, like, 4 days. If you try and run a gauntlet like that. But that's why we have a double round robin best of 3. It your standing really matters. And so a long season, obviously, hundreds of games, usually over 200 in every regular season. But you play well in those games, and you are rewarded very highly.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, 2-0 for either of those teams would be monumental for them locking into second place. And Rocks just maybe going to fool around with some of the rest of the teams that they have to play against. So we're going to see what happens as we come up with those teams. Saucin and Spenu really hoping that they can take a game off of SKT. That'd be good for them moving into the next split. But SK Telecom, of course, going to be looking for that 2-0. Every match counts, and we are entering into the final week before playoffs. Jeonju is going to be one hell of a time.
Yeah, Wednesday we're going to be here in Yongsan, but Thursday, Friday, and Saturday we will be in Jeonju in a different city, new venue. Should be fun, lots of different fans.
It'll be a lot of fun, and we'll see you back here at Yongsan on Wednesday next week. Have a good night.
Eventually. You messed it up.
I thought Caster June was ending. Oh well, good night. We'll see you next week.